Haters gon' hate anyway, man. This in the lab live. Used to bake pies, now I'm on YouTube on In the Lab Live. Hit the like button, yeah, go ahead subscribe. Ain't no telling what you see, it's gonna be a long ride. Better open up your eyes, cause we be in the bitch till 7 in the morning. Coffee in one hand and the sweet got me zoning. Blocking all the haters, shout out my moderators. They make the show greater, main reason why we made it. So up on the top, I can't see the ground. Got these niggas mad, they love when I was down. Now nigga up, and they can't tell me shit. Shout out to Scale Gang and all my people in this bitch. I got haters, I got friends, I got product, I got ends. If I ever get a plaque, I know they gon' hate me then. Still rolling in that lack slow, hotter than Tabasco. Don't matter what you buying, I can get you what you ask for. Hottest in the streets, yeah, these niggas can't compete. We be grinding while they sleep, yeah, 7 days a week. I ain't tripping on the docks, tell them niggas come box. Right, knock them out of socks, boy, you must be smoking rocks. Hey, this in the Lab Live, man. Subscribe to the channel, man.
You hate on a nigga. I don't understand why you hate on me, nigga.
We don't understand.
Show love, nigga. It don't show nothing. It don't cost nothing to show a nigga love.
All we doing
nigga.
is getting money.
Show a nigga some love, nigga.
Wabbly dabbly.
Niggas out here don't love me, nigga.
Damn.
Make sure y'all hitting that like button, man.
Is that the jury has heard a series of events that seem to show or seem to demonstrate that there were drugs found at what appears to be and then in that same sequence were introduced photos of Mr. White at police headquarters where he was being photographed. I think it's a reasonable inference that the jurors could say, if you're at police headquarters being photographed, you're either being placed under arrest or being investigated for an arrest. And the connection that they could reasonably make is that the guns and the drugs are what caused him to be at police headquarters to be photographed. And therefore, I think that logically lays the chain of, we heard evidence of drugs, of a drug house, of weapons, and then what appears to be an arrest or a potential arrest.
Yes, 713.
So
they really on
criminal, and let's convict him on this other issue of murder or capital murder because he's a criminal. And we saw evidence of all these other criminal activities. And so we believe that is an impression that's left with the jury right now, which puts us in a very difficult position because we either have to rebut that and open the door to it, to explain that that doesn't have anything to do with this, that none of the guns found at that house are connected to this murder, that and continue to go down this line of, you know, issues related to extraneous offenses and character and conformity and 404B.
I want you to plan and tell me what it is that you're asking me to do.
Okay.
I understand what your reasoning is. Now I want you to tell me what you want the court to do with that.
Okay. So what we're asking the court to do is to declare a mistrial in this case, to ensure that Mr. White has the opportunity to have a fair trial, where he is, if found guilty or not guilty, that is on the basis of the charges that are pending before this jury. If there are extraneous offenses, then perhaps there's a punishment case that the state could put on. That would be our first request at this time. We have alternative requests that I can make in a moment.
Thank you. All right. I think my recollection of the conversation yesterday in chambers regarding the state's reasoning for showing other items aside from the firearms and cell phones that were found in that Corona residence was to give the jury a complete picture of the items recovered. think the concern was the emphasis being placed on certain items over other items. Is that your recollection of the issue, the main issue that was brought up? I'm asking both sides.
And Your Honor, if you are asking for the state,
Yes.
so just as I think we were all pretty tired about 5 o'clock last night.
Yes.
When we had this conversation, and
I did make it clear to the state that that the state was not to, as a result of this search, and especially pursuant to the defendant's motion to suppress, the state was not to put forward evidence that had nothing to do with this murder. The state assured the court that through witnesses and other testimony that there would be connections made between these items. Is that correct?
yes, Your Honor, and
Go ahead, respond to the defendant's complaint.
yes, Your Honor, just to first follow up on what the court brought up regarding the thoroughness of the investigation. In prior witnesses, I believe it was, actually, it was this, in fact, this witness. This witness was passed after there was discussion of the search of the victim's car at Bilbig. And defense, we passed the witness after direct on the Bilbig, the victim's vehicle at Bilbig. And during cross-examination at that point, regarding the search of the car, the defense went in very heavy on the thoroughness of the search, almost bringing into question, and then brought up the fact that there was a firearm later found, insinuating that this witness who's currently on the stand did not do a thorough job in investigating that vehicle since he missed a firearm. The special agent with the ATF who found that firearm was going to testify this morning. However, on cross-examination, defense did question this specific witness who searched this house, the Ramona house, as to his thoroughness in that vehicle, and brought up, well, and you didn't find a firearm. You know now that a firearm was later found. And also in cross-examination of Justin O'Donnell, also his search of the vehicle, questioning his thoroughness of searching that vehicle, and that a firearm wasn't found, and what was he looking for. And I think the fact that they're bringing the credibility of the witnesses and their thoroughness to do their job and do it correctly is important for this jury to understand that there was a thorough search actually done. We haven't put in all of the photos from every witness, and I do want to make sure the record is clear. Once the court had us approach yesterday, we did not spend any more time on those issues that the court had brought up. Also, I think it's important for the court to know that Detective Barnes, even in an opening statement, I talked about Detective Barnes' interview will be played with the defendant from DPD headquarters. I called Justin O'Donnell, crime scene supervisor O'Donnell, out of order because he had a part of the investigation from the 11th, but he also did photograph the defendant on December 9th. And so instead of having to recall him just for those photos for judicial economy, for the court's time and the jury's time, I did want to get those photos in then, which then later Barnes will testify to that. I think it is, I think everybody here in this courtroom, if asked under oath, would agree that the individual depicted in November of 2020 or December of 2020, Kewan White, that was arrested, looks much different now than he did then. And I think those photos are important to us, proving up elements such as ID. And the reason that I put those in then was for efficiency and judicial economy and not to waste anybody's time. Additionally, Your Honor, we do believe that there will be a witness who's currently in federal custody that will testify on Monday. He is an individual who has gone to these houses, and he's going to speak about that house in particular, that it is a known location for them meaning him and other people associated with this case to hang out. It's kind of a known spot, but it is a trap house that they all kind of hang out at. It's a hangout. He calls it, when we interviewed him, Ms. Biggins interviewed him, he called it, it's the spot that we hang out at. But it is a known trap house, but that's where they hang out at. Additionally, Your Honor, there's going to be evidence that comes in today that comes in from the examiners that did the DVR to show the defendant at that house the night before the murder and returning after the murder with what appears to be the firearm used, as well as the vehicle used that comes from surveillance video. Further, Your Honor, prior to the defendant leaving and fleeing town to Mount Pleasant, he is at the Ramona house. He fills up a backpack with other co-defendants there at the spot that they all hang out at, and he leaves town. And when he is leaving town, he is then arrested in Mount Pleasant. And at that point, he has a large amount of currency as well as narcotics coming from that house, and provides a jail call that will be part of our evidence towards remuneration, a jail phone call, as well as the money that's on him. But that, when he leaves that known trap house, that's when he gets arrested out in Mount Pleasant. And so, Your Honor, again, this is a weird and unique trial since there's so many moving parts and pieces. And that we are going to get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And I do believe that once all of the evidence has been heard, the court will be satisfied with the presentation and the totality of the evidence that's been presented. And that if there is any left issues that need to be brought forward, I think those are things that can be addressed potentially with a limiting instruction. And so that would be our position, Your Honor.
May I respond very briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just to make sure that the record is complete. The concern that the defense has is that the jury has already heard that information. And it's not
Information about what, the narcotics?
Yes.
Okay.
And the narcotics don't have anything to do with the allegation of murder. This is not a drug murder. It doesn't have anything to do with it. And so to be able to talk about the DVR, the cell phones that were recovered at Ramona, or the evidence that you pulled off of those as it relates to Mr. White.
You just mentioned the backpack that the defendant had when he was arrested coming from Ramona with narcotics. I mean,
But what does that have to do with the allegation of murder? That may be something that's punishment worthy.
I understand, but these are things that the state intends to bring before this jury to lay whatever timeline or foundation that they need. I can't tell them how to present their case. So you've made your objection, okay? And anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is addressing me on this issue?
Well, that's what I know. That's what I tried to tell the court, that there's a part of this that Myra researched.
Okay, are you done with your?
We just had a couple more arguments.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
Your Honor, just to be clear, on July 10, 2026, at 10:30 a.m., along with Mr. Adams and about 7 other people, 2 federal people, and the defense attorney of Cedric Bradley indicated to the prosecutors that Kewan White did live at 3915 Ramona Street and during this time, and Jerry Johnson would let him stay there. And in lieu of not granting the motion, Your Honor, of mistrial, we ask for, in the alternative, that you strike all evidence and testimony related to the drugs.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, again, even if I think the important part here is that Jerry Johnson would let him stay there. That was Jerry Johnson's trap house. He is indicted for capital murder on this case as a co-conspirator. As a party co-conspirator, he is indicted for capital murder. That was his house, Your Honor. It was his trap house, and he would let people stay in his trap house, just like trap houses. They let people who work in the trap house stay there. That doesn't mean that's their residence.
I have the picture. I'm not asking both sides to lay out the entire case.
Sure.
That I haven't even heard of it. So I've heard the defendant's concerns. We consider that motion to suppress, as well as evidence that was brought forth yesterday, and I'm denying your motion from this call.
Your Honor, I also have something else to put on the record that's not in relation to this. It is my interest.
Well, I just wanted to we also asked in the alternative, if the court would strike that testimony about the drugs from the Ramona house. Because otherwise we have to address it. We have to keep going, because we can't leave that impression with the jury.
You can cross-examine, you can do what you need to do, but from what the state is saying, there's other testimony about drugs that will come forth later on, connecting the Ramona house with the defendant.
There is likely to be that testimony, but that doesn't go to the ultimate issue of guilt or not guilt.
Well, I don't know that. The state is telling me that they're going to connect the dots.
I think that,
So I've heard your argument, I will overrule you.
Yes, Your Honor, it's my understanding that at some point during this trial, the state plans to call someone from Mr. Keyone White's bonding company, the last name Alvarado. Mr. Keyone White was on bond for 2 offenses, which the state has put in their motion of extraneous that we asked for unlawful possession of a firearm and an unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. We believe that they're calling this witness to show 3 things: that he had a large sum of cash with him, he paid the monthly bond amount early, like 10 days early, and he paid $600. We're saying that this is highly prejudiced because Mr. White was not arrested for murder at that time. So to indicate or give any kind of information to the jury that he was on bond is very prejudicial. Mr. White had 2 pending charges that he was on bond for, which I just described to the court. And none of these cases are attributable facts to the murder case or the murder charge, which he now stands for. And unless the state can form some kind of connection to the money of the $600 that they're trying to say he paid by serial numbers from Marquise Conway's bank or something, we believe that that's highly prejudicial to put information before this jury that he was on bond for 2 additional cases, or even to put information before this jury that he was checking into a bonding company for a murder case that he wasn't even arrested for. So arrested for yet. So we're going to ask that her testimony, or whoever they plan to call from the bonding company, be excluded. And that's the oral motion to exclude the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Yes, Your Honor. During Detective Barnes' investigation, Keyone White had become a suspect, and
Did you say Cedric Barnes or Cedric Bradley?
Detective Barnes,
Okay.
Detective Barnes, when Keyone White became a suspect, he went to that bonding location to get information. That's how they were able to identify known addresses, known associates, phone numbers. And during that, he also found out that after the murder, he went to the bonding company, and there's surveillance video that shows him with a large amount of cash immediately after the murder. And the bonding records show that he had not been checking in and not making his payments. And then all of a sudden, that just happens to the day of the murder, go in with a large amount of cash and pay weeks in advance his bond amounts that he had not been up to speed and up to date paying. Your Honor, we believe that is, while I don't disagree that it could be prejudicial in nature, the probative value to prove that this individual is coming into money all of a sudden when he had previously not had it goes to show the fact that he is being paid for this capital murder, which is an essential element in this case that we must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And so it's not to talk about the charges that he had or the types of cases. It's to show that he all of a sudden had the financial ability. Not only did he have just the financial ability, he had a lot more money on him. And at the bond, the witness from the bond company will talk about how unordinary and unusual this was. And I think that all goes, and it's all circumstantial evidence and direct evidence to some extent, the money that he has on him, and all of a sudden coming into the financial position to pay to prove capital murder. And while I do agree that it could be probative or prejudicial, I believe the probative value substantially outweighs any prejudicial nature of this evidence.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, we're talking about $600 he paid the bonding company. Where the record is clear and where there's nothing more highly prejudicial, put in for against Mr. White, we're asking that it be excluded, because how can you say he was checking into a bonding company and he hadn't yet been arrested? So that gives a false impression to the jury, or lets the jury wonder what other crimes has he committed? And why is he checking into a bonding company? So, and that large sums of cash, they don't know what denominations, they don't know if it's counterfeit, they can't even tell you if it came from Marquise Conway or who the money came from. I believe, Your Honor,
When
that
you
this
say
is.
large amount of cash, you're talking about $600.
I'm talking about wads of cash like this in his pocket. Wads,
But they're saying,
rolls of cash in his pocket.
not rolls, Your Honor,
I-
they're saying that he was paid thousands of dollars
Okay.
for this
Well,
murder, and it's not thousands of dollars on that
It seems
video.
like that's part of the state's theory, but I am wondering if there's, the state can still present that fact of having a lot of cash without necessarily, saying that it was to pay a bond.
One
And they
proposal.
can, Your Honor, because the next day,
I'm sorry, I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry,
You know, he owed the bonding company. We don't have to say that it was a bonding company.
Correct, and that would be one proposal we'd have, Your Honor, is that I can, based on if the court orders me to do so, I could, number one, I can redact the records to remove anything regarding a bond and what company she works for. It can just be that a debt was owed to this company, whatever that debt was for, and then the fact that he had not been coming in and making his payments to this company that he owed a debt to, is what we would ask that be the remedy, and to fix any type of prejudicial nature of that evidence. And I'm happy to have the court review it after I redact it, to make sure the court is sufficiently happy with it not referencing bonds or on bond or cases.
Right, you show it to the defense and make sure the defense is okay with the redaction, and then you can present that to me if you have any disagreements. Otherwise, that would be the way to go.
Your Honor, they also plan on introducing a video of him at the bonding company and the other people at the bonding company that's in this video, starting out in cash. I think this is still.
So you show that it's a bonding company at the video?
I mean, we also run into the issue of jurors may recognize people on that video. I just think it's highly prejudicial, and there's no way to safeguard. Jurors-
People on the video?
Jurors, Your Honor, it is a bonding. No, but seriously, it is a bonding company, Your Honor. It serves the public. There are
could be
different
victims
people in there.
They could have recognized people on the highway that were out there at the highway as well. But, Your Honor,
So long as there's nothing in that video.
There are-
That it's a bonding company?
there is one angle, Your Honor, that shows the door.
What
So,
exactly are you trying to show on the video?
it,
You brought out a large.
and you can actually hear the conversation about how much money it is. I'll verify what the exact content of the conversation, that there's no bond talk or charge talk. But this angle we would only offer this angle of the video then, and the still shots from this angle of the video, where you don't see what type of company it is or what the nature of the debt is for. And I will also review the language that you hear of the conversation about how much he owes and how much he's paying. I will double check all that and then represent it to defense with redactions.
Okay. All right, anything else?
And then, Your Honor, we would ask for permission from the court to supplement the record with a case from the Court of Appeals that supports the argument that we made about our mistrial request. And it would just be Jackson v. State. It's the Court of Appeals, decided August 2010, 320 Southwest 3rd, 873. It was a published opinion, and so we would be asking the court for permission to supplement the record with.
And what does Jackson v. State say?
Jackson v. State says that during the course of a capital murder trial, there was an evidence of another crime that was presented to the jury. The jury heard that evidence. There was no connection between that crime and the charged crime. It was the same offense, but it was at different times. And so they were about a month apart. And so it didn't have a connection back to what that person was on trial for.
Okay, this was a different offense that they were charged with, and the state introduced that.
The state introduced it, during the
case in chief.
the case in chief, that's correct.
Thank you.
And the Court of Appeals reversed that as being prejudicial to the defendant.
All right, thank you.
But can I print it and put it into the record?
No, just do the citation. You don't have to submit that into the record. I mean, a paper copy. Okay, let's bring the jury.
So a lot revealed today, y'all. Lot revealed. They saying that the state is gonna try to use the money from the bonding company, which match serial numbers from Yellow Beezy. We got a federal witness coming in Monday. What else I got in here? They got video from the bond company that show a lot of people that was there. All right, so let's go down it real quick.
Were we done with Mr. Rosenberg?
No, he was on, they just passed it.
Okay, where is he?
Okay, right there.
They got an individual that would
Just
test.
so I'm clear,
Hold on.
we have, because the jury has heard that other information,
I want to tell y'all what everything that they said if I get time. She trying to ask for something else. It says All right, so a federal witness will testify Monday who was associated with the trap house. They want to, dang, we ain't got time. I tell y'all next break everything that was said right now. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. I'm gonna run it back down to y'all. First break, everything that just said. They just blew this case wide open for us. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of information right then. Shout out to the defense for trying to get a mistrial. Erica, this is about to be good, man.
Again, thank you so much for being on time. Really appreciate it. Yesterday, the state had finished their examination sheet of the detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Rosenberg, and passed him to the defense attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Rosenberg.
Good morning.
We meet again.
Yes, we do.
Okay. I wanted to kind of go back to, we had talked about the car, the Honda Accord that Melvin Noble was driving that day, right? That you introduced in, the state got pictures in for you?
No, ma'am. Oh, yeah, the first one, yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I got 3 different vehicles. I'm sorry.
All right. So, and you did the search on that car, right? The
Yes,
second
ma'am.
search, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you just kind of, and I know we kind of heard it before, but is there a process or a method that is used by every crime scene analyst or technician to search a car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that process?
You take photos of the vehicle first, and when you take photos, you then go under the seats and you go on seats, center console seats, try to pull stuff away from you, the items. Maybe something's loose, you can get something put underneath, like the cup holders. You can pull the cup holders out and see in there. But everybody has their own style to search.
Okay, but it's fair to say that you are filling on floors, you're looking through the cup holders, you're looking through like the what's in the middle
Center console,
compartment,
yes, ma'am.
the console. You are looking in the back seat, the trunk, everywhere, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you doing that?
Find something that detectives are looking for.
Okay, And at this point in time, you were sent back to look for ballistics and firearms, correct?
I believe just ballistics.
Okay, so ballistics are small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so we saw that there are a number of things in the car, as far as clothing, toys, things of that nature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you would have to move some things around to look for the ballistics, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so, because you were moving things around, you were able to fill in floors and everything, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so, and you're looking not only in the driver's seat, but you're looking in the passenger floorboard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're also looking in the back seat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you know, and during this time, you searched plenty of vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that people have different compartments in their vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not uncommon for people to find contraband or items in hidden compartments, right?
Correct.
And you did those searches and you found things like that, right?
I might have found them, I might not have, because if they're hidden, we don't know they're there.
Okay, that's fair. But you have done how many searches in November 2020 had you done at that point? Thousands?
I can tell you how many I've done. I'm not, it's a large number.
Okay, how long had you been a crime scene analyst?
In 2020. About 10 years.
10 years, and how many, and you've worked more than just murder cases as a crime scene analyst, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of cases have you worked?
Basically every case you can think of.
So you understand the importance of a thorough search, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, especially when you're looking for things that are small like ballistics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you go back out, you went out, I believe you said November 16th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And we indicated or talked to you and you said you couldn't remember what detective sent you out.
Correct.
But you had already, but at some point, someone said, hey, you need to go back out and search this car for the second time.
For ballistics in the door.
Ballistics in the door, okay. And I think you testified that ballistics can go through a door, enter a door, and fall within a compartment. There's different places that ballistics can land, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you know at the point in time that you were searching the car that the decedent Melvin Noble had got out of his car, out of the driver's seat, ran around to the passenger side, and was looking in the passenger side before he was being shot at?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if the detective saw the video of the offense from the Kroger truck before he sent you out there?
No, ma'am.
And just where we're clear, who owns the auto pound on Big?
City of Dallas.
And how many people work there?
I have no idea.
Okay. What is the process to get a key to look into somebody's car? Or are the cars unlocked?
It has changed since then.
What was the process then?
Back then, I believe they all had them filed in a filing cabinet.
Okay. And people who work there can access them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't know how many people work there, but do you go there often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the same people, or have you seen the same people from November 2020?
A lot of them are gone from then.
Okay. And you said you've been doing crime scene for 10 years as of November 2020, right? So I
Yes,
guess you
ma'am.
started somewhere in 2010. Prior to that, in that time frame, did you see a lot of changeover with the workforce that worked at the city?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you don't know who had access to his car or who didn't, right? You just,
Correct.
and you obtained a search warrant, but that doesn't mean people who have access to the city panel who work there, that doesn't mean they couldn't have entered the car, right?
Correct.
And on this particular day, you didn't find a firearm, right?
Correct.
And you searched for ballistics and you felt on the floors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the second analyst to go back out there and search Melvin Noble's car within 5 days, right?
I guess, I don't know.
Okay. But you do know you weren't the first, right?
I don't know if anybody else went in the car, in the vehicle.
All right. And as it relates to the pictures of the 3915 Ramona Street house, the house located at that location. When you arrived at that house, how many people were with you to search?
I was the only one that went out there from
Okay.
crime scene.
Were there any officers with you?
There's officers already there at the scene.
How many officers were there?
There were several.
And was there anyone there that lived at the house or frequented the house when you were there?
I don't believe anybody was there.
So you don't know how many people live in that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have access to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have keys to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know who owned the house in November 2020?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to tell this jury that all these guns belong to Keyone White, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to say all those drugs belong to Keyone White.
No,
right?
ma'am.
In fact, were any of those guns fingerprinted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were the drugs that you seized, were they fingerprinted, the bags?
No, ma'am.
So there's no way to attribute any of these guns, these drugs to Mr. Keyone White, right?
Correct.
And the state had you bring them today, or yesterday. And the state requested that you bring the guns and the drugs that are not attributable to Mr. Keyone White to court yesterday.
I did not bring them.
Okay, but they got them in, they admitted them through you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And being a crime scene analyst for 10 years in November 2020, there were large amounts of drugs in the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know how much, could you put a dollar amount on the drugs that was in that house?
No, ma'am.
But it is fair to say that it was a large amount.
Yes, ma'am.
And with large amount of drugs comes large amount of money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I pass the witness. Thank you for your time again.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor, just briefly. Detective Rosenberg, just based off of what you know or what you did, you have no idea whether those drugs are or not belong or are attributed to Keyone White. Is that correct?
Correct.
You don't know the entirety of the investigation. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You were just there just to photograph what was at the house at that time.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State calling this witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to call Special Agent Wright, but prior to his testimony, I would like to offer some evidence that comes through business records that have previously been on file and tendered to defense counsel significantly longer than 10 months ago, or 10 days ago. But I do want to put these in at this point. There's quite a bit, so can I go through them for the record and then? So the first is going to be State's Exhibit number 976, which is a business record filed October 15th of 2025. It is for cell phone records regarding two numbers in this case that will be testified to later on by the FBI, as well as Detective Barnes. State's Exhibit 975 is the affidavit and search warrant. Both 975 and 976 would be for record purposes only. 977 would be for all purposes, and that is the associated cell phone records for both of those numbers contained on this disk. Those are, for the record, those are T-Mobile tracking number 3509603. The next set is going to be for T-Mobile tracking number 3492915. The first exhibit is 972, which is an affidavit for a search warrant that would be for record purposes. It's the affidavit and search warrant, excuse me, for the records contained within this tracking number.
For which tracking number? Both tracking numbers?
This one's for 3492915. State's Exhibit 973 is the notice of intent to use these business records that was provided to the defense and e-filed on August 19th of 2025. And that's for two cell phone numbers as well. State's Exhibit number 974 is the disk related to that tracking number. We'd offer that for all purposes. The next is in regards to T-Mobile tracking number 2983899. State's Exhibit 990 is the affidavit and search warrant for that tracking number, or associated with that tracking number. State's Exhibit 991 is the notice of intent to use business records for that tracking number that was provided to the defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. 990 and 991 would be for record purposes only. Number 992 is the disk of those records, and that would be for all purposes. The next is in regard to tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 2974063. First exhibit is 978, which is a affidavit and search warrant for the records. That would be for record purposes. State's Exhibit number 979 is a notice of intent to use business records that was filed and provided to the defense on August 19th of 2025. That would be for record purposes as well. State's Exhibit number 980 is the actual records from that tracking number that's associated with 3 cell phone numbers. And that would be for all purposes. The next is going to be in regards to the tracking number T-Mobile 3507596. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit 987, which is a search warrant for the records associated with that tracking number. The next one is 988, which is the notice of intent to use those business records that was filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. Both 987 and 988 would be for all for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 989 is the records associated with that tracking number, and that would be for all purposes. The next is for tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 3492792. States Exhibit 969 is an affidavit and search warrant for the records related to that tracking number. States Exhibit 970 is a notice of intent to use business records for those records associated with that tracking number. That was e-filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025. States Exhibit 971 is the records contained on a disk. That would be for all purposes, and that's associated with that tracking number. The next is T-Mobile tracking number 3103887.
You say 310?
Yes, Your Honor. T-Mobile tracking number 3103887.
Get my likes to 300. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
This is the affidavit and search warrant. 967 is the notice of intent to use business records that was provided to defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. States Exhibit 968 is the records contained therein. We offer those for all purposes. The next is Verizon tracking number 203-14617. States Exhibit 993 is the search warrant. We'd offer that for record purposes. States Exhibit 994 is the notice of intent to use business records that was e-filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. That's States 994. 995 would be for all purposes. It is the disk containing all of the records from that associated tracking number. The next one is AT&T tracking number 3325747. The first one is an affidavit for a search warrant. That's States Exhibit 984. That would be for record purposes. The next exhibit is States Exhibit 985, notice of intent to use those records. That was e-filed and sent to defense on October 21st of 2025. It's 985. That would be for record. States Exhibit 986 would be for all purposes, and that's the records associated with that tracking number. The next is AT&T tracking number 3325677. First exhibit is States Exhibit 981, which is an affidavit and search warrant for the records. States Exhibit 982 is the notice of intent to use those business records, which was e-filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025, and that would be for record purposes. States Exhibit 983 would be for all purposes. That's the disk that contains all of the records associated with that search warrant and notice of intent that was provided to defense.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would just re-urge its motion that we filed for the metadata related to all of the digital evidence. We've not received any additional information from the state related to the metadata, so we would re-urge that. Based on that, Your Honor, we would object.
Thank you. All right, defendant's objection is overruled. Case exhibits 976, 975, 972, 973, 990, 991, 978, 979, 987, 988, 969, 970, 966, 967, 993, 994, 984, 985, 981, and 982 are admitted for record purposes. 6 exhibits 977, 974, 992, 980, 989, 971, 968, 995, 986, and 983 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Special Agent Wright. You ready? Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I believe this firearm was checked yesterday by the bailiffs and declared clear.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury? And can you please spell your name for the court reporter, first and last?
Yes, my name is Derek Wright. And the spelling for that is Derek, last name Wright, Wright. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long, and do you mind if I use ATF for short?
Please, yes.
All right. How long have you been employed? Actually, I know you've been employed with other law enforcement agencies. Would you mind just telling this jury just a little bit about your total employment in law enforcement?
Yes, so in 2006, I became a police officer with the city of Albuquerque in New Mexico. I was a police officer there for a little over 10 years. I was a patrol officer, a field training officer, a gang detective, and then I worked as a task force officer with the ATF. The last 4 years I was there. In 2016, I became a special agent with ATF and was reassigned back to Albuquerque field office. I worked there until 2022, which is when I moved to Texas and began working here. Part of the duties I took while in New Mexico still was I became a special agent canine handler, which is a separate designation within the ATF. And while I was doing that in New Mexico, I continued to do that here in Texas until last year, beginning of 2025.
And at the beginning of 2025, what did you start doing?
I became a group supervisor for one of the criminal enforcement groups here in DFW.
And so you're no longer a canine handler?
That's correct, I am not.
So as far as your involvement in this case, what was your role as far as getting involved, or how did you get notified about this case?
So I was working with another canine handler at the time, and we received a request to head to the Dallas PD impound lot, or pound lot they call it, and to conduct a search on a vehicle that was in the lot.
And do you remember the date of that search?
If I can look at my report, October, I'm sorry.
You can refresh, if it helps refresh your recollection, just please don't read from it.
October 18th, 2023.
And before we go into all that, can you just explain to this jury a little bit about the process of, one, you becoming a canine handler with the ATF, and then also the process of the training that goes into the canine and how that works as well?
Okay, so the process to become a canine handler with ATF is you're initially interviewed by the personnel that are in the National Canine Division, which sits in Front Royal, Virginia, and that's where the training is conducted. When you complete the the interview, they'll let you know if you were selected, and then you get a class date. You head to Front Royal, Virginia, where you attend a 12-week course. It's a living academy. It's 7 days a week with the canine. The first week is spent classroom introduction to explosives and handling of explosives and transportation. Then you have some interaction with the dogs that they have pre-selected in the program. And on the weekend of the first week, you receive this canine. That canine then lives with you in the hotel every day since then or after that. And you begin just basic trainings with the dog. You're learning the dog is learning you. You're learning how to, very simple things at the very beginning of how to hold a leash and how to present an area for the dog to search, how to walk with the dog, and some, and with some of the tasks you do. The training continues for those 12 weeks where you will conduct searches of open areas, buildings being, schools, classrooms, movie theaters. You'll do all types of different buildings. You'll go on to do vehicle searches at multiple different locations. You spend a lot of time going to this large lot, place called Odessa. You'll do searches on the location where the training is held at. They have separate vehicle pads there. You'll do.
And I want to stop right there just for a second, because I'm sure we've all seen movies where there's like cadaver dogs or a dog that sniffs to go find, the kid that's been kidnapped. Are there different types of dogs, or is there different types of training for different types of dogs?
Yes, there's different types of detection canines and police working dogs. My dog, her name was Chewbacca. She is specifically an explosives detection canine. She does not do any dual purpose work. All she does is explosives. She's not going to do narcotics, cadavers. There's no apprehension. She's a Labrador retriever, just explosives.
And so, like, during this time that you're doing the field searches, the open lots, the movie theaters, first of all, how old, and it's Chewbacca, Chewbarka, is that correct?
That's correct.
Like Chewbacca?
Bark, yes.
Did you name her?
I did not.
Okay. At what age does a canine typically come to a handler?
Generally, it'll be about a year, just a little bit over a year. Chewy was I call her Chewy, Chewbacca. She was a little older because this was during COVID. So she had extra time before we could all get down to the class to take the training.
And so when you start to take the training, how was Chewbacca or Chewy, how was she trained because her official title, she's retired now, correct?
Correct.
And they said was, but she's still alive and
She's
well.
still alive, yes.
Thank you for bringing her last time we were here, but her official title is Explosive Detection Canine, Search Enhanced Evidence Canine.
Correct.
How does she get that designation?
So she's an explosive detection canine as she's imprinted on explosive odors, which is prior to my arrival at the training academy. And the search enhanced evidence canine is called SEEK, is where the dog has the additional training and capability where it will work off leash at a distance. And the handlers that are assigned these dogs are all ATF Special Agent Canine handlers, and the dogs will follow commands of whistles. The dog wears a collar that vibrates and beeps, and so you can give the dog different commands. If you want to send it to the right, you'll give a hand signal, send it to the left, back and forth, and tone it if it needs to stop.
And as it relates to explosives, but I know generally we hear the word explosive and we think bomb.
Yes.
But when we use the term explosive, could that also mean firearms?
Yes, so explosives are inherent in firearms, as the cartridge case within the firearm has a propellant powder, smokeless powder, or black powder if it was a black powder firearm. And when the primer strikes, it sets off an explosives within that firearm, and it shoots a projectile out the front of the firearm.
And when, and if I wasn't paying attention to the exact date, I apologize. When, I know it was during the pandemic, when did you and Chewbacca start working together?
So June of 2020, and then we left the academy September 2020, and then we went in service in New Mexico.
And then at the time of this murder case, you were not involved in November of 2020. You weren't even in Texas. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But you do keep your dog after you promote and she retires.
Yes, correct.
I know a lot of people wanted to know when I met with you. You kept the dog.
Yep, she's at home on the couch.
All right. So you were an officer in Arizona prior to this.
New Mexico,
Sorry, Reno. Right?
Where?
Reno?
Albuquerque.
It's been a long week. Sorry. But you worked alongside the ATF. You did gang disruption. You did a lot of different things. Have there ever been occasions prior to you becoming a canine handler that you were involved in searching a vehicle or a place and might not have found something that was later found with the use of a canine?
We didn't have explosive detection canines that looked for firearms in Albuquerque.
Sure.
So I didn't personally have that.
And since you come to Dallas Fort Worth and working here, have there been occasions where a search that was done by law enforcement prior to your search had maybe that resulted in, not finding anything, but then Chewbacca or ATF, or especially Kasi, who used to be working with you,
Yep.
That y'all come in with your canine and then find evidence?
Yes, that's happened.
And so in October 18th of 2023, you were asked to search a vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who brought you that request?
Detective Task Force Officer Barnes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Permission to move about freely throughout. Special Agent Group Supervisor. Right.
Yes.
I'm showing it's 957. Is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, sir.
That you provided for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer State's Exhibit 957, previously tendered to the defense counsel for all purposes.
No objection, John.
Special Agent Group Supervisor writes curriculum vitae. Yes, sir. And I'd ask that the court designate him as an expert canine handler as well as EDC/SEEK Chewbacca for the purposes of this testimony. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm now showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 824, 825, 826, 827, 828. 829 and 830. Will you please take a look at that?
Yes, sir.
The things that are about to be shown are for news reporting, as well as educational, in documentary type form to let the viewers know what was found inside of Mo 3's car, guys. Just so y'all know.
Yes, sir.
And I'm also showing it's been marked as State's 848. Is this a bag that was used to transport what I'm holding marked as State's Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize State's Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit 831?
It's a Glock 19 pistol, semi-automatic pistol, chambered in 9mm.
Statement offer, State's Exhibit 848 for record purposes, 831 for all purposes, and 824 through eight 824 through 830 for all purposes.
All right, let me get this straight, Mr. Adams.
Yes, Your Honor.
841 is the bag, and contains 831.
848,
848
yes, Your Honor.
contains 831.
Yes, Your Honor, it's outside the bag right now.
Okay. And, okay, 848 is generated for record purposes, and 841 for all purposes. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's up, gas man? Shout out to all the love too. Shout out to everybody that sent the super chat, a super sticker,
No objection. Your Honor.
or a gift.
No objection to 831. I believe that there was, also the bag,
48, the bag.
the bag 848. 831 is a firearm. And then, no objection to any of the photographs.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
All right, Six Exhibits
Thank you.
824 through 830 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission, public comment.
Yes, your name. 848 is admitted for record purposes, and 831 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, special agent right, 831 here, is a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember the location that you went to perform this search?
The Dallas PD impound lot, vibing road.
Really? Is that right? VILVIG?
Yes.
And again, who was it, whose request was that?
Detective Barnes.
Okay, and he's a task force officer with the ATF?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 824, what do we see here?
That's the rear of the vehicle that the search was conducted on.
What are the purposes of the photo? You're not like a crime scene analyst, right? Or crime scene tech or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Does the ATF have people that do crime scene?
No.
If y'all have a crime scene to process, who typically would process it?
Ourselves.
Okay. As far as photographs, what is the purpose of these photographs?
To memorialize where I was at and what I was doing, just to document that I was there.
825, we see another photo, is that correct?
Yes,
Of that same vehicle?
yes.
Now, did you have, as you were requested, what was the nature of the request for the search?
It was in reference to a homicide investigation.
Okay, and were you looking, what specifically were you searching for?
We looked for firearms and firearms-related evidence, cartridge cases, projectiles, things of that nature.
And did you have any knowledge of where anything may or may not be inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 826, what do we have here?
That's Chewbacca in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And
Get the lights up. Hit the like button, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Walk me through, you get to this vehicle, explain to this jury, because they probably never heard it from an actual canine candy blower with the ATF. You get to this vehicle with Chewbacca, what do y'all do?
So we'll arrive at the scene. The detectives will let us know what they want done. We will, in a vehicle search, you'll start from the exterior of the vehicles and you work to the interior of the vehicle in a busy and cramped lot, like on the previous photo where the other car was right next to it. You're not going to go in between it. And so I had Chewbacca on a leash on this one, and we started and we'll work in a counterclockwise around the vehicle, working counterclockwise, and then we'll go into the vehicle, door open on the front passenger side. Went into the vehicle, Chewbacca enters. She has a change of behavior, which is a common term, like, so the dog will be in some sort of an odor, novel odor. Something's got its attention, but she can't finalize, give an indication that she found something. But we saw a change of behavior. Both myself and the other canine handler couldn't see anything that would have caused her to have this change of behaviors. Pulled her out, put her back in. She goes underneath the dash on the passenger footwell, and then she turns around and sits, which is her indication that she has a positive alert or is in the odor of she found an explosive material. And at this point, she is a food reward dog. That's when I would pay her. I would give her food so she can eat. She exits the vehicle. Special Agent Canine Handler Kasi, who's now retired, reaches into the vehicle. He's looking around, and locates underneath the dashboard and where the carpet comes together. Yes, this photo.
And this is 827.
Special Agent Kasi pulls it down and he sees that portion of a firearm, the top side where the handle is. And then he notifies Detective Barnes, who comes over and calls a crime scene technician, and it's collected from there.
Can you describe the difficulty in actually getting to this firearm?
I would describe it as inconvenient.
Most definitely for
to
educational purposes, guys. It's showing the placement of the weapon inside of the car in a courtroom setting, guys.
Well secreted. And just looking inside the vehicle, you didn't see it, correct?
No.
And in fact, you saw a change in behavior, which is a clue to you that Chewbacca has something is going on, but she has not identified positively where it's at.
Correct.
Did it take her a minute or so? I say a minute, but did it take her some time to even, once she started to show signs, a change in behavior, how long did it then take her to sit to show that she had a positive identification?
Not long.
Okay.
I couldn't give you a rough timeline. Less than a couple minutes to pull her out, put her back in. She's underneath there. She's adamant. It's right here.
But she went in twice. It wasn't one search. Oh, here it is.
Yep. She went in, had the change of behavior. She's cramped in this tight area of the front seat of the vehicle. So maybe we need to reposition her. And then when we pull her out, put her right back in, and then it's underneath and then down.
829. What do we have here?
That's a firearm magazine and the cartridges from the magazine and the chamber.
There was one in the chamber.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 830. Is that just the serial number there?
Yes, off the slide.
Okay. I'll pass witness, Your Honor.
You just didn't have time, y'all, but it was most definitely there.
I'm sorry. And what is I want to make sure I get it right, your title.
Special Agent.
Special Agent, right. Okay. Did you review any evidence before you went out there to the city pound?
No.
You didn't review any evidence? Okay, and what prompted you to go out to the city pound?
Just a call from Detective Barnes.
All right. And as of, you went out on October 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know that the car had been sitting or in the city pound since November 11th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree with me that's almost 3 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know that there wasn't a search performed on the car on November 11th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that there was actually 2 searches performed on the car on November 11th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know that there was a second search, or a third search, should we say, performed on the car on November 16th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so we're told or instructed to go out to the city pound on October 18th, 2023 with your dog, Chihuahua, right?
Right.
Okay. And when you go out there, can you tell us, it was sitting not inside, but it was outside in the parking lot?
Yes, wide open area.
Did you have to get a key to get in?
Ooh. I don't remember.
Okay. What, did anyone come out there with you from the city out of town to get you inside the car?
I don't remember. I know Detective Barnes was there, myself and retired Agent Kasi.
Okay. So you don't remember if the door was open or not, right?
Not when we first arrived, no, I do not.
Okay. And then when I say the door, I'm saying you don't know if any of the doors were open to the car, or if the car was unlocked, do you? You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't know during these 3 years that the car sat at the city pound who had access to that car, do you?
No.
And you don't know if anything was removed from that car, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know if anything was placed in that car, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know how many people worked at the city pound, do you, during that time? During
No.
those 3 years, do you?
No, I do not.
And when you go out to the car and you're searching around the car, you said you initially did an outside search of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're out there strictly to look for ballistics or firearms at that time, firearms?
Yes,
Okay, because your dog is an explosive dog, right?
correct.
All right, so you're not out there to look for money or anything like that, it's just strictly to find a firearm?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And when you go out there, you do an outside search initially, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When you finally enter the car, do you yourself or your person, your companion that was with you, not the dog, but the other person,
Yes.
do you go inside and search with your hands? Do y'all do an inside search with your hands?
Not before the dog. I mean, we'll look in the vehicle, check for hazards, as far as like broken glass, things like that. Not physically, just a visual search, then put the dog in.
But you're not touching and feeling anything, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's all about, I just want to make sure my dog is safe before he goes in there to search and sniff around, right?
Correct. Yes.
And as soon as the dog gets in there, you said it was a short time before a gun is discovered.
Yes.
Okay. You wanna- The pictures. May I approach the court, recording?
Yes, you may.
Man, y'all, he just didn't have time to get to it. I most definitely believe it was in the car the whole time. Understand that they had to get the dog to find it.
Okay. And I'm showing you State Exhibit 826. All right, is it fair to say where the dog located, Chewbacca, located the gun was up in this area right here?
That's correct.
Is that fair to say? Okay.
What's up, Portiana?
And $827.
They found it hidden up under the dashboard on the passenger side.
827 is showing where the gun was actually located, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if the carpet was sealed off? Did you have to turn the carpet to get to it?
No.
It's most definitely for
Agent
documentary
Costi,
purposes
retired agent, is
and
the one who
educational
was in there,
purposes.
And he pulled the carpet down
Okay.
and he saw.
But it's not like you had to use any scissors or to open the carpet up, right?
Correct.
You didn't have to use the box cutter or anything like that. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. Nothing.
All right. What he was able to do is go in there with his bare hands and pull the carpet down, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna approach again.
You may.
And if you can step down
Yes, ma'am.
and report to me which gun was it that was found?
831.
831, okay. And so you agree with me that this is kind of bulky, right? It's not like a piece of paper that is flat, right?
Correct.
And when someone is perhaps feeling on the carpet, you could feel this, correct? The carpet wasn't so padded that you couldn't feel a bump.
Someone
Okay,
may be able to.
okay. Because it's not like the gun doesn't have some kind of mass to it where it's bulky, where you can't, where it's not gonna show some kind of indentation in the carpet. Is that right?
Potentially.
Okay, because it wasn't like it was like a cutout underneath. You didn't find any like compartment or hidden compartment underneath literally the gun was just hidden underneath the carpet. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, y'all. We slacking on the likes. Let's get the likes up.
The gun was placed there after the fact. You can't say that.
I could not know.
Thank you, Flip Mode.
No other questions, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
all right, latest witness be released.
No objection from the state.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Stephanie.
So Mo 3 did have a strap. It was under the passenger side dashboard, which hints to why. And they will, it makes perfect sense to why he walked around the car to the passenger side. Thank you for the gifts, Flip Mode. He ain't have enough time. It would have took too long to get to the weapon. Salute my hair, good content, homie. What's up, Mad Max? Thank you. Bree is trying to say they put it there later. It was already there. As we seen Mo 3 walk around that car. It's not rocket science. He went around that car to the passenger side because that's where the F and N was, guys. Period.
Spell your name for the record.
My name is Philip Duong, PhilipDuong.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic firearms and tool mark examiner for the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory.
And can you please let the jury know about your training and education to become a firearms and tool mark examiner?
I have a Bachelor's of Science with a focus in chemistry from Texas Wesleyan University. Our training program is in-house. It's approximately a 1.5 to 2 year training program. And during that training program, I've read books and articles pertaining to the science. I've looked at thousands of comparisons of cartridge cases and projectiles underneath a comparison microscope. I learned about different types of firearms, how they operate. I also attended armor's course where I learned how to take apart specific firearms, put them back together, and learn what each component of that firearm does. Been trained in serial number restoration, tool mark examination, and throughout the entire process, I was tested along the way. At the end of my training program, I was given a mock case followed by a mock trial. And at the completion of that, I was on supervised casework where I had to complete roughly 22 cases under supervision. And then I was signed off for independent casework.
How long have you been employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety?
It'll be 11 years this November.
And have you ever testified before as an expert for firearms and tool mark examinations?
I have, yes.
Has that been on a few occasions or one?
Today would be my 40th opportunity.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to designate Mr. Duong as a firearms and tool mark examiner expert.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The court will designate, did you say doctor?
Mr. Duong.
Mr. Duong as a forensic firearms and tool mark examiner.
Now,
As an expert in that field.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you about the Texas Department of Public Safety. Is that an accredited lab?
It is accredited, yes.
What exactly does that mean?
So we're accredited through Texas Forensic Science Commission, along with American National Standards Institute, National Accreditation Board. And accreditation is when a laboratory is competent and qualified to perform the work based on meeting a set of standards.
And how do you receive items to?
I-713.
So an agency would coordinate with our evidence team, and submit the evidence. And once the laboratory gains that evidence, I would coordinate with the evidence team to obtain the evidence to maintain proper chain of custody to perform my analysis.
And are you given a specific number to know what type of evidence goes with what particular case?
Yes, we are given a case number.
And that goes with, say if even an officer comes in and drops off more evidence to be tested, will that evidence go with that particular case number, or will it be given a new case number?
If additional evidence was submitted, it would go with the original case number.
And once you receive that evidence, typically what do you do first?
So once we receive the evidence, I typically go through a packaging worksheet. It's in a sense a inventory of what we received and how we received it.
And can you please describe to the jury just the basics behind ballistic comparison?
Yeah, so firearms analysis, we specifically look at fired evidence, whether that be a fired bullet, fired cartridge case. More specifically, we're looking at the surface areas of these items, bullets or cartridge case, as they come into contact with the firearm. During that process, the firearm imparts these random imperfection and pattern areas on the surface of these bullets and cartridge cases that we can then use for microscopic comparison and to formulate an opinion.
I'm hearing you talk about bullets and cartridge cases. Do you have maybe a demonstrative that could help aid the jury in understanding the different type or different parts of a bullet?
I do, yes.
Can you please bring that out so that we can talk about the different parts?
Absolutely.
So what are we seeing here?
So everything together, this is an unfired cartridge, unfired ammunition component. It's comprised of 4 parts. There's a primer, a cartridge case, a projectile, and inside of that, there's going to be propellants, these powders, gunpowders.
Okay. And can you please explain to the jury how you conduct comparisons?
Yeah, like I mentioned, we're looking at the surface areas of these bullets in these cartridge cases. We're using a comparison microscope that has 2 separate stages that allow us to view 2 items at the same time. And with that, we are looking at these characteristics on these cartridge cases and projectiles to see if they're either in agreement or disagreement with one another to formulate an opinion.
You talked about characteristics. Can you please explain what a class characteristic is?
Class characteristics are measurable features that indicate a restricted group source. These are determined prior to the manufacturing process. So they include caliber, direction of twists, the number of lands and grooves, the shape of the firing impression. These are examples of what class characteristics are.
Can you please explain what an individual characteristic is?
Individual characteristics are marks produced during the manufacturing process. These are random in nature. They can be, like I mentioned, produced during the manufacturing process or through use, corrosion, or damage of the tool surface. And they are very specific to individual tool.
Now, when you and I met, you kind of gave me a really good real world example of how to explain individual and class characteristics. Do you remember that example?
Yes, I do have an analogy.
Do you think that would help in aiding the jury in understanding what class and individual characteristics are?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about that example?
So my analogy, I like to reference vehicles. I drive a white Toyota 4Runner. It is a SUV. So the analogy is if I was to park in a crowded parking lot going to inside a grocery store. When I walk out, I forgot where I parked. So I'm going to scan the entire parking lot looking for a white vehicle. So white is a class characteristic that exists throughout multiple manufacturers, if not tens, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. Then I'm going to start focusing on an SUV. That's another class characteristic. And I'm going to continue to dwindle it down so that now there's only 4 white 4Runners in that parking lot that I'm observing. From there, I start looking at those things on the door, the nicks in the windshield, certain areas that's very unique to that specific vehicle. And that's where it's geared towards individual.
Now, after you conduct testing, do you ever consult with other scientists at DPS at the laboratory?
So for every one of our cases, they go through 100% verification. And what that means is another examiner, another competent examiner, would reanalyze my work to see if they would come to the same conclusion as I did. And at the completion of a verification analysis, they're going to write verification on my notes to state that they agree with my opinion.
And are all findings at DPS laboratory peer reviewed
For firearms.
for
Yes.
firearms? And at the end of your analysis, how are you memorializing your findings?
So at the end, we're going to issue a report that is then sent to the local DA's office along with the submitting agency.
And were you asked to do an examination for this particular case that we're here for today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 962. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
And what is this?
This is a statement, my statement of qualification. It's in a sense my CV.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856A. I believe this will be your original report that you conducted in this case. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. There were some modifications that both the state and the defense agreed to. Do you recognize that report with the modifications?
I do, yes. It's a copy of my report with modifications.
And do you think that this report will help aid the jury in understanding the type of examinations that you did with the evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 856 and 962 for all purposes, and 856A for record purposes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State's Exhibit 962 and 856 are admitted for all purposes. State's Exhibit 856A is admitted for record purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. Is this a copy of your modified report?
Yes, this is the modified version.
And we see that it's here, Texas Department of Public Safety at the top, and where your lab is located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Laboratory number, case number, this is that unique and specific case number that is assigned to each case that you're working on. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that is GAR 250610527. Is that right?
Correct.
And the date that you issued your report?
Correct.
Now, can you please explain to the jury, you said submission information, the information that you received here on this report?
Correct. So we were submitted various envelopes, rifle and pistol boxes by an Eric Barnes in person.
And the request that was done was for you to perform a firearms and or tool mark examination on that evidence?
That's correct.
Moving on to the report, what do we see here?
So with each of those packages up top, I went ahead and opened each one and itemized all the internal evidence.
And do you, that unique case number that we see here, do you also mark that with the evidence that you received?
Yes, so I marked the packaging along with, if it's able to, I'll mark the evidence as well.
And why do you do that?
Just to ensure that this is in fact the evidence that I examined in this case. For example, I worked this case a year ago. So when testimony, I can recognize it for the court.
Information to approach, Your Honor?
You may,
Will information move freely?
yes.
Okay, so the first thing that we see is that in item 301, it is a 7.62-39 caliber Romanian model rifle. Can you explain what type of firearm that would be?
It's just a rifle that's capable of chambering and firing 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 508. Do you recognize that serial number on there?
Just for the record, this firearm is cleared.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yes, I do.
And does that firearm at State's Exhibit 508 correlate to, in your report, 0301?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 509. Do you recognize this as, for your report, 04-01?
I do, yes.
And can you please explain what type of firearm this is?
It's another rifle that is capable of chambering and firing a 7.62 by 39 cartridge.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this as being in from your report as 0501?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you, when you receive evidence, you make your own marking in order to identify which evidence would go for your report. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
Now, there's additional markings on here, maybe from the agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So typically what the agency may mark as evidence, you mark it as something different.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1136. What type of firearm is this?
This,
Did you say 1136?
Yes, Your Honor.
this is a 9mm Luger caliber Glock pistol. And this is a pistol that I did analyze in this case as well.
And is this caliber different than any of the other calibers that we've seen so far?
Yes, it is.
And in 0501, which would be State's Exhibit 510, what type of caliber is that?
That was a 5.56 by 45mm caliber rifle.
And what's the 1136 referenced as in his report?
It is referenced as 0601.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 841. Do you recognize this firearm as being 0701 for your report?
I do, yes.
And what type of caliber would go with this particular firearm?
This is a 5.56 by 45mm caliber.
And what type of firearm is this?
It's a rifle.
So safe to say, not State's Exhibit 831, but these were the firearms that are listed in your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
receive the evidence, what's the first thing that you would do?
It varies from case to case. Sometimes I jump straight into analyzing the fired evidence, and other times I'll start with the firearms that were submitted. So in this case, with all the firearms, I'll go ahead and document everything on what we call a firearms worksheet. We indicate the make, the model, the serial number, certain safeties, trigger pull, magazine capacity. And once we ensure that that firearm is in fact safe to fire, we'll go ahead and generate 3 test fires inside of our range. From there, we'll obtain the known test bullets and test cartridge cases that we generated. And we're gonna look at those test fires underneath the comparison microscope. Like I mentioned earlier, we're analyzing those class characteristics along with those individual characteristics to see how reproducible they are and if they are able to be identified to one another.
Oh, then what do you do next?
So once I go ahead and generate all my test fires with all my firearms, I'll go ahead and compare the submitted fired cartridge cases and projectiles from the scene to those known test fires that I generated and formulate an opinion.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I was, yes.
And you were, being submitted for different cartridge cases, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember roughly how many there were?
If my count is accurate, I examined 44 cartridge cases.
And those cartridge cases, they were submitted to you. Do you also label, using your own identifying on the evidence that you submit and examine?
I do, yes.
Do you put that on every single individual bag that you get?
Every individual bag, along with I scribe each individual evidence as well.
And were you able to do comparisons for those cartridge cases that you received?
Yes.
And did you document your findings in the report?
I did, yes.
So moving through your report, you see here, you were talking about that you do that, testing to check the gun to see, the firearm to make sure that it is operable, is that correct? Okay. And so item 0301, was that functional?
It was operational. There was a malfunction that occurred during testing.
And moving on to the next firearm of 0302.
The 0302 is actually a magazine that was used during testing with 0301 rifle.
And then in the 0401, were you able to determine if that firearm was functional?
Yeah, so with the remaining firearms that I tested, they were all functional. There was no malfunctions detected during testing.
Now, at this point, were you able to?
I apologize, I misspoke. The pistol that I did analyze, it was operational, but a malfunction was detected. The remaining firearms were functional.
Moving for your findings, you see 0801, 0823, 0827AA, and so on. Can you please explain to the jury what this finding means?
So those are actually, in fact, related to the submitted bullets.
Okay.
Did you want me to talk about the opinion regarding those bullets?
Yes, please.
Okay,
And there's a screen right next to you.
I appreciate it. So in my opinion, the items 0801, 0823, 0827-AA, 0846, 0847, and 0902 through 0906, bullet jackets, bullet jacket fragments, and bullets were eliminated as having been fired from the item 0301 Romanian rifle, 0401 Arsenal rifle, and 0601 Glock pistol.
And so when you're doing your examination and comparison, do you first compare fire cartridge cases to each other?
Yes.
And then do you try to look to see if any of the firearms that are submitted, whether they are comparable to those firearms?
Like I mentioned earlier, I look at class characteristics. When I'm looking at those fired evidence cartridge cases, I'm making a mental note of what kind of class characteristics I'm looking at. Is it SUV? Is it a truck? Referring back to my analogy. And from there, I can look at all the test fires that were generated from the submitted firearms to determine if those class characteristics are in fact in agreement with one another before I go about my comparison.
And so for these, do you recognize the number on here that matches the report that we just spoke about?
I do, yes.
Okay. So just to help,
What were you showing the witness?
I was just about to get that, Your Honor. Okay, so State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308, as well as State's Exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Just so that the jury understands, were you able to do a comparison for these?
Yes, I
And it
was.
would help if you describe what you saw.
Okay,
So the jury can follow.
sure. State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308. These were all, was it bullet fragments?
They're all fired projectiles that I analyzed in this case.
And these were collected at the scene of the offense. Are you aware of that?
Yes, based on the submission form, it just said scene.
And State's Exhibits 38 through 42 had previously been admitted as the projectiles located from the autopsy. So with these projectiles and bullet jackets, were you able to make a comparison on whether they came from any of these firearms?
Based on those projectiles, I was able to eliminate it to 3 of the firearms based on the modified report. And 2 of the firearms, it was inconclusive.
And so the ones that you were able to eliminate was 0301, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would be State's Exhibits 508. You were also able to eliminate it from 0401, and that would be State's Exhibit 509, as well as 0601, which would have been the Glock pistol of 850. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then let's move along to the next conclusion that you had, which were the ones that we just spoke about, where you were saying that they could neither be identified nor eliminated from being fired from 2 particular firearms. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And can you explain why that's different from why you were able to eliminate one but not being able to identify or eliminate these firearms?
The class characteristics were similar. However, the individual characteristics were neither in agreement or disagreement for me to identify or eliminate. There just wasn't enough there.
And that was from 505-1 and 0701, is that correct?
That is correct.
And 501, that would be from State's Exhibit 510. And 701 would be from State's Exhibit 841. And can you please talk about their next findings?
So the next finding, the items 0801, 0827-AA, 0846, and 0902 through 0906 bullet jacket fragments, and bullets, in my opinion, were identified as having been fired from the same firearm. That is correct.
Okay, so these would be the same. State's Exhibits 259, 285, and 307. So the bullet fragments that were found at the scene, as well as State's Exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 that was taken from the autopsy. You believe that these are all fired from the same firearm?
That's correct.
Can you please talk about your next findings?
The next finding talked about fragments that were submitted and they were not suitable for forensic microscopic comparison purposes.
And why could that be?
Based on the bullet design, impact, there's various causes that the bullet would be unsuitable. The rifling marks, the characteristics weren't on the projectile. It could be a piece of fragment that separated.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 260 through 280. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes.
And does that correlate to your report of 0802 through 0822?
That's correct. These are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed.
These have all been previously admitted as those fired cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 282, 283, and 284. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, these are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed in this case.
And does that correlate to 0824 through 0826 from your report?
Yes, it does.
Again, these were the fired cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287 through 304. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do. Again, these are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed in this case.
And that would be, that this would correlate to your report of 0828 through 0845.
That's correct.
These are all cartridge cases that were collected at the scene. And then lastly, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 307 and 308. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, fired cartridge cases that I analyzed.
And that correlates with 0848 or 48 and as well as 0849. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to make a determination as far as these cartridge cases that were collected at the scene to the firearms that were submitted for testing?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted fired cartridge cases were eliminated as having been fired from any of the submitted firearms.
Were you able to make a comparison for the fired cartridge cases themselves?
Yes.
What was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted cartridge cases were identified as having been fired from the same unknown firearm capable of chambering and firing a 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge.
And that's what you document right here?
That is correct.
Is it common not to have a firearm that's been submitted come back to cartridge cases that have been submitted?
I would just object to the speculation of that.
Oh,
Can you ask that one more time?
Sure. There are several times where fire cartridge cases are submitted, but you don't have the firearm that those fire cartridge cases were fired from.
Yes, all the time.
And all 44 fire cartridge cases that were submitted, they were all fired from the same unknown firearm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Chair, may we approach?
yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our mid-morning break, 15 minutes, and be back at, let's start at 11:05.
All right. Hey, y'all. Listen. Hold on. Hold on. So I ain't gonna even cap to y'all. I am completely confused as of which weapon match. You know, what weapon? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the crime scene. But they did say one match from the autopsy as I had seen, but I'm still confused as if, you know what I'm saying, which one it is and all of that. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Okay, so I can't give you a breakdown because I'm not exactly sure myself. I was trying to follow along, but it most definitely got me as well. Maybe they'll clear it up a little bit later or something, or maybe somebody else understood what was going on, but I didn't. The only thing I know is I heard a bunch of weapons and bullet calibers and all of that, and I heard him say that one of the weapons matched. One of them said that it matched what I'm guessing from the autopsy thing. I heard a match, but I want to take y'all to when this first started. And Breeden them tried to get a mistrial. You know what I'm saying? They were going for a mistrial. They had the state reveal a lot of stuff to us. Can y'all hear me good? Let me know if y'all can hear me good. Yeah, we hear you good. Somebody let me know. And if y'all ain't hit my like button, please hit my like button. It's almost 800 people in here. We ain't even got 500 likes. Hit the like button, man. If you ain't hit that like button, hit the like button, man. I've been on here 9 and 10 hours each day, bringing y'all this coverage. The least y'all could do if you in my bushes is hit that like button, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Waking up early, you know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. But I want to draw y'all attention to what they said at the very beginning of this, y'all. They when the defense tried to go for a mistrial at the beginning of the proceedings, right? They said that on Monday, a federal witness will testify who was all associated with the trap house. You know what I'm saying? On Brent, where they found the weapon up under the cushion of the couch. I told y'all they could play a major role, you know, and maybe one of those weapons that was recovered up under that couch may be a weapon that was used to unalive Mo 3, right? So a federal witness who is in federal custody right now will come and testify on Monday. That's one thing they revealed. They said that the DVR that Key1 was trying to suppress from the evidence on Brenton, you know, basically will show Key1 at the trap house. You know, the same trap house that the federal witness is coming to testify about. All right. Then we got, they said it was a large amount of money on Key1 when he was arrested while trying to flee when he got arrested in Mount Pleasant when he left. So he left the trap house and fled to Mount Pleasant. So he left Dallas, fled to Mount Pleasant to avoid, you know, being arrested, basically. You know what I'm saying? When he tried to flee. You know how some people go to Mexico and things of that nature? Key1 went to Mount Pleasant after he left the trap house, y'all. And they're going to prove this. All right. They also said, the state said it will take time, but they will show and prove all of this. Right? So then the defense says, which is what's her name? Bree says she feels the jurors already has a prejudgment about Key1's guilt. Prejudgment about Key1's guilt, July 10, 2026. Whatever that means. Just something in my notes. All right. So then they said that Cedric Bradley says that Key1 did live at the trap house and Jerry would let Key1 stay there. So remember, Key1 was trying to say that ain't his house, you know, so therefore all of the evidence found there should be suppressed. But they basically saying, I guess it was the state said that Cedric will basically testify that Key1 did live at that trap house. And basically Jerry will basically testify, or they got documents or recordings or whatever of Jerry saying that he would let Key1 stay there. It was Jerry Johnson's trap house. He was the basically the owner of the crib, the trap. All right. The defense wants to take out any mentions of narcotics within the testimonies. They don't want nobody to say, when they talk about Brenton, the defense doesn't want them to testify about narcotics. All right, it says that the bond company people, y'all, now this is a big one right here. This is the big one right here. That bond, the AAA Bells bonds that we talked about a long time ago, they're going to testify that Key1 had a large amount of money on him, that the serial numbers match Yellow Beezy's money. Once again, they're going to testify that Key1 had a large amount of money on him when he came into the Bells bondsman or whatever, and that Key1 had, the serial numbers matched the numbers from the money that Yellow Beezy withdrew from the bank, guys. Great information right there. They gave, due to them trying to do that, they gave us some inside information. They also said that the bond company has video that shows Key1 and other co-defendants on the footage, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like they said that they felt like it'll be prejudicial because it will be showing other individuals that's basically involved in this case on that footage. So it could be Yellow Beezy in there with him. It could be well, I doubt if it's Yellow Beezy, but they said something about them talking about the amount of money. You know, it was a lot going on. I highlighted it within this live. I was typing it in the chat. she wanted that out too. Yeah, she doesn't want the video of the individuals that were inside of there. You know what I'm saying? Inside of the Bell's Buzzman. She doesn't want that to come to the light. So I think the state said that they will show an angle that does not show the other individuals that was in there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's a lot going on. We got an inside look early, as to the kind of evidence that the state has against Keyone, man. It's crazy, y'all. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. What's up, Sly for 3? Talk to me. I know you
Bree
was
don't want that video admitted because it shows conspiracy. It shows that he do know all the players involved, for one. Then they said that they found the murder weapon, but they don't know what kind of weapon it is. Man, them boys
big thing.
done.
A big thing too. That's a great talking point. Is that they found Mo 3's weapon. They
Yeah, they
found it on
found the
the
gun.
passengers. They found it on the passenger side. Basically up under the carpet. If you ever been in cars, the carpet goes all the way up, basically to the dashboard. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it was behind the carpet, behind the dashboard. If that makes sense to y'all. And the dog was the only way that they found it. It took 3 years for them to find Mo 3 strap. The defense is basically trying to say that the evidence was tampered with. Basically maybe Barnes or somebody else came and put that strap up under there. But I
But
disagree with the defense on that because it was clear as day. Mo 3 hopped out that car on that freeway and went from the driver's side to the passenger side and started looking for something.
and he
That
could have
means it was
ran. He
there
could
in
have
my
ran.
eyes. Yeah, real
Yeah.
talk.
He could have ran if when he hopped out the car. Instead, he went to the other side, which means that he knew that his strap was there. I don't believe that the police don't gain anything by putting a strap there. What do they gain?
Right. They don't get to me. They don't gain anything by putting a strap in Mo 3's car. I agree
Right.
with you on that. What's up,
But
Innocent
man,
Nebraska? Talk to me.
What up, man? Salute everybody. Salute, salute. Hey, man, I'm trying to figure out, bro. Y'all in that trap house. Why would y'all leave all them weapons up in that house, knowing the activity that's going on? Up in that house. So, man, these got to be the dumbest criminals that I ever seen, man. In 2026, bro.
one
Why,
of them
why
could have
would
been a
you?
storehouse. It
Yeah,
could,
true,
Yeah,
but
because they had to.
yeah,
you
they could
got,
have been
but you
storing
got
it.
multiple weapons up in there. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was gonna say too, man. Dang, man, Rainwater. I apologize, man. I'm the first one to say it, bro. I apologize. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. I apologize.
I
Rico,
apologized yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, Rico coming, bro. Rico is definitely coming. That's what they doing. They finna tie all these boys up for all type of stuff that's going on in that city, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly
Hey,
what they doing. And she don't want she want the prosecutor to solely focus on Keywan if he did it or not. But the prosecutor is building up the case. But the fact that they found those guns that was not fired. Okay, the bullet shells that they found didn't match the other guns, but they submitted the other guns. Them other guns were submitted for a reason. But it comes back to the DVR. If you in a trap house and you got a DVR, you are a fool.
Mm-hmm.
hold on, wait. So hold on, y'all. So wait, yeah, and I understand that, but it's kind of like what y'all say with a felon riding with a felon riding with a firearm. You know what I'm saying? You're danged if you do, and you're danged if you don't. Because the reason why they be having those cameras at the traps is so that they can see when the police coming for one, and two,
Yeah, and see
if somebody's trying to rob. So it's a double-edged sword.
But
But
see,
go
this the
continue.
thing, Maher. You can have cameras hooked up without the DVR. You can have
Right.
security, a person running security. You feel me? They
Yeah.
recorded all body language and movement throughout those trap houses. And that it ain't no telling how far those DVRs go back.
Right.
Facts.
right?
Man, them
And
niggas is fools, man. Them niggas is
yeah,
fools. Technology is your biggest enemy in today's world if you're a criminal.
No
right.
doubt. You know what's crazy too is that I'm sitting up here thinking about like they were saying about all that money and all that weight that they got up out of the house or whatever, this and that there. Y'all let y'all feelings and heart from the stuff that Mo B was saying, get y'all whole organization wiped up out of here, man.
Man,
Mo 3 done took down a whole organization
he took
just
down
on,
3 organizations.
yeah, just on
I want,
wax, man. Saying just
I
on
want
wax,
y'all.
rap.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
want y'all
saying.
to take note. I want y'all to take note of what he said off in that song after Jim. He said, "I'm gonna keep y'all dressing up in them suits." Yeah, so even after his passing, they still dressing up in them suits. They ain't at funeral. They not at a funeral. They in the
Yep, they do.
courthouse. You hear me?
They do have
Yeah,
a paid informant on this case too.
let's go.
No doubt.
You have a
Hey,
paid
what you think
informant on
about
this
saying?
case.
What y'all think about saying coming in now and testifying? It kind of makes me wonder, like, if the whole goal was just to throw everything on Key One anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That's what it looked like. And
But
he
you
just
gotta
a dumb.
remember they've been investigating them boys. You know what I'm saying? So it could have been a prior statement that said made, or it could be something like, remember they had their phones tapped.
Mm-hmm.
Can't forget that. They Cedric and Jerry was talking freely on them phones in the GRC Rico. So Detective Barnes was over the Rico. So it ain't no telling what they talked about on them phones. They go back to Madam O. Shout out to her for presenting that paperwork, and going all the way through it. Now, Bookman was the first ones to bring it, but she was the one that I seen that was breaking it all the way down when I went over there, to her channel. But their phone, Jerry and them's phone, were most definitely tapped, and they was doing a lot of talking on them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's where they got it from, but I'm just saying, they was talking freely on them phones. What's
Hey,
up,
my
Jed?
head.
Jed, I talked to you. What's up?
Shit, what's down with y'all, man?
What's up, brother?
What's up? What's
See,
up?
I see she's attacking chain of custody. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's creating reasonable doubt, and that's basically her so-called job. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, bro. Like I'm confused too about the firearms and all this, all the what guns match what. You know what I'm saying? Then it sounded like they were saying something about the handgun, and then it kind of went to 5.56. And I'm not sure if they got a 5.56 handgun. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get to look it up so far, but it's kind of confusing. But to have all those different people go in and they constantly searching one car all those different times, that's a chain of custody problem for the state. That's what I want to say right quick.
Hey, my head. Can I
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
For one, they reopened the Bubba and Roy Lee case. Keep that in mind. For two,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
they have a gun that's unknown that fires two different calibers. You feel me? So they have the murder weapon. He concluded that the bullet shells from the scene matches the unknown weapon. So they don't know what kind of gun it is, but the gun is chambered to fire two different rounds, just like an AR-15.
Let me ask y'all this. Let
You
me
can
ask you this. On the
hold on real
same,
quick, man.
could it have been a ghost gun?
Look, you can chamber an AR-15 to fire the 223 and 5.56.
Switching the barrels
Okay.
on it.
My question is this. Let me know. Let me know if it could have been a ghost gun.
Like a
Um,
like a like a 3D printed gun or something. I don't think they
Yes.
had all that.
Yes.
They did have ghost guns though that you could order and put together though.
yeah, you
I-
can make a ghost gun, but in my
because
opinion,
there was ghost guns all through the GRC RICO case. They had a lot of guns, and some of them was ghost guns. Look,
Okay.
it has started back, y'all. We back in the courtroom. We'll continue next break. Shout out to y'all
Okay.
for coming up. I'm sorry, but we back in there. We back in
Yes,
there.
sir.
Okay. It's all good,
All
brother.
right, all right. NASCAR, you gotta wait till the next break, man. You gotta wait till the next break. They back in the courtroom. We missing stuff. Hold on. Hey, where my thing at? Okay.
Please be seated. Go back to the record. The record will reflect and present the state present is seated. And before the break, the state has passed Philip Long. Is the defense for this conference?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning still, I think, sir. Is it appropriate to call you Mr. Duong?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions as it relates to the report that you generated.
Okay.
I think that one of the things that you mentioned in here are class characteristics. Is that right?
Not in the report, but yes,
There was part of your testimony.
correct, yes.
Was about class characteristics. And so class characteristics is like a general category, right?
It exists in multiple population, so throughout different manufacturers, different types of guns, yes.
So it's general.
Yes.
Okay. And you sort of used that analogy about losing your car in a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And you were using that because, for example, I think you said an SUV, right?
That's correct.
And SUVs are super common.
Correct.
That lots and lots and lots of people drive them, right? And that's sort of similar to the way that we deal with class characteristics. They're very common across manufacturers.
That's correct.
Okay. Like, for example, I think that what you testified to or what your report indicates is that the DPMS rifle, right, and the Smith & Wesson rifle have the same class characteristics.
Based on the projectiles, yes.
Okay, so again, just another kind of general, many different firearms have the same class characteristics.
Right.
Okay. And I think that many of the sort of cartridge casings, I guess is how you refer to them in your report, are 5.56 by 45. Is that right?
That's correct.
And 5.56 by 45 is one of the most common sort of sizes, or it's the most common type of bullet. Is that right?
I wouldn't say most common, but it is a common caliber for rifles.
And how many rifles, for example, could fire a 5.56 by 45?
I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
Multiple?
Numerous.
Okay. So it's not unique to any of the firearms that were here. So they fire them, other firearms fire them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the matching fire cartridge casings.
Okay.
I think that we can agree that tool mark comparison is somewhat subjective.
It is subjective, absolutely.
And so you sort of test fire things and you form an opinion that's based on whatever you can see and some of your sort of own internal analysis. Is that right?
Based on training and experience, yes.
And then you don't just make that decision by yourself. You then have a supervisor or whatever, somebody else that reviews your work. Is that right?
Another competent firearms examiner will then verify my work.
Okay, so, and you said that happened here.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, you as a competent firearms expert, right?
Yes,
And your colleague who reviewed your work,
that's correct.
also competent,
Yes,
okay, made the determination that whatever it is that you received to test didn't match this.
correct. Correct.
Okay, and so this is just here, but it doesn't match.
Which state is it?
This is gonna be a State's Exhibit 508. Okay, so, I mean, we have a firearm here, it's heavy, it's big, but it doesn't have anything to do with anything because it doesn't match any of the things you were asked to test.
Correct. All the fired evidence was eliminated to the firearm that you're holding.
Okay, and then again, in this State's Exhibit 509, right? And I know you have different numbers.
That's correct, yeah, I do.
Okay, let me see.
It's a red dot on the side of the firearm.
A red dot. Oh, nope, my eyes. I cannot see that, I'm sorry. Do you want to look at it and see if you can?
This is item 0401.
Okay, which is what?
It is a 7.62 by 39 rifle.
Okay, so this didn't match what you and your
Correct.
colleague determined. So this is just here. I mean, the state just brought this here, but it didn't match anything. Doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct. Everything was eliminated to that firearm.
Okay. And then this one is State's Exhibit 510.
0501.
Okay, because I'm, you have really good eyes. I'm getting old. Here you go.
Yes, it's 0501.
Okay, and what's this one?
That is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter rifle.
Okay, so 5.56 by 45. That's what we were talking about before.
Correct.
Okay, very, very common.
Yes.
Okay, and then none of the things that you tested match this.
All of the fired cartridge cases that were submitted was eliminated to this firearm. However, the suitable fired projectiles were inconclusive to this firearm.
Okay, but my question is the things that the FCCs that you were collecting or testing or whatever,
Yes,
that they don't go with this one.
correct. All the
Okay.
fired cartridge cases were eliminated.
Okay, so this, again, just here,
Correct.
like doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct.
Okay. And then obviously, I think you said that did you test this State's Exhibit 1136?
I did, yes. It's my item 0601.
Okay, and then obviously this is what?
It's a 9 millimeter caliber Glock pistol.
Okay, so this again.
Correct. Everything was eliminated to that pistol.
Okay, so these are really just here for show, it sounds like. Because they don't match anything.
It's the same.
Okay. Okay, so, I guess a better way of saying that is your testimony that you're giving us here today is that you and your competent colleague don't have any evidence to offer this jury about the fired cartridge casings and these firearms.
My opinion is that.
I'm so sorry, I just want to make sure that you're able to be responsive to the question that I'm asking. And if I didn't ask it in a good way, I'm happy to rephrase it. But my question to you is, you tested fired cartridge casings, right?
Correct.
Bullet fragments, right?
Correct.
Other pieces of bullets, is that right?
Other fragments and bullets, that's correct.
Okay, and your determination is that all of the firearms that the state is bringing up here, they don't match what you found, what you tested.
I was unable to link it to any of the firearms submitted.
Okay, and then as it relates to the fired cartridge casings that you did test, I think your testimony was that you believed that they came from the same firearm. Is that
In my
right?
opinion, they were identified as
Okay.
having been fired from one gun.
And that's in your opinion, and that's together with your with your colleague, that's, because I want to describe him correctly. the way that you described your sort of supervising person, colleague, is that they're also sort of a competent firearms person.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so does that other person share that opinion?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So together, you guys are saying that you think that they came from the same firearm.
They did come from the same firearm.
Do you know which firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a bolt action firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a semi-automatic firearm?
I do not know.
Okay. Or a fully automatic firearm?
I don't know that.
And that's based on sort of and those were 5.56 by 45s, right?
That's correct, yes.
Which is super, super common.
It's a common caliber.
And the characteristics are somewhat subjective as it relates to being able to make that determination. You have to use some amount of sort of opinion to sort of complete your picture.
It is a subjective science, yes.
And based on that, what you can't be sure of is with the FCCs that they were from the same firing class. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
So maybe I'll ask it this way. Can you be sure which firing class the FCCs came from?
What do you mean by class?
So, and maybe I should say, as it relates to the subjectiveness of your determination, as it relates to the fire cartridge casings that were that were produced to you, you can't say what brand they were.
Correct. The class characteristics are not unique enough to determine a make and model.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to pass the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you do your report, you form your own opinion, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then it is peer reviewed to make sure that your findings are correct.
That is correct, yes.
And in order to eliminate any sort of firearm, you have to do a microscopic examination in order to eliminate any firearm, is that correct?
We're comparing based on the class characteristics among other characteristics as well.
And so what evidence that may be collected, we won't know if it's relevant or not until you are able to do that testing.
That is correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Defense?
Just let me know 1 minute, Your Honor.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state?
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He seemed to know exactly what he was talking about. He wasn't letting Bree catch him up. He was correcting her, Bree she couldn't catch him up. He knew better. Yeah, he was speaking with an expertise.
State, call your next witness.
State call Scott Morris.
Detective Barnes, guys. They got Barnes on the stand. No, they finna try to play with him. Barnes finna give him the business, though.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
That ain't Detective Barnes. I could have sworn. Oh, Scott something. I thought they said Scott Barnes.
And please spell both.
I thought that ain't Barnes. That ain't him. That's the other one. I misheard.
Scott Morris. SCO.
Scott Morris. I'm sorry, y'all. My bad.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the FBI.
And so when I address you, how would you like me to address you?
Just Mr. Morris is fine. I'm not an agent.
Now, Mr. Morris, I kind of want to hop right into things. What is your title with the FBI?
With the FBI, I'm the Deputy Lab Director. I'm also a Master Digital Forensic Examiner.
And can you please tell us, jury, a little bit about your background as it relates to law enforcement prior to the FBI and then now with the FBI?
I was employed by the City of Grand Prairie for 21 years. I was a detective for 10 years. In 2015, I was assigned to the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, otherwise known as the NTRCFL. There, I was trained to do digital forensics, and I was doing digital forensics from 2015 to now. When I retired in 2021, I was hired by the FBI at the same laboratory.
And what type of training does one have to be an examiner with the FBI?
It starts out with when I went through about 15 to 18 months of hands-on classes, going to Quantico, Virginia, going on searches in the field, where you're taught the basic file systems, operating systems. Your initial training really covers how to image hard drives, image and deal with laptops and mobile devices. After the initial training, you can go and get additional certifications or authorizations to do Macintosh computers, to do audio and video exams, and a multitude of other things. And so that training continues. Once you've been certified, you continue doing yearly training to keep your training update. And so since 2016, I've had an additional 12 to 1,300 hours of training.
And do you maintain and keep up all that training as part of your current position?
The training, yes, sir.
Is all of your training and background maintained within your CV?
Correct.
May I approach, Ron?
You may.
And permission to move about freely during this testimony?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Morse, I'm showing it's been 963. Is this a recent copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And contains your law enforcement experience, your experience with the FBI, of course, all of your relevant experiences as it relates to your testimony here today.
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 963 for all purposes. Previously within the defense counsel.
No objection.
This is with 963 is a medical.
Thank you. Commissioner Public. The jury will have this back there with them to look at. I'm gonna bring all of this up here now. Have you had a chance to review I just want to make sure I don't get too out of order with all of this. And Your Honor, after he checks to see what they are, I will say what they are for the record. States Exhibit 698 through, 707. Are you familiar with those documents? And if
Yes, I've seen, these are reports and search warrants that I've already reviewed, and then my report of examination, which I created, as well as the hard drives I created. I don't know what this is. Okay.
And then
Yes.
states exhibits 755 through. Okay, 755 through 793, are those still shots from one of the extractions you did?
Yes, they are.
Now, States Exhibit 712, again, I'll read everything off of the record. States Exhibit 712. Some of the examiners that are going to be called in this case are now retired. Is that correct?
Correct.
712. Is this an extraction that was done by Jackie Northrop that you put onto that drive
Yes, it should be.
on 712?
On 712, yes.
Okay, and then 699 is your extraction, correct?
Correct.
And then 752, 753, 754, and 795. Are you familiar with these?
Yes, these are videos these are discs that was created by the district attorney's office that came from my hard drives.
Okay. Just, I can't remember how big. A terabyte, 2 terabytes, 3 terabytes?
The data, I think, is only about 1 terabyte.
1 terabyte. The condensed version of selected videos from your hard drive.
Correct.
Okay. The cell phone extractions you did were from phones 501, 503, 505, 504, and 506. We just double check those real quick to make sure those are the thumbs. And those have been admitted already for all purposes. Can you just verify that those are the thumbs?
Yes, these are all the phones that I've examined.
And then States Exhibit 507, which has already been admitted for all purposes.
Correct. This is the DVR exam.
And as it relates to Ms. Northrop's examination, she's the best person to testify to her actual examination. But since she's retired, you placed the contents on this for the purposes of this trial.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer States Exhibit 712 for record purposes now, which will then be testified later by the examiner who actually did that examination.
That's the extraction by Northrop.
Correct.
Is there an objection to that being?
I was trying to ask the state if I understood that this witness is going to be here to testify later. So I was just asking that question.
Correct.
So, I mean, we would just object just because she'll be here later. But
370 to 375.
and she can authenticate or she can identify her own work product.
Thank you. The objections of the rule states exhibit 712 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So I'm going to kind of go through these now, and so that way we can make a clean record of all these things we've just discussed. 70 2 3 4 5 and 698. Those are all search warrants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are all what?
Search warrants
Okay.
for the different pieces of evidence that you did examinations on.
Correct.
State's going to offer State's Exhibit 698, which is a search warrant for the Night Owl DVR system, for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 702, which is a search warrant for a black Apple iPhone, pursuant to a search warrant, for record purposes only. 703, which is a search warrant, again, for record purposes only, for an Apple iPhone. 704, another search warrant for record purposes only, a Samsung phone. 705, a white and silver iPhone, search warrant. And we offer these just for record purposes. These are all items that were
Did you say 695 as well?
Yeah, 698, and those are all items that were seized from the 3915 Ramona house, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, defense would re-urge his previously filed motion as it relates to these, I think, there's 5 here, I think that there's a total of 6 items, but re-urge our previously filed motion.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, if you would restate what each of those exhibits are. I have 703 as the search warrant for the Apple iPhone.
So there's multiple iPhones. So 703 is specifically the search warrant for a black Apple iPhone that was seized at Ramona, and the number that NTRCL uses is DL.
I don't need to know that right away. 704 is a Samsung phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
705 is what, black and white Apple iPhone?
White and silver, Your Honor.
White and silver. What, is there 695 included in it? I thought I heard you say 695.
698.
698, okay. And that's for the DVR.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the defendant's objections overruled. State's Exhibit 703, 704, 705, and 698 are admitted for record purposes.
And 702, Your Honor, was another search warrant, also was a black iPhone.
Is it the same objection by the defense? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 702 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission, well, no, not publishing this. Now, 706, what is 706?
So this is a Blu-ray disc, which I created after the exam was complete in 2025 at the request of the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. I don't know if y'all's disc became corrupt, but it's basically a duplicate of the original disc that I created.
And this was so we have one to be put into evidence.
Yes.
699, you also did the same thing, and this is a copy of the DVR that you did?
Yes, of all the video plus selected video.
And those selected videos on 699 were the selected videos from DPD? From the detective who originally met with you?
Correct, the ones he requested.
Okay. And but both these copies came at my request for purposes of putting into evidence?
Yes, sir.
But they are exact copies and duplicates of the original extraction that you did?
That's correct.
They would offer 699, which is a copy of Mr. Morris's cell phone or extraction of the DVR. 706 is all the cell phone extractions that he did in this case. And we offer both for all purposes.
Did you say 705 and 706?
699.
699.
699 and 706.
Any objections?
Mr. Adams, can I just need to ask you just a few questions? No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 706 and 699 are admitted for all purposes.
Rest in the public. We're here for now. Okay. 700 and 701. What do we have in 700 and 701?
These two exhibits, when we process a DVR after we create a forensic image and we export video, the tool, DVR Examiner, creates a report to basically dictate what it is that we've exported out. And each of these is just, the splash page of what was exported.
Okay. 707, what do we have here?
707 is going to be whenever we do an exam at the RCFL. Once we're done, we put all of our results in a narrative summary to explain what we did, what questions were asked of us, and what our responses were, what we found. So that's what this is my report of examination.
Okay. And 752, 753, 754, and 795. 752 being selected videos from November 10th of 2020 from the DVR. 753 being select videos from 11/11/2020 from the DVR. 754 being select videos from 11/22 from the DVR. 795 being select videos from 11/23 from the DVR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in 699, it's a lot of videos because I think it encompasses an entire month.
Roughly.
And so this just narrows it down kind of to 4 days. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And there was multiple camera angles, so this actually cuts it down to a specific cameras and only 4 days.
Correct. There are 8 cameras available.
Okay. So they would offer 700, 701, 752, 753, 754, and 795 for all purposes.
May I just ask Mr. Adams one question, please?
I told y'all that DVR was gonna play a significant role. Y'all thought I was playing. Yeah, now y'all finna see. Oh, where's Key One? Where's Key One? They probably finna show you Key One. If not, I'll be surprised.
752, 753, 754, and 795.
And Your Honor, may I briefly take this witness on board iron? And you said Mr. Morris is appropriate.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You did the extraction of like a DVR and cell phones. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with sort of the way that metadata is associated with information that can be digitally extracted.
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about what metadata is?
So metadata is essentially data about data. So for instance, in a cell phone, you might have a text message or an image that's on the phone, and then there's actually data that explains about the image. It may say how it was sent. It may talk about the size of the image. It may give a date and time stamp.
And it's kind of,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. That's outside the scope of voir dire of the witness.
well, then let me sort of
ask my next question to figure out whether or not it really is outside of the scope of the virus?
Go ahead.
Okay. In your report, did you include the metadata of any of the digital devices that you examined?
I would need that clarified on how you mean the metadata. I can explain what I'm thinking, or.
So I think my question is on a cell phone, for example.
Mhm.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to fit this line of questioning. It's outside the scope of hiring a witness.
Okay. Then the only other question that I have is, you're familiar with what metadata is?
Yes.
And that it can be a part of digital evidence?
Correct.
And that it can also be extracted?
Yes.
Then I'm going to object based on the fact that from what I can review from this witness, I have not seen the metadata associated with the extractions that he did.
Thank you. Defendant's objections are overruled. Six exhibits 752, 753, 754, and 795 were admitted for all purposes.
Have you had an opportunity, did I ask you about these?
Yes.
Okay. And 755 through 793 are all still shots of just, again, a smaller portion of this terabyte of videos. Is that fair?
Correct. I was able to go through and review each of the images he presented to me and locate them within the video.
So we're over 755 to 793 for all purposes, previously tendered to defense counsel.
Oh, it done got real.
No objection.
Six exhibits 755 through 793 were admitted for all purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, inside this brown envelope, are these just smaller photos of some of these?
Very small,
Okay.
yes.
Very small. Are you familiar with three of the photos that are in 794?
Yes.
What are three of the photos in 794?
The three photos that I recognized immediately were still shots or images I observed on the data extracted from the DVR.
That came from your DVR?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing it's been marked and previously admitted to states into evidence already before this jury is 751. Is that the fourth photo that's contained on 794?
It appears so, yes.
At this time, our state record safety code is 794 for all purposes. All of the four pictures contained within 794 have been independently already placed into evidence.
We're going to object to 794 as just altered evidence.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, it is, the court would like to review, it is not altered, it is the photos that have already been in, it is just a, four of them put together into smaller portions of them.
Defense objection is overruled. State exhibit 794 and 751 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish.
Yes, you may.
And state would offer 794A for demonstrative purposes only for this jury.
Describe 794.
It is the exact same as 794, just larger.
Any objection?
Oh, yes, that's statement objection, Your Honor. Statement.
That's a rule. 794A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, 794A that we have here, the three photos that came from your extraction are the first two and the fourth one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 751, which was previously admitted, the jury will recall the testimony of the freeway and the Kroger truck, but that's the photo that's then placed on here.
Okay.
And this location here came from the search warrant at 3915 Ramona Avenue in Dallas, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have 1 moment, please, to set up my videos.
Yes.
And just so I can use your photos of
I think we finna see what they got on the DVR from Ramona, guys. So the other one was
You said
Brenton.
there were
This
how
one is
many,
Ramona.
Cameras on this DVR system itself?
It had 8 camera views available.
Let's get the likes to 600. We should have been there already, long time ago. If you in the building, you can hear the sound of my voice. Hit the like button. We need 17 more likes to hit 600. Let's get the likes up, guys. They free. Hit the like button.
A video from November 10th, 2020. The extraction process itself, before we kind of get into this, I'm going to the extraction process itself, can you explain how that works for a DVR, please?
So for a DVR, to kind of preface, once it's submitted into our evidence, it comes in, it's assigned a barcode. In this case, it was given barcode DL114290. Once I have the case, I'll take that from the evidence control facility within our laboratory. I'll do a physical inventory of it. I'll take pictures of the top, bottom, sides, kind of, so I know what type of state it's in. We'll then open it up and see what's inside it, figure out 1 hard drive, 2 hard drives, whatever the case may be. From that point, I will attach the hard drive to a piece of hardware that protects it. It's called a write blocking forensic duplicator. It protects that hard drive from being written to, so I can make a forensic image of it without altering anything on it. As part of that process, once you create your forensic image, the initial image is going to have a hash value, in layman's terms, similar to a digital fingerprint, that you can, go back and verify as many times you want to make sure that your image has not been altered at all during the examination. So you create your image, it has a couple of hash values, and then if you go back a year later, 5 years later, 10 years later to that forensic image, it should always be the same, showing that we haven't changed anything. However, when you create the forensic image, it's not in human readable form, it's in computer language. So then you would need a tool, in this case, DVR examiner, to process it and put it so that it can be viewed. So you would create your forensic image, have it verified, it's correct, then process it with DVR examiner and have it, process all the video clips that are available. And then you can sort through and search for whatever you need to, whatever's asked of you by the search warrant and the requester.
And there's a timestamp on this video. Do you see that timestamp?
Yes, I do.
Now, in your report that's in evidence for the jury, you notate that there's an offset to the timestamp. Can you explain what an offset means?
An offset is essentially, in this case, that the DVR the DVR is showing one time and it's not accurate to real time. In this case, it was 58 minutes approximately, 58 minutes, 42 seconds ahead of real time. Excuse me. So you would then have to make sure you're aware of that so that when you're selecting video and looking for specific time frames, you know that your video is off by approximately an hour.
Remember, I told y'all they had video from 11:10 and 11:11 on that DVR. This is from 11:10.
Deputy Wheeler, would you go over there and assist? We don't want the sir. Thank you, though.
So regarding the offset and the time, can you talk about that briefly?
So here, like if you look in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the date, November 10th, 2020. You'll see that it reads 13:09:33, so 1:09 p.m. 33 seconds. That's actually 58 minutes 42 seconds approximately ahead of real time.
Is that key one? Oh no, that's a dog. What the dog playing in the snow got to do with anything? It wasn't snowing in November.
So it was 1 hour ahead.
Approximately.
And I think in your report you said it was 58 seconds. Is that correct?
58 minutes and
Sorry, 58 minutes.
roughly.
Why Bree didn't object to the dog being on the screen?
All right, I'm going to move forward to 3:09.
Oh!
So this would have been really.
Oh, it's over with.
12, 11, and 36 seconds ish.
It's over with.
On November 10th.
That's correct.
It's over with. Look at the draws.
Now, you weren't involved in the actual investigation into this marker or anything, correct?
I was not.
So as far as individuals that we see in this video, not really anything that you're familiar with as far as that.
No, sir.
Publishing, what is still the 10th at 17. $17:32:40. I'm gonna let this play for a second. And that's when I say 17:32:55 seconds, that's the video time, but actually real time being 16:32.
Correct.
So 4:38 Dallas time.
Correct. The time in the upper right-hand corner is the DVR's time.
I see an individual coming out at 17:33:36 getting on a cell phone. Does that individual appear to be wearing the same clothing that's in State's Exhibit 794 behind you?
Yes, sir.
good.
And this individual is about to walk back into the picture here in about 8 seconds. You are law enforcement, and you still are. You're FBI. But that individual walked out of the picture with a phone in one hand. Do you see him walk back into the picture at 17:34:26?
Yes,
And do you see something in his other hand?
I do.
And what does that appear to be to you, based off your training and experience as law enforcement?
That appears to be a firearm.
I just rewound it to 17:33:46, and this was November 10th, correct?
Correct.
And at 17:34:23, we see him walk in. Do you see what type of a firearm that looks like?
I would just object to, this individual was qualified as an expert in forensic extraction and digital evidence, and was not qualified as an expert on firearms.
If you know, if you don't know, don't answer.
I do not know what type of firearm it is.
Okay. Do you see what's on the base of it? What type of magazine, or do you see that?
It would appear to be, yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry, sir. I would just renew my same objection. He indicated that he doesn't know what type of firearm.
Your objection's sustained, if the witness doesn't know what type of firearm or what the, whatever else is on the firearm, then he shouldn't testify.
If he does recognize it, Your Honor, can he?
Yes.
If you recognize anything attached to that firearm, do you recognize it?
It simply appears to be a larger capacity magazine.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to camera 7 at roughly 18:02. Do you see a vehicle in that portion of the video?
I do.
At 18:06:43, we're playing now on camera 7, which again would be about roughly 5 p.m. in Dallas.
5:04-ish, 5:06, yeah, somewhere in there. Again, 58-ish minutes offset.
It's over with. Same underwear, same pants.
And at 1809, we see that car begin to move, correct?
Correct.
And drive out of the camera site. Going back to the other camera for that at 18. (180606). Do you see that individual again in 754?
Correct.
Excuse me, Your Honor, 794.
Thanks for all the gifts, y'all. It's over with. Man, it's just over.
Moment. Do you see this person, the same person exiting the house at 180646?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what appears to be
Shoes!
Appears to be the same firearm.
And we see that black car is moved now at 180936 into that camera view.
Correct.
I'm going to move over to November 11th. November 11th, camera 3. At 1348.
It's over with, y'all.
See another car arrive, appear to be a different type of car.
Yes, sir.
And this is November 11th at approximately 12:48 p.m.
Correct.
Are you aware
Black
of
Charger.
the murder in this case took place at?
No, sir.
Do you see the individual entering the house at 13:48:45 with a
Shirt.
backpack
Yes.
on?
Man, forget the prosecution.
Do you
Shirt.
see his pants and his underwear.
Shirt, shoes, pants, and boxes. Leave me alone, IGT. I don't care. It's over with.
When he's there with another individual.
It's over with.
Correct.
It's over with. It's over with.
Now, November 11th at 14.
It's over with. You out of there, key one. It's over with. I told y'all he did it. I told y'all.
Again, this would be approximately 1 o'clock, 1:10.
Correct, approximately.
He out of there. Same shirt, same pants, boxes, shoes. Out of there. Yeah, this when he burnt the clothes up. It's over with. Mayor, 88, all of y'all, Houston. Oh, Key One didn't do it. Yeah, he did. He out of there. He is out of there.
Now, 14:09:20, that individual comes back out of the house again. And do you see anything in his hands when he comes back out at, I think, 22, 23-ish?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that was in his hands?
I would only speculate.
Okay, well, don't do that. Okay. But you saw something in his hands?
Correct.
That was at 14:09:26. We'll go over to camera 7 at approximately the same time.
Out of there. Look at it, read it, and wait.
And so this is that same camera angle that we saw from the previous night of November 10th. Is that correct?
It appears to camera 7.
I'll start playing at 14:02:27.
Oh, don't play that thing, Cooler. Don't play that thing, Cooler.
Today, yesterday, tomorrow, you have never touched.
1, 2,
Who was it?
God is coming for you.
Wake up, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Fooling, play that shit for us.
Okay, stand y'all. Y'all gonna have him. He's gonna be mad as hell.
What is up with this? Oh, it's over, bro. Like you crying. What is
Thing, Cooler. Don't play that thing, Cooler.
Today.
1, 2,
Who was it?
God is coming for you.
Wake up, bro. Wake up. You out there, bro. You out there. I don't give a fuck.
Who was it?
God is coming for you.
Wake up, bro. Wake up. You out there, bro. You out there.
Who was it?
God is coming for you.
Wake up, bro. Wake up. You out there, bro. You out there. Wake up. You out there, bro. You out there. Wake up.
IGT, leave me alone. It ain't no more to be said. He out of there. They ain't even saying nothing. You needed to hear them. You needed to hear them burn the clothes. They wasn't talking. They wasn't saying nothing about nothing.
The two individuals are standing near a barbecue grill burning something.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Now, just going through some of these slides. We have November 10th on camera 3 at 13:10. We've seen the individual outside with what appears to be a firearm in his hand.
Correct.
What color would you describe that underwear as?
Light blue.
What about the coloring of that firearm?
Black and brown, maybe.
Hey, get back. Everybody back. Hold on real quick. Let me come. You step back. I don't want him to bite
Outside
you.
with something in his hand at
She broke off? Okay, all right.
7:33 States Exhibit 757. 7:58. 7:59, we see him enter back in to the camera shot on camera 3 at 17:34. What appears to be a firearm in his hand.
Correct.
Now, there's been what's been described as barrel drums, but you said a large capacity magazine. Is that fair?
Correct.
What I'm holding here has previously been admitted as States Exhibit 848. When you talk about a large capacity magazine, is States Exhibit 844 a large capacity magazine?
I would say so.
Okay. And is the kind of a street term for one of these a drum?
Sure. Okay. Yes.
But that's what it appears that firearm appears to have on it.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Consistent with that, please.
Consistent, yes.
And how long were you in law enforcement?
21 years.
I understand FBI again. Is it law enforcement? But seven. All right, 750 or 760. 761 is the Camaro. 762, we have the individual leaving the house. 764, and we see he has something in his mouth, but carrying something in his arms. Is that fair?
Correct.
765, getting into that same black Camaro. 767, leaving that house at 18:09:20, which would have been roughly 5:11 p.m. on November 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
States Exhibit 768, we see that individual wearing, can you describe the underwear that person has on?
Light blue.
And that's at roughly 13:48:42, which is roughly 12:50 p.m.
Correct.
On November 11th. In States Exhibit 770, we see that individual walking out of the house at roughly 1:10 p.m. with something in his hand.
Correct.
772, we see him going to what appears to be a grill. 779, something in his hands with, that's white and red in color.
Correct.
776, the two individuals at the grill. 778, pouring something into the grill. 779, we see something beginning to burn. Is that fair?
Fair. Correct.
780, something burning as well.
Correct.
Now there's other still shots from later in the evening. 781 is at 1809, so roughly 5:01 p.m. or 5:11 p.m.
Yeah, roughly about 5:10, 5:11 p.m.
Okay. Can you describe what the two people in that picture are wearing?
The male is wearing black pants and a long sleeve blue shirt. The female is wearing like yellowish green shorts and a black t-shirt with a design across the front.
752 is an individual leaving at 9:13.
About 9:06, 9:07.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Ish.
Math's off. Now, jumping ahead and I think it's 783.
Ooh-wee, man.
This is 11:22 at 16:37. But these are all the photos that have already been admitted through you.
Ducky P.
See an individual getting into a silver car, States Exhibit 786 at approximately 4 p.m.
Yes.
Jerry.
7:09, we see that individual in that jacket again going back to that silver car with getting a backpack, and 790. 791 going back to that car.
Correct.
792 talking to somebody.
Correct.
793 is just taillights on a vehicle. Is that fair?
Fair. Yes.
I'm done playing videos for the moment.
About 12:21, do you have much more with this?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 1-hour lunch break.
Doing all this, talking all this. Man, on Pyro, we don't know none of y'all niggas. All y'all niggas, bap, 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 bap. All y'all do is come on this app and bap. Man, we do.
It's over with. It's over with. It's over. Hey, I usually don't do this, but I think this is the perfect time to do this, man. Drop the gorillas in the chat, man. It's over with for Key One. It's over with.
Hey, man, y'all already know the fuck going on. I touched down cars here like this. I heard a bunch of real rap going on in the city, man. R.I.P. sent me with them, man. Right there, for it up. Quality dollar, they make their mind up not to ride with a mouth. I'm sick and tired, I had to swallow my pride up. Your heavenly father, I know they watching, but I gotta provide. Got a mama, hope you keep her alive. Lot of partners that I lost to the coppers. Get a look, bitch, I'm the boss of this roster. They ready to ride. I know they gon' kill them, I gotta get them out the hood for they die. I know they itching when I look in their eyes. Bringing them back with extendo, let down the window, rearrange the whole scene up. Blouse come wig like we ain't seen none. Get it and go, make sure you change your demeanor. Pockets sitting thicker than the legs on Dayzina. Fuck the white girl, she take dick a real screamer. Salute her, she ain't snitches the day that I seen her. Interrogation room, the laws looking for the heater. Talking about the 3, she started speaking amnesia. Remember when a solo was a photogram? green beam. They ain't let me drive it cause I probably would've wrecked it. Don't believe the lies, bitch, I'm highly respected. A man never test me, he'll die by this weapon. Learn how to shoot, took time to perfect it. All hell is the king, bitch, I'm a guy in my section. I ain't gotta improvise, fuck the side that I'm repping. They don't recognize that I strive for this blessing. Yeah, look, champion, I'm a champion, I win. They like, damn, he won. They like, damn, he won again. Got the heart of a lion, standing tall with that iron, nigga, you gon' have to kill me. And they know that I'm a ride when they look me in the eye, and that's why the street feel me. Cause I win, win, win. I win, win, I win. I did the shit once, came back, did it twice, I'ma do the shit again. I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I win. Look up, damn, he won, come here, look. They don't televise it, disguise my progression. Will they ever check me or ride is the question. Catch them outside, but they dodge my direction. 5'5" with a 6'9" complexion. I won't jeopardize what I got, that's why they panicking. Shooter with a shooter, don't get turned into a mannequin. My cousin in the face, say the cell block jamming them. Stay up by some friends, I need alcohol and bandages. Illuminati shit, see the devil when them candles lit. Guy got my back, so I ain't tripping, he gon' handle it. Look, why would you put all this pain on my plate? Spread lies on my name, tell the people I'm fake. They look up to 3 because I am the way. I'm the king of the jungle, I run with the apes. I pray that one day the world see that I'm great. Stay down all the way, I go hard in the paint. I'm a champion. It's my city, nigga. My city, nigga. My city keep hating, nigga. And shit like that, nigga.
Woo! Yeah, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, it's over. It's over. To all the naysayers, to all the people who thought, oh, they don't got nothing on Key One. They don't got nothing on Key One. Key One this and Key One that. They can't put Key One in the car. Key One with a mask. Key One, all of it. Key One is over with. Yeah, it's over with. Yeah, after I just seen what I seen, it's over with. Can't change my mind. Can't make me think no way, no other way. I knew Key One was guilty. I told Key One he was guilty. It's over with. Yeah, and just like I said yesterday over there when I was over there, look, man, if I knew I did something, I would have never put Mama Nicole through none of that. I would have told her condolences to her family, you know, this, that, and the third, and let her be. All that extra questioning they was doing with Mama Nicole, knowing that Key One was guilty as heck, don't make no sense, man. That was crazy, y'all. How y'all feel now? You know what I'm saying? How y'all feel now? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, how y'all feel now? Yeah, man. Yeah, Mo 3 is a champion. He won today. He won again today. He won. He won. He won. He won. It's over with. It's over with. It's over with. Yeah, it's over with, man. I told y'all. All them, oh, he from Houston. Oh, it was a person from Houston. It was a person from Nebraska. It was a person from Alaska. No, man, it was most definitely him. It was Key One. It's over with. 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 I told y'all, man. My man, every fiber in my body told me it was Key One. It's over with. What's up, y'all?
Hey, Mahaya, what you say? And I win, win, win. I win, win, win. I win.
Yeah, real talk. I did it once. I'm gonna come back and do it again. Champion.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
A rap,
boy.
bro.
Yeah,
A
you
rap.
might
Put
well
up,
stick a fork. You might
Yeah,
well stick a
boy.
fork in that boy. He done.
boy. He done.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Hold
And
on.
Hey,
what's
bro.
crazy? Look what's
I got
Hold on,
crazy.
hold
let me
on.
ask you something before I drop down real quick, bro.
All
Mahaya, do
right.
you think they
All right.
coming back? They coming back for lunch
Oh yeah, they coming back for lunch. They gonna come back, but it's
with a
over
plea?
with.
Let me
Yeah, it's
tell
over.
y'all
Nah.
one motherfucking thing.
Hey,
And I'm gonna
no,
do a
no, no,
motherfucking
no,
live and I'm
no,
gonna show
no,
y'all my
no,
motherfucking evidence that I sent to the
no, no,
motherfucking
no,
investigators
no,
when shit
Damn, she
happened.
doing a
And
lot of
I'm gonna
cussing.
put the motherfucking stamp. And
Where you at? Where
fuck
you at?
that.
I'm
But
about to
hey, let
drop.
me
No. You gotta come.
Who was
You can
that?
scream and holler. You can scream and holler, but you gonna mess up the stream, Jackie. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? Say what you gotta say without the other uthers and all of that
shit.
right there. Come
I'm
on, man.
sorry, I forgot. I'm just so excited. I'm sorry.
Real
I'm
talk.
just
You
so
good though.
excited, bro, because I've been telling y'all, bro. When they did that stuff, did y'all see all them niggas surrounded around at their house and stuff? When they did that,
Yes.
all of them was posting that man picture on their page, bro. And that's what made me go to that man page and go through his pictures within his photo collage, bro. There was a picture, I think it was like a video, I can't remember. It's up in my Gmail, I swear to God. He had on them shoes and them pants, and he was holding that gun, and I sent it to the detectives. I got the screenshot. And the date that I screenshotted from his page. Oh God. Nigga, that's
I
how we got on
believe.
his trail. Y'all knew something. No, it was easy to find them because they was too loud. They were too loud. They was posting him all over the internet.
Let's go, Jackie.
Man, they was sloppy. They got caught with their own camera.
Man,
That's
hey, them trap house spot cameras, they good for having protection and stuff, and but when it comes to when them feds come in and hit them spots, they got all the surveillance.
man, that day them cameras was
They
supposed
come
to
in
get
looking for them
unplugged.
DVRs.
They sloppy. They don't know what they doing. You can tell them kids. Them cameras was supposed to got took down that day.
Man, y'all
They
said the
rec-
state didn't have none though. Oh, he gonna walk. They don't got nothing. They ain't got nothing.
well, I
Boy,
mean,
That was
y'all
that
got the
Harris
state
day.
of Texas messed
before
up, baby.
that
They
though,
came back 6 years
honestly,
with a vengeance.
yeah, but honestly, I'm gonna
Man, that
say
nigga on
that's the
video,
first
he
piece of proof
done.
they got. They didn't have nothing until
He
then.
done.
But it's
Mahel,
over with now. It don't matter about no
Yeah.
what shoulda,
They
coulda.
was laying it. They was just laying it out. Y'all thought, bro, they was slow cooking, bro. They were laying everything out. It was basically like a timeline.
No,
They
they
laid
firm
everything
wasn't
out.
starting, but when they got it started, it caught on fire. But yeah, he gone.
It's like a movie. You know how movies start
Yeah,
out
it's
slow and then
pretty
it
much
start heating
nothing
up.
else to say.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Pretty much nothing
that's
else
gonna
to
be a
say.
movie. He done though. They might as well arrest their case. Well, I guess
Yeah,
they
we
trying to
Let,
know
figure
let,
out
coming next.
everybody.
let's go. Can I get an apology? I told y'all he was guilty. All that other stuff
Man,
did
they better
not
not
matter.
they
He's
better not
guilty.
apologize to you and they ain't apologize to
Yeah,
my
they owe you
MF
an
and sister.
apology,
None of
Jackie.
my people. They didn't have nothing
Yeah,
to do with
Jackie,
it.
they owe you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
they owe
definitely
y'all an
Hold
apology.
apologize
on.
to Jossie for
They
sure.
wanted
You
they wanted
feel
him
me? And I
back.
want to salute you too, Ashley. I mean, hold on, Jackie. My bad. I
I'm
said Ashley.
leaving. I'm leaving.
My bad, Jackie, baby.
Nah, y'all, this is good though, for real. Y'all know Sid and
Yeah.
Jerry hitting the sand next week. Like, this is like Christmas.
This shit. I
This is
mean, this stuff is
Christmas.
a movie.
Hey, who was that?
It's
Ah.
definitely a movie
Hey, who was
for
that girl,
sure.
Jackie?
There was London, the best friend that Rain said called and said that Three was going crazy in the spot. That's the London girl
Mm.
that he was trying to
Wow.
invite to the party.
Let's go.
So she money Maya
Let's
probably.
go.
Come on, man. Man, this stuff is like a movie. Like, oh
Yeah.
my God, like, oh my God, I got chills. I'm so excited, y'all. Like, I'm so excited. Long live Three. I don't give a damn. I'm leaving this sector when it's all said and done. But just to know that this the eggs on everybody's face, it's just
It's
it's
definitely eggs on
exciting to
everybody's
watch.
face. Hey, I
Hey,
agree with you,
hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Jackie.
hey,
Hey, I want to
Mahel.
Hey,
add in something
Mahel.
else too
Hey,
for
Mahel,
everybody too.
you remember
There
that
It
is
time?
was
no
two shoot.
friend.
It was two shooters.
What's
Hold
up?
on, wait, y'all, because I'm excited. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
baby, because I didn't have to endure this. My sister didn't have. My family didn't have to endure this. All that run around. It was two shooters. It was two shooters. Oh, that wasn't Q1 on the freeway. It definitely was.
It's over now.
It's over
absolutely.
I
with.
should have been a detective.
It's over with.
It's
I should have
over
been a
with.
Man,
detective. I might didn't
Mahel,
turn him in, but I definitely sent in some key tips that led them on the way to the illa.
Yeah.
And it's on
man,
God.
the way I was
I
over
got the
her
time
car,
stamps. I got all of it.
the
And
way
he
I was over
cannot
her
plead
car when I
out.
seen
For
that
everybody
footage,
that's talking
yeah,
about coming back
Hey,
with a
hey,
plea,
Mahel.
no. You
Hey,
plead
Mahel.
out
Yeah.
before trial,
You
not
remember?
after
You
trial.
remember when you were a kid? They tell you pull your
So
pants
now
up.
he facing the
Nigga, pull
max.
your pants up,
Yeah.
nigga. I here wearing the
Yeah.
same drawers,
They
nigga,
just
on the
That
proved
nigga
their
freeway.
went.
case.
He went and changed clothes. 713
That,
kept
I
on the same
know.
drawers.
That's
that
like
nigga ain't even wash his
That
ass.
nigga
He
came
ain't
out the
even wash
side with
his
the
ass.
same drawers he had on, and
Hey
he was
man,
finna go
stop
commit a
cussing,
Rdering.
gas man.
I mean,
Gas
Mahel,
man.
My
Slow
remember?
my
down, man.
fault, Mahel. My
same
fault,
drawers,
Mahel.
man. Same drawers, same drawers.
Cause I'm a champion.
Oh.
I
Man, this
win.
is good,
They be
man.
like, gang, you won. Gang, you
hey, but they
won.
did it.
I
They did it.
I
Hey,
did.
they
And
did it
it's
perfect.
crazy because
They
Key
brought
One
him.
whole
They brought this
defense is
guy up.
built off of some YouTube
Hey,
stuff.
slide for three. You gotta drop, man.
He
He
can't hear
can't hear
me.
you,
I tell
dog.
him to drop down.
Hmm.
Come back, Slide. You can't hear everybody.
Hey,
Hey,
Mahel.
Mahel,
they
Hey,
did
Ma-
it perfect. They did it right before lunch. So now Q1 got stunned us for about an hour.
he
You
one
think
got a
about it?
boo-boo. That nigga over there got a boo-boo. He got bubble guts right now. He got a
Oh yeah,
boo-boo.
he hurting
hey,
right now.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's sick.
Mahel. Hey, Mahel, when the
Yes.
highway video first dropped and you say, "Yep, that's him," you wouldn't lie.
Right.
Mahel, salute to the panel, salute to the chat.
I'm
Long
so
full
drunk.
justice for most. We remember, Mahel, on your channel, I said the serial numbers that they will match them and he will be got that way too.
Yep, we all said it.
And everybody kept saying, no, they're not going to bring the feds. Bull crap.
Yeah.
That's how they
I don't
finna
want to
get.
have no discussion. I'm crunk. We celebrating.
Yes,
We
we
celebrating.
celebrating. It's over.
Yes.
It's over. I'm finna go celebrate. Y'all can discuss all y'all want.
Anything else, whatever they do now is just overkill at this point. It's
Oh
over.
yeah. I mean, they got the video
Yeah,
of
it's
him
over.
in the car, the gun, shoot, the clothes.
They got a burn in the clothes and everything. It's
But listen to
over.
this, you all.
Listen,
It took a
they put him in
special.
the car.
Yep.
They
Go
put it.
ahead.
They
It
ain't
took
got
a
the gun
special.
though, but
It
it
took a
was two
special
guns.
dog, the
It was
ATF
definitely
dog,
two.
in order to find 3's firearm. You all. It took a animal, a dog, to find that gun.
But that's
That's
crazy.
all.
But I didn't understand why would
But
he be
but
there.
I think with that is like because 3 car wasn't 3 car was he's a victim car, so I don't think they just did a great search because usually when you look for drugs and stuff, you tear a whole car up. They probably just they probably just did a minor search and then they finally brought that dog there one day.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah,
you
because he
know
was
what I
a
mean?
victim.
Yeah, yeah, victim.
They weren't.
They ain't doing
Yeah, he was a victim. They weren't
yeah,
looking
they
like
ain't
that.
yeah, they look at the basic stuff. Okay, under the seat, you know what I mean, in the glove compartment. So they probably didn't know about a gun until 2023 because we would have want to talk about that all the time. They probably would listen to okay, let's go see if it's a gun in that car.
Nah, that's not what it was. They was I think Cole Gotti came from here and said,
Man, it's a monumental day today, man. This day going down in history, man. This Man, day
And
going
let me
down
tell
in
you
history,
something too,
man.
Keywan. They not done with you either. This is just the tip of the iceberg, my guy. They got more coming for you, sir. They finna body you. They finna body you.
nah, they done with Q1. That's over with. They trying to lay the foundation now for the rest of the Q1 got placed in the car.
Oh,
So that's
Maya, we
over
don't
with.
want to hear nothing you gotta say because you was the main one talking
Man,
about how
I
they ain't
don't
got no
I
evidence
don't
and
put
they
nothing
can't
on
show
nobody
him
though.
on nowhere. Now, I
Yeah,
don't want to
she
hear it.
right.
I don't want to hear
I
it.
don't
Now,
put
we don't
She
want
nothing
to hear
on
right.
nothing.
nobody
We don't want
though.
to
Yeah,
hear
shut
nothing.
him up,
We don't want to hear
homegirl.
nothing that
I'm
you
with
gotta
you,
say,
baby.
my guy.
IGT, I don't put
No.
nothing
Oh,
on
we
Hey,
don't want to
nobody.
hear
and,
nothing you say because you
and,
was doing
and
all that hating yesterday.
yeah,
Talking
you
about they
was.
can't put Keywan
I
nowhere.
don't
But
have
baby,
no
they put
reason.
him there
I
today.
don't have nothing
And
to hate
They
and
put him
nobody.
there
and
today, sir.
and
Yeah, they
mayor.
put him there
And
today all
mayor.
the way there. Ain't
And
no
mayor.
denying
They
he
do
wasn't there
have
today.
the
Now what you
gun,
got to say
mayor.
about that? Explain that.
Look,
They do
IGT,
have the gun, mayor.
They
They
ain't
they
got
do
no,
don't
have the
they
have
gotta
gun.
the
have that gun,
gun.
nigga. They got him on the freeway in the same drawers, same pants, same shoes.
No,
They got
And they
him
have the murder
turning back
weapon.
they
and
don't
burning his
have
clothes, nigga. What we
the
talking about?
gun. They
Bruh,
don't
they
have
said the gun is
the gun.
No, won't
unknown.
need no gun. Yo, they only got,
Y'all Texas people
and
is
all
The
the
weird.
people
murder
that was talking
weapon
about
is
y'all gotta
unknown. It's an
identify him.
unknown firearm.
All
That's
the
what they
people that was
said.
talking about you gotta identify
No,
him now. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Man, you one. Where y'all at?
but
Where y'all
IGT,
at?
calm down. I'm not the type to put nothing on nobody. I ain't gotta. I
No,
don't. I don't do that.
no,
You
no,
was just on that
no,
slow
no.
train.
You have been on the other side ever since. You ain't never
No,
gave the
no.
benefit of the doubt that was Key1 on that highway.
IGT,
Never.
that's a lie. I said if
No,
they
Hey,
you
can't put
haven't.
him, I
I
said
want to
yesterday.
explain something for Mayor too, y'all, so he can understand.
Hold up, no sliding for three. I said
Hey,
if they
listen, hold
don't
on,
put,
check it out. For the
man,
slow
come
dude
on,
over here
man.
in the corner, dude. They said the ballistics, the shells from the scene match the unknown firearm that they have. They don't know what caliber firearm they have. They said the firearm is chambered at 5.56 in another caliber. For
They
your
didn't say
records,
they said a 7.62 and a 5.56. That's what they said. They
bro,
don't have the gun.
5.56 is an AR round, dude.
Bro, that's not the same round. And when you shoot a gun, the fire pin gives you what gun it was fired out of, dog. You ain't never
Dude,
shot nobody.
regardless of
You
what
ain't
you
shot
say,
nothing. You ain't never
regardless of
shot
what
a
you
gun,
say,
bro.
regardless
You
of
ain't
what you
never,
say,
bro.
they have the murder weapon. It's
They
just an
said
unknown
that
firearm.
bro. He said he don't. They don't
He
have
didn't
it,
say that. You slow. You're
bro.
slow.
Man, they got enough for the firearm though, man. Even if it is
Oh, they got enough.
inconclusive, they got enough to that don't at this point.
It don't
I don't
matter.
think that's just the pile on. But I
That
will say,
don't matter.
Mahel, I
Yeah,
told you
yeah. 3 days, man. I think they drug it just to make it 3 days, and they were gonna bam that boy. They wanted to do it on 3 days. They were gonna slam dunk him, and that's what they did, man. It
They
took them
was
3
laying
days.
I think
everything
they
out for
waited
him.
to do this today on this Friday. So this weekend, yeah, that nigga's stomach gonna be hurting all weekend. Yeah, his stomach gonna be. They gotta sit this on their chest all weekend. Yeah, we got
Prosecutor
you.
know what he was
Y'all
doing.
gotta calm down. Y'all gotta calm down though. It don't matter
No,
how
you
you
gotta
feel.
calm down. You should have been calming down all those other
I
days. You
don't
was
put
over here
nothing
saying,
on
"Oh,
nobody
I ain't
though.
got nothing. Oh, I ain't seen nothing.
don't do
Oh,
that.
what do they
I'm
have?
objective.
Oh,
I
they
don't
haven't
put
put
nothing
Key
on
Mayor
One
of
on
nobody.
special
Friday yet.
ed.
I
You've
Mayor
don't
of
been
put
saying
nothing
special
that for the
on
ed.
past
nobody.
Go
couple
sit in the
years.
corner, special
You know
ed.
how I operate. I don't put nothing on
You
nobody.
know,
Man, go
no, I
sit in the
want to hear it.
corner. You
You
was for
know
the
it.
whole. You was for the other side the whole time, dude. Go sit in the
I just
corner.
don't, man, nigga. I'm on fairness. I don't put nothing on nobody.
Man, you's a
Period.
lame.
It bottle
Damn.
popping time.
You
It
name a
bottle
time
popping
for me and you
time.
ain't never
It's
slid,
definitely
nigga.
bottle popping time.
It's bottle popping
Nigga, never
time.
played Connect Four for three. Come on, slide for two, nigga. Let's play
Uh,
Connect Four for the nigga
uh,
then.
uh,
I mean, drink, but I might have me a cup tonight. I'm just saying, it's
Man, I'm
just something.
turning up tonight.
Bottle popping
Now
time,
this is
man.
audio.
That's
Hey,
crazy,
shout
man.
out to Chucky, man. Salute
And
Chucky.
they kept that. They kept the video. They
Man,
kept
this is audio.
everything. They
All
kept
right.
everything. Think about that. They kept everything. That's crazy, dog.
I told you they was building it up. They had to lay it down that Mo3 was being hunted. They showed that the Camaro popped up after
They
he popped up. It didn't leave, and it left when he left. So
I
now
mean,
that they
they
put Keywan
was
in the
telling the
car
story.
with the clothes, in
with
the
the
gun, and they have the gun, man, you cook.
okay. So you think Key
You cook.
One go? You think Key One go tell everything or nah?
You ain't got to.
I'm saying.
Because you got Jersey.
I mean, technically he do. If that's gonna be his only way to receive a light
Nah,
deduction, he
he gonna hold out for appeal. I'm telling you, the way Bree fought the case gonna give him hope that he can get an appeal on some of this stuff. But it's over with for him based on evidence. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't even think he go. I don't even think he. I don't even think he can. They probably gonna put him at the bottom of the wait list for appeal because it's too much evidence. Like y'all gave him. They gave him. It ain't red handed. No,
Now
you
today
gave
is
it
too
to
much
us.
evidence. Oh, now today is
Yeah.
too much evidence, Mayor. Oh, now, but yesterday you were saying a different tune, Mayor. Oh, but today
They
is
didn't
too much
do it
evidence.
yesterday. IGT.
That's the reason why she was objecting to the evidence, cause they gonna try to get an appeal based on the evidence then supposed to come in. But yeah,
That's
it's over
why.
with though.
That's why pressure. That's why she tried to do a mistrial this morning because she knew what was on that DVR.
Right, she
She
knew
knew
what was
what was
coming
on there.
out.
She knew it.
I didn't imagine that they had that. You feel me?
Oh yeah, you couldn't imagine. You couldn't imagine. Oh, he's gonna go free because they can't identify him.
Man, listen. When
Wait,
you do,
wait a minute.
IGT.
Man,
Listen.
what you mean you didn't think they had that? I told you they had
Dog,
11,
nigga, I got
11,
no
10,
case.
and 11,
I ain't
11.
never been no. I mean, I didn't sold drugs or whoopie whoop, but dog, I didn't move. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I
Like,
thought
nigga,
you was in
you
the I
don't
thought you
think
was in the army. I thought you was a
you don't you
retired vet.
don't you don't like I wouldn't think they had that. Like
Stuttering too much.
Hey, yo.
on video.
Yeah, them boys young, man. He was what, 20, 21, 22 at the time?
You said what?
He won what, 21, 22?
Yeah, he out of there.
You said what?
I said Key One was 21, 22 at the time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Illis. Oh, salute to my nigga Illis, man.
Young, dumb, and motivated by some chump change for your life.
Exactly.
Sad, man. Sad, bro.
It's sad, and it's sad for Mo3. Rest in peace to Mo3. Good thing his mama getting justice. But when you watching it from outside looking in,
ain't no but. What you mean but?
No, it's not. No, man. Listen, man. Come on,
I'm
man.
on your top, Mayor. I'm on your top, dog.
They didn't want
You were the loudest
personally
one in the
sent them
room.
on
You've
the
been the
internet.
loudest one in the room since these trials started. I'm on your top.
And
Yeah, your top.
So you can't call me. So it is what it is.
Hey, Mahel.
Man.
You know.
it just shows, man, that this is a sad situation, a sloppy situation at
Thank
that, man.
you. Exactly. I agree with that, dog. Man, it's sad, dog. I ain't gonna lie. That's sad, dog. They wanted him though, but you gotta understand the stuff they was going through. Are they gonna pay for what they did? Yeah. But at the same time, when you move off emotions like that and they want you, no matter. You know what I'm saying?
This for my dog
Bro,
at that said,
Mo3
get
didn't
back.
have no beef with
They
Devin.
Bring it around.
wanted Mo3's head. Look,
Like,
hey, look, you know what? Hey, did you see the video though? Everybody they had on there showed up in that video, but Trap and Yellow. But I'm pretty sure
Okay, hold on. Let me say something right
they got
quick.
that.
Did y'all catch that there was a second dude hop out that Camaro when Key One got back?
Nah, that was the other car. That's why I was telling my hair yesterday. If you watch the video, the black car that burnt off at the end, that's that car. I swear that's that car.
The Charger.
You remember I told you that car, bro? The one that left
Hold on, let me get a mic check. What's up?
What going on, man?
What's up with it?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I just got one question. Who gonna pay
What's
for that
up?
appeal for that capital murder?
Appeal is free.
I don't know.
Appeal is free, sir.
No, it's not.
It's
no, it's
definitely
not.
free. You just gotta submit
okay,
the
once
paperwork.
again, I'm speaking from experience. My appeal was $3,500. You feel me? So
but you paid the
a capital
lawyer.
murder
You
is gonna
paid the
cost
lawyer.
anywhere from $1 million on up.
But you paid a lawyer for that, right?
So who gonna pay for
file
that?
the paperwork. You paid a lawyer to file
So what
the
they
paperwork.
finna do? They finna cook his ass. They gonna give him one more opportunity to plea out, so they can get yelling them.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? And if he don't take it, they gonna frown.
his opportunity is gone.
That's what I said.
Them hoes
Yeah,
left.
the opportunity
Them hoes
gone.
left Monday.
Watch your
Now, see, they won't yellow.
My bad.
That go to music too. Language, we
Yeah,
don't
see,
cuss over
they
here.
won't yellow.
Yeah,
So
my
they gonna
bad,
give
man.
him one more.
Yeah,
During lunch, they gonna give him one more. Watch what I say, they gonna give him one more.
his luck left Monday.
No, I don't think so.
If y'all ain't sit back, hold on. If y'all ain't sit back and seen, hey, now watch this, man. Hey, y'all sit back and seen how they peeling this nigga ass layer by layer. Like every time she thinks she got some
language.
Watch your language.
Okay. Every time he act like they got something on, like defense wise, he pulls something out that little bonder. It be some crazy evidence, don't it? Now what
But you
makes
got a
you
real.
hold on? What makes you think? What makes you think they not
Let
finna?
him finish.
What makes you think they not finna check the timeline of this nigga wearing these blue shorts and drawers to the time of the murder, back to the house, back to the time that he was missing out of the camera frame?
Can I say something?
They gonna fill that in with the freeway footage.
Can I say
They
something?
did. The same
I
dude.
can say something.
He verified that. They asked him, "Is this the same clothing
You
that
hear
you
me?
see in this photo right here? That's in the evidence number such and such."
He burnt the jeans in the back of the house with the lighter
You gonna let
fluid
me say something? You
and
gonna let me say something?
everything.
You gonna keep talking?
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go. Music. Just hold on.
What I'm saying
Go
is,
ahead.
Key
Music.
One is a small fish, bro. They don't want him. He just a
Man,
pawn on the
they take
chessboard.
him to get. They
Let him
take him to
finish.
get
Let
the
him finish.
resto.
Keep the
That's what
audio
I'm trying to
clear.
tell
Let
you.
him
That's why
finish.
during this lunch break, they gonna give him one more plea deal, and that's to give them the rest of everybody else. Is either he gonna take it or they gonna frown. Point blank. Period.
I
Can
think
I
that
say
too.
All right,
something?
go ahead.
That's the
Go
whole
ahead.
purpose of giving him one more plea deal,
Can I say
so
something?
they
All
can
right,
get
go
the
ahead,
rest of it.
Slide. Go ahead, Slide.
From experience, they
Does that make
come
sense?
to you. From experience, they come to you with pleas before trial. That's the keep from spending the money for the trial. So with him not taking any plea, or well, not being offered any pleas, the plea process
I
is
can't hear
over
none of
with.
y'all. I'm finna drop down. I can't hear none of y'all.
So it's over for him getting a plea. They don't know, they no longer need Kiwan to prove anything.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? They have everything they need.
Okay,
From
so
the
I
paid
keep trying to tell
informants
y'all. Look, let me
to
say this. I
people
keep trying to
in
tell
Yellow
y'all.
Circle
Wait a minute, man, because he can't hear no
that
more.
turned around
Somebody
and
drop
told
down.
him.
That's what I'm
Man, you
So
gotta
they
saying.
give
don't
him.
You
necessarily
don't have
need
to
Keywan
drop
for anything.
Yeah,
down.
they don't need him no
And
more
that's
for
why he
nothing.
wasn't offered the plea.
Yeah, he's
Man,
disposable.
You
He
don't have to
disposable
drop
now.
down. You just hit the three buttons, go to
He,
settings, and just
he,
change your thing.
he
Once you
well,
hit
you
disposable
gotta
now.
done, you
tell
can
him
go.
that, Mayor.
He
I'm
Sometimes
trying
that
disposable.
to
don't
tell
even
y'all,
work.
y'all don't listen. I've been telling y'all the whole time.
Hey, that
You
Sometimes
nigga,
don't
that
gotta
don't
drop
even work.
down.
They
he
just need to
disposable
download
now.
the app. That's all they gotta do is
Y'all be
download
so
the app.
emotional
Sometimes that
and
don't
so
work.
IGT. If somebody drop down and you don't hear, you just hit the three buttons, go to settings, and change it. Just hit speakerphone and then go back to default, and it's normal. You don't have to have an app. You don't have to do nothing.
Like I said, Mayor, sometimes that does not work. It does not
But
work for
it
everybody.
works.
So the
It
best
works
thing to
every
do is
time.
just download the app and you wouldn't have those problems.
Do
Hey,
you
but
think
look
I'm on
though,
an app? I ain't never been on no app.
but
I ain't
back
never
to it
had no
though, Mahel.
problem.
Hey, but look though, Mahel, the bullets that they pulling out, that they pulled, and then another way they gonna get them, the bullets gonna match up. They brought out 4 guns. They brought out the SK, the AR. They brought out the AR and the Glock the other day. They brought out the SK and another gun, which was today. The gun that they held up today was the SK. That was the bullets that's matching that motherfucking gun. I mean, my bad, my
That's
bad. That was
not
matching that. My bad. That was matching that gun. Them bullets that was in 3 bodies.
no the bullets match the bro. Listen, when you
The
listen, bro,
bullets match the gun,
the
Mayor.
Man,
bullets
the
match
bullets
the
match
type
the
of gun,
barrel, brother. The barrel
bro.
of the
No
No,
gun
it
matter
gives
how you
off.
don't.
trying
It's
to
a
Listen to
paint
me.
it.
firing
The
pin,
barrel
brother.
of the gun gives off a
It's a
pattern which it
firing
leaves
pin,
on the
my
bullet,
brother.
man.
It's a firing pin, dog.
Man, it ain't the firing pin. It's the pattern in
It's
the
a
barrel,
firing
fool.
pin, bro.
The firing
It ain't
pin
no
on,
barrel.
man, say, the firing pin only let the person know if the gun automatic or if it's semi. You don't know what you
Bro,
talking about, homie.
it's man,
The
I'm
gun, the bullet,
paramilitary fool that
the
can
barrel,
stop
listen, bro.
everything, nigga.
Listen, bro. The barrel is matching the pattern that's on the bullets,
No,
man.
it don't.
All right,
That's
The
why
man.
you go
expert
buy my.
said that the
Oh my
shells
god.
match the same.
Hey,
The shells match fired from the gun.
Oh,
It
but
exactly.
matched the
he, but
scene.
if he
So
didn't
no
say
matter
that
how
to
you try
me,
to
no.
paint it, he
All
just
40
said that the
bullets,
gun
He
is
said it
unknown. That's
didn't,
what he
bro.
was
said.
He
just
said
pulled
that
out of,
gun was an unknown gun. If you got a
man.
fire, bro, the firing pin, dog. Stop,
Listen,
man.
man,
Stop
listen.
playing
Don't
about
you
me.
do you agree that it were 2 people on the freeway, man?
Yes, because he said
I ain't
Mostly
getting
got.
them 2 different
Hold
caliber
up,
bullets,
my guy.
man.
Hold up, my guy. He got shot with a 7.62
You
and a
don't know what he got
5.56.
shot with. They haven't
He
even got there
just
yet.
said
You
it.
don't even know if it was 2 different
He
calibers, if
just,
it was just that one.
bro. He said it. He said a
Man,
5.56
say
and a
man, listen here.
7.62.
Mahel, if you listen to this man, Mahel, that's pretty much letting y'all know where the overkill came from. All them low body shots, them 10 low body shots. That was from
Bro.
whoever had that was from whoever was on the other end down there that he had to run into. The shots in the back came from from the gun that he was shooting at him while he was chasing him.
Yeah,
Like you ain't making no
it's
sense,
that
homie.
black charger. It's the black charger. It gotta be because that's
Yeah,
the
you ain't
only
making
car.
no sense. And the shots was
Bro,
going off.
I know weapons. My
The
nigga,
shots was going off.
listen,
The
bro.
shots was
I
going
know
off
weapons,
before the shooting
bro.
started way back on 35.
I know
Can y'all
weapons,
keep the
bro.
audio clear?
I
Please
know
let each
weapons,
other
bro.
finish so we can hear what each
Yeah,
other is saying. That
you
way you
saying
can
that the
have a
bullets
clear
ain't you saying
rebuttal.
the bullets
Hold on.
don't you saying the bullets
I
don't
want to
match.
say one thing. I
Listen.
want
The
to say,
dude
hold on,
said
hold
that
on.
they don't have
Let's
the
get both of
gun.
y'all on mute, man. I don't care
They gonna
about
say
that.
the police.
Get you on mute. Now listen, my whole thing is right now, y'all having an argument about the 2 shooter theory. The same 2 shooter theory that y'all told me I was crazy about. Oh, you don't know nothing. Oh, yeah, so the 2 shooter theory rises again. And
Yeah.
according to NASCAR, it becomes a factual 2 shooter theory.
But he
Yeah,
Man, hey, I gotta
for
drop
sure
down.
it
Let me
do,
say
man.
one
But
thing
look,
real quick.
he said
Go
two
ahead, Mike.
guns.
You guys are both right and both wrong. It's both the pattern in the barrel and the mark it makes on the shell casing that can match up ballistics for.
Man. The thing about it, it's been five. Hold on, Mayor. It's been 5 years. They finally unmasked Key and they still ain't got to Barnes. They still ain't got to the cell phone service. He out of there, man.
come on, man.
It's
Think
over
about
with.
that.
He
Hey,
So they
that
can
jump for later.
definitely still give him a plea. All right, I gotta go.
Look, and look, and my hair, they done made it to the point to where they done made it to the point to where he gonna have to, he ain't gotta say nothing. He's disposable now. They don't
No,
even need him no more.
they not even worried about giving him a plea, man.
Yeah,
they,
yeah,
they not
they not
Yeah,
worried about him
I
no
agree
more.
with
So
that.
they
He
trying to
done
They're
see
not
for.
worried
now
about giving him a
They
plea.
got him.
now
They
they
give
They
finna
him,
not gonna
find out
offer him no
whether
plea because they
they
got
want him
him.
to do life,
they
and then
finna
you gotta verify that with the family. You gotta see if the family want to give him a plea. The family might want him kept get him life.
yeah,
Nah,
yeah, yeah, he's done. And then on top of that, now they finna use him to locate the people that distribute the money out.
they
You
want
already got
everybody.
you are
I
they
agree with
want
Texas
Hey man,
713. I don't hold on. I don't agree. I don't think that he's gonna get offered no plea deal because the state got him nailed in the coffin.
It's over with, man.
No, he
Why would
will
they
get
want to
off.
give him a
I
plea deal
just
when they can
seen,
give
I
him
just
life in
seen,
prison?
GT. He will
I
get
just
the
seen
plea deal.
on another person's page that the white lawyer walking out the courtroom and they were telling him, man, you were cooking. That nigga just laughing. He know what he doing, man. It's
yeah,
over,
No,
man.
listen, brother.
this
Listen,
layers.
he will because they hit him so early. Now, Key got to go back to his cell,
And
think
boo boo.
about it, and it's not. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not about it's real life. So he got to
Trial,
go back to his cell,
But then
a
you
think
gotta
trial,
you
about
a
you
it.
gotta
trial,
think everybody don't want to be a snitch, dog.
a
Everybody don't
trial.
want to be a
But
Hey,
snitch.
the trial broke
hey,
down in
man,
layers, y'all. It take layers to get everybody.
they just hit him
hey man,
heavy. They hit him
What's up?
heavy.
hey,
It's
I'm just
over.
not getting here. Can you fill me in real quick if you can? If not, I just wait.
You might have to go red ball, Slim. It's been too
Yeah,
much.
yeah, Mahel, and then Mahel,
But
look,
basically,
Mahel,
what I'm
don't
gonna
you
tell
agree?
what I'm gonna tell you is, Slim.
Man, can
The
you hear
most
me?
important point. Yeah, I got y'all. Hold on. The most important part is they unmasked Key from the trap house using the DVR. They had him with the same shoes, pants, and drawers on.
How they get that? How do they?
And they got him getting in the car.
Mahel.
He gonna have to go out like a gangster, Mahel. That's what he gonna have to do.
Man, they put money on your head. You got dropped. I'm just letting you know in advance.
Yeah,
Bye,
yeah. Hey,
man.
Mahel, hey, Mahel. Now,
Hold
do
on,
you?
y'all.
Hey,
Hold on, NASCAR. Keep that thought, but let Miss Sharon go. You know what I'm saying?
oh
Wait a
Let
yeah,
the
yeah,
lady
she
minute.
speak
was
real
talking. Yeah,
quick.
my fault, my fault.
Hear nobody.
Hey, Miss Sharon.
Wait a minute, Mahel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, yeah, this is West Dallas Shosh. And I want to shout out to the blogger that's not from Dallas, Mahel.
Let's go.
They didn't know anything and never had a clue.
Right.
Okay.
Didn't know nothing.
You never know, you and Josh didn't know nothing because y'all wasn't from here. Okay.
We ain't
So,
from Dallas.
first, we owe you a big apology, sir. And we are very sorry. I think everybody owes the Jackson sisters are sorry because they was wrong. But I'm gonna tell you something. Bree, that's why she was trying to get everything in Devin Brown house that they found. Press. She was trying so hard because that all that they showed, that's what was in Devin Brown house.
Yes.
Remember on the first day,
Yes.
she was they were sending motion after motion after motion after motion.
Yeah,
And they were trying to
ten
get
thousand.
everything pressed because that's what was
Ten
on
thousand
them
for the
cameras.
car.
That
I mean, I mean,
fool was an
Bree doing
idiot
her
leaving the
job. Bree doing her
camera.
job.
Yeah, she doing her
She
job,
doing
but
her job.
but they got
She, she just got
they
an
got
uphill
bodies
battle,
their
man.
own work.
Yeah, she got an uphill battle. I mean,
Kiwan
you know.
said he know it's over with for him. He just want her to fight for him. Yes, he knew it was over long time ago.
Can I say something? I ain't trying to argue, talk over nobody. Yeah, nothing.
You, Miss Sharon, was you done? Finish your thought, Miss Sharon. Finish what you were saying, and then three, you can go. Miss Sharon, can you hear me? Go ahead, three.
I was saying the other day that Bree was trying to keep the evidence from the trap houses out because she knew that it was damaging to his case, and she was trying to point out that they searched the trap houses looking for drugs and stuff like that. They wasn't searching for weapons and stuff like that. She was trying to make that an emphasis because she knew that they stumbled on something that had something to do with the case, but basically it's a conflict of interest because the warrant, she trying to say the warrant only specifically said search the house for drugs and stuff like that. This is one of the things that she was pointing out. But on the warrant, the murder, the file number to the murder was on the warrant. So this is why the judge allowed the evidence that was found in the trap house to be admitted, including the DVR. So that's where we at now. Now, when it comes to the guns and stuff that was found at this trap house and stuff like that, man, the ballistics on them guns is gonna say a lot.
Yep. I'm telling you, that shit got to match up, man. I'm telling you, that's what they pulling them bullets that they pulling out of three body. That's why they brought them in. That's why they brought them to the trial. But they gonna match them up with the guns that they seized from them fools. Out of all
Mm.
four of them guns, one of them rifles equal up to that bullet that came out of this body, man.
No, it does. The expert said that the gun, the shells that he fired
They got
matched some of the shells from matched the shells from the scene that he compared. But he
mm-hmm.
don't know what kind of gun it is because it's chambered at 5.56 in another
now,
cartridge.
now watch this. Now watch this. My hell, the over okay. Three guys shot. Check this out, y'all. Let me walk for a second. Three guys. We counted. I was in the courtroom. We counted 13 shots and three body. Right. Okay.
Right, right.
It was three shots, y'all. Listen, I seen the pictures. I'm sitting right there. The shots that hit three and that was in his backside.
With
Okay,
Set his back on.
that's a
No,
possibility that came from who he was running from.
no, it is. It
Okay,
can't every
so boom,
shot.
and
Set
then
back
it
on,
came
man.
Okay.
and it came out through the front. Boom. Now
Yeah,
the
that's right.
overkill, the rest of the 10 shots that I saw with my eyes on the exhibits. Man, they was
I can't even
all
hear,
like
dude.
they was like
Oh my god.
all fall to the ground exhibit, like fall to the ground, finish shot, kidney shot.
All right. Yeah, everybody
Now, the
drop. It's
person you
back.
see testifying right there,
It's
that
not
person
back.
works for
They lied.
DPS.
IGT is not back.
And this is it's been a
That's
long day
not
of
it.
testimony, right? So I want to bring in Lars Daniel. Lars, into that in a moment.
That's
But
not
let's
it.
talk about, you've
This
testified
just
in
them
trials
talking like we be
before.
talking.
The state has terabytes of information. Talk about the differences in, I mean, some of this is volunteered information, some of this you have to search for, some things
I don't
come
want
through.
to see that right now. It's not back yet. That's just them talking about what's going on. It's not back yet. IGT. That's just them talking. Slide, can you hear me? I guess can't nobody hear me. Yeah, man. But it's most definitely, yeah, they ain't back yet. They lied. Whoever just told you they was back, they lied because they not back. I just looked. I just showed y'all. That's just them talking about what they did, what they seen, like we did. You know what I'm saying? It's not back on, man. Why you keep saying that? I'm looking right here. It ain't on yet. That's them talk. What I see is them talking about it. Man. Oh my God. Sly, what's up, man?
What's up, my guy?
What's up? I got somebody else back here I'm finna bring up. I'm not sure who they is. Hold on.
Oh, this is a slam dunk case though, for sure.
Oh,
Ain't no
it's
plea
over with.
deals. Yeah,
What's up, man?
whatever happened.
What it do, man?
What's up? What's up?
Hey,
Talk to
hey,
me.
I don't know if y'all paying attention or not, man. But this same thing
All right.
happened in Dolph. This same thing happened in Dolph case. The motherfucking underwear got a nigga caught, man. The motherfucking underwear got a
Already.
nigga caught.
Hey, first thing is we don't cuss up here. So just say the underwear got him caught.
My bad, G, my bad, G, my bad, G.
You good? Go
Yeah,
ahead though.
but them underwear got him caught, man. You gotta move smart, man. Come on, man. Three one win.
Oh,
Nah, the bottom half got him caught. He
Yeah,
got the
for
same
sure.
pants and shoes and everything on. They
But he
got him in
burnt.
the
y'all,
outfit.
But he
yeah, y'all just finna say
No, I
he
can hear.
had the sweater on, he had that
yeah,
sweater on, he had some
everything
drawers on, he had the pants and the shoes. He out of there.
out of
He threw.
there.
He threw. He on camera getting in the car and everything. Threw. But as far as the second shooter theory and stuff like that, this is my thing right here, right? Can you hear me, Mahal?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
This is my thing right here. The witnesses, the white lady says she's seen a gentleman running from another gentleman, getting chased by another gentleman, and getting shot by that gentleman. So if it was
Right.
another shooter,
Your audio went out.
can you hear
We
me?
can't hear you. Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead.
If it was another shooter or any more shootings that happened on that situation, the witness would have said that they seen. But it's conflicting to me because one witness say they seen a dude with a vest on, what looked like
Yep.
a tan vest or whatever, a tan vest. Then the other ones describe quinoa. So it's just crazy to me.
Yeah, but like I told you the other day, bro, and I've been saying this, you know what I'm saying, and people don't seem to believe. And I'm just saying it's just a theory. I'm not saying that I'm correct yet. You hear NASCAR and them come up here and say, different weapons, this, that, and the third. The only thing I'm saying is about these witnesses, it all depends on where you are, where you positioned on that highway. The people in the back can't see what's going on in the front, and the people in the front can't see what's going on in the back. You see what I'm saying, Sly? That makes
Yeah,
sense
I
to
hear
you?
what you're saying. Yeah.
Like your point of view is only gonna be by what you see going on in the front of you. And the people in the back, they gonna see what's in front of them. So if you're positioned in the front, you can't necessarily see what's going on in the back. And if you're in the back, you can't necessarily see what took place in the front. So the maybe the gunman that the people in the back seen is not the same gunman that the people in the front seen, and
So
vice versa.
on the video, did we see anybody else getting the Camaro with Q1?
No, we didn't see anybody else get in the car with Key One or anybody. We didn't see what was inside of the car either.
Okay. We clear. Q1 was solely by itself, according to the video.
Now, yeah, well, what we was able to see. Remember, it had dark tinted windows. Now keep in mind too that the news is reporting about Devin walking up to three with a mask on.
You
You know
mask
what I'm
on.
saying? Saying that Devin had a mask on, and there's other reports out there that saying that he did accompany him. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm getting stuff in as we speak. Between me
And
and
it,
you. It
from
says
what
it
I
says
heard something. I heard something in back then too. Like a person that was there said people came out of everywhere to get at 3 too.
All right,
So
it
like,
says that due to some other surveillance, it says that it's seen on the surveillance video that Devin was wearing a ski mask and walking directly up to Mo 3 alongside White.
oh, well, shoot, hey,
But I
what
haven't seen
what
it, and
plea
it
deal?
and it could be wrong. It could be something that somebody got from a news station that was wrong, but they most definitely sent it to me, and that and I showed over here the other day where the news was reporting that Devin, walked up to 3 with a ski mask. It didn't say where he walked up to him with a ski mask on, but it said that Devin walked up to 3 with a ski mask. So I don't
Now,
know. Conflicting reports. Two shooter theory is just a theory. I could be wrong. Don't hold me to it. But I've been saying that since the beginning. That's where the 6 foot, 280 pound person come in that was described by the tow truck driver as well. And he described somebody in a gray hoodie that was not zipped up, that was firing a rifle at the victim, bro. I'm just saying that's what they said. Now,
I,
gray is largely different from black.
yeah,
You can't tell me you look at somebody in a black shirt and say that's gray.
yeah, I agree. I got another question for you too.
Go ahead.
Dang, what was my question, man? I don't forgot the dang on question. I don't forgot the question.
Yeah, but to what Mel was saying, I did see a black Charger, you know what I'm saying, in one of those clips. When he
Mhm.
asked that dude, he said, "That's a different car right there, right?" And he said, "Yeah." And that was a black Charger. But I think that was Jerry's Charger. You know what I'm saying? Could have been a scat pack, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it
But
was
it
an
was
SRT.
Charger shaped. Yeah, it was Charger shaped. Now remember, there was a Charger on the highway that was left there, and the driver took off. Now they said
Yeah.
that it was the brothers. They said it was the brothers. One of them stayed and one of them left. But who's to say that it actually was the brother that was driving? And why did the brother that left leave?
Mhm. I agree.
I've been I've been saying this for the longest, you know what I'm saying? So if it does come out, they just most definitely, say that there was a second person on there responsible for one of those firearms. It only makes me righter in my theory that I've been having all along with my not from Dallas self that don't know nothing.
Yeah, but I remember early on in the testimony that one of the doctors testified that, well, he ain't say, but he did testify that a lot of the shots, all the shots came from behind. One of the shots pierced through three heart and came out his chest. One went through his. But you know what though, man? I wonder was Keywan shooting at him while he was on the ground?
Remember, Graham said he never went past the front of his video, and the reports say that, well, the witnesses say that somebody stood over three and fired two additional shots into his chest.
Because the
So
testimony that
if three was behind the car, laying behind the wheel, and Keyone never went past the door, how could he stand over the top of him and fire two additional shots? Three, it's impossible.
yeah, it
So
is
why are
definitely
these
possible.
other people? Why are the other people on the other side of the highway reporting that somebody stood over Mo 3? And then even with the medical examiner, he said the same thing. He said that they could have either been fired directly to where they bounced, hit the concrete,
Yeah.
and it made the bullet be different or whatever, or he could have been fired up on basically he was fired up on while he was laying on the ground.
And now, now my hair with the two additional shots. The last witness, the little Chinese guy,
Yeah,
he said when they locked eyes, the dude with the rifle slid over to his passenger headlight and took aim and fired two additional shots before running off.
let's
That's what
go.
he said. So that's what they said in the courtroom, man. And then on top of
Let's
that,
go.
I'm like, he didn't say that the dude, in order to go stand over three, this is my personal opinion, you would have to go run past that man's car, right? To get to the back of the car
Right,
where they fell,
right,
where he fell at. Okay,
right,
he said he
right.
stood at his top of his headlight, at his passenger headlight, aimed and took two final shots. So my theory is, what if them other lower body shots, them other 9, 10 other body shots that was put in the lower half of three bodies? What if it did come from someone else that was in a different car?
And
He
think
got
about
shot in
this,
his.
NASCAR. Hold on, wait. Think about this. Now, if you go back to yesterday, they did report that they found a shell casing or some. I want to say another shell casing or some shell casing. May have been one, may have been 30. I don't know. But they found
Mhm.
another shell casing on the opposite side of the freeway.
And then in the courtroom too, man. It was some weird shit to me personally. Like when somebody,
Weird stuff. Weird
yeah,
stuff.
like
Weird
like
stuff.
some of the shot, well, when they was explaining it, when the forensics were they explaining the, where the bullet holes and stuff go, how they go in and exit out. Okay, he had a shot at his elbow, and then he had one in his thigh. He said that it
His
traveled up.
forearm.
He said that it traveled up like went through his thigh. It went up, and then it went through
Ricocheted
and hit his
and tore up
chest.
his intestines.
Yeah, and it went
No,
through his middle part, and then it went up to his chest.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so my personal thought was, in order for that bullet to go up, you would have to be standing at a different angle facing across from you, right? For that bullet to even go up, not down, because you would have to be standing at the top of him shooting down for the
No, this
bullet to
the
go
thing.
down and out.
This the thing. It ricocheted. It can ricochet off a bone and go up.
Why y'all keep saying they back? I'm over here looking and man, these people still talking.
Yeah, they said an hour break.
Yeah, I'm just saying they going by they should be back, but they not back yet.
Yeah, but
I'm looking at it.
that always rattled me, bro. I always thought that it might have been someone else on the highway as well. I just always felt like that old dude chased him while shooting at him. That's how he ended up with a few shots in his backside, like in his back area. That's how he ended up with the shots back there. Them shots might have came from the person that was chasing him behind, and then ran into he might have failed. He had to fall. Matter of fact, I know why he failed. Cause from when they showed the photos in court, one of the bullets was directly in the middle of his spine at the bottom of here, like right over your ass, right over your bottom backbone.
Yeah, yeah,
So of course we already know that's the main part of your body. So it was an accurate shot right there. It was crazy, but it was an accurate dot right there on his spine at the bottom. Coming from a
that's
rifle,
crazy,
yeah,
man.
you gonna fall. Coming from a rifle, you hitting the ground. And
That's
then
crazy,
then the
man.
other day, the other Monday, Tuesday or Monday, one of them days they pulled out two different guns, my hell. They pulled out an AR-15 and a
Yeah, they
pistol.
did.
And then
Yeah.
Yeah, they did
today they pulled out a SK, a Romanian SK, in a pistol. See what I'm
already.
saying?
All right,
So
so yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
the gun that they showed today, you seen how the conversation changed, and they brought the gun forensic dude up there and made them bullets out of the body match up with the barrel of that gun in a pen.
Let's go. All right, so I got Gigi up here. Now, some of what I said about this two-shooter theory, you know what I'm saying, most definitely came from Gigi, and Gigi was the one that said that it appeared to her like he one hopped out the back seat and not out of the front seat. That's why it took so long for him to get out.
Well, on the
Gigi, you
video,
feel like you feel like you still right? Well, I know she up here. That's why I was gonna ask her, but she went on mute. So go ahead, slide for three. What you finna say?
Keywan jumped in the driver's seat. He ain't jumping the passenger.
Yeah, he jumped in the driver's seat.
Yep. Yeah, but how
He
we know
jumped.
that the person inside, if it was a person inside the car, didn't change position so that key one could be able to jump in the driver's seat and go?
That was a solo mission because the door was wide open, my
It
hell on
definitely
that.
was a solo mission.
That was a solo mission, my hell. That door was wide open on that car. Now you got to think about it. Y'all got to really think about this. How can this traffic be that slow, bro? It's impossible. You would have to have multiple cars to slow each lane down in order to give time to do that. That freeway too rapid.
All right. So according to what they sent me, it says prosecutors state that Devin Brown was physically inside the vehicle with Keywan White during the high speed pursuit on Interstate 35.
They said the shooting started at the witness said the shooting started back on 35 over there by 20 because she thought they had some car problems. They was chasing each other from over there by Wintergreen, and she said she was coming off the 20, the ramp. So in order to go that way, you would have to take that ramp to get on 35 off of 20. And then that lane behind you merging on to 35 will be it will be 35 under the bridge. You coming from like Lancaster area, like Wintergreen area, I believe. So that's how she ended up in the middle of the confrontation like that. You see what I'm saying? Like she came into the ramp and it was already happening. It was just a gap in between them. And she just filled in the gap coming off of the highway. She saw everything going all the way up to the freeway, man. Off of 20 all the way down 35, she said. And everybody was saying that was a little infinity car that was behind 3 on the video on 35. That was a silver BMW. That was the witness. She said she followed them all the way from where they was coming from. That's how
Even
she was
slowed
able to.
down on the side of Keywan and asked him if he
Yeah,
needed
they
help.
asked him did he needed help. That's how she was able to identify his face. They just didn't say that in day one. They made it sound a different way. Like they made her say like I can't really remember how they put him in here, but they made her like confirm that was him, but
Hey,
not saying that was him.
I can tell you, she on the 911 call, she named Key One to a T. You know, basically not saying basically she named the structure, how he was built, his skin color, and how tall he was. And then when they asked on the stand, you know, she said that she seen him putting his
Putting the
mask
mask
He
on.
on.
put
So
their
she
mask
so
on.
she so she only seen from his nose to his chin. You know, she only seen from his nose to his chin. She did not see his whole face.
Yeah. But
Well, that's probably why it took him so long to get out the car because he was trying to put that mask
that
over his
mask on.
face.
They trying to put the mask
Hmm.
on. That's where the delay
So
came from.
he ain't came out that back seat. He just was trying to put that mask on.
Yeah,
That
that was a
mask.
two-seater. You can't hop out that back seat that quick like that. It's too tight enough.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had one.
And then they kind of routed me when they said something about a green vest and some other stuff. I'm like, a green vest? Then one person said one guy was dark, like kind of brown skin, and the other guy say, the lady say he was bright skinned. See, the white witness, Mahel, the white lady, she saw like about 30, 45 seconds. She saw what we didn't see behind the truck.
Right,
Between the black witness in the BMW, the white lady that was in the little SUV, and the Chinese dude that said that he stood over his passenger headlight, between them 3 witnesses right there, they give you your window of what happened behind that truck from when it directly happened from behind the truck. You see what I'm saying? Like when they went out
yeah,
camera, we couldn't see behind the truck. That's when the black woman time frames, the black witness time frame started. Then the white woman time frame started, and then the Chinese dude was the ending time frame. It went in that very order, bro. That's how they was able to see that like that. They was able to see every frame of the shooter with they witnessing eye.
right. Right, I
And
can
then
dig it. All right, so go ahead. Finish, because I don't want
and
you
then
to lose what
and
you
then
finna
and
say.
then and then they just saw him. Even the white lady said she popped her head up and he just saw him run off. I mean, the Chinese dude say the dude ran off back towards the car. That's when you see him running back to the car with that with that long rifle hanging down, because he had to run a long way. Now that we know the distance that he had, yeah, and
Straight
went over
up.
that
Okay,
track. That's
what's
what
up?
happened.
All right, so what's up, DJ Q? Talk to me. I know you came for a reason.
Yeah, I just came because the witnesses don't even matter anymore. But everything that was just showed, the witnesses don't even matter anymore. But it do give a good read. But what they just showed, everything that just popped up, yeah, I see why Kiwan trying to get the capital off. He'll take the murder,
Why?
he just don't want the capital. You heard me?
Yeah, I hear you. I say, why
Yeah,
you think that? Why?
cuz I mean, there's going to be a lot with that capital murders. I mean, because with that capital murder, you can also get the death penalty.
Yes.
So that's why he's trying to get the capital off. He would take the murder. Murder going to give him what? Probably life. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Right.
But
Hey man, you know what? You know what we missed? We missed the part in there. Key had that. He had the shiesty mask that he wore on the highway on on top of his head. He just didn't have it pulled all the way down. I missed that while ago when they showed it to us. He had on the exact same clothes with the shiesty mask on the top of his head. I bet
I
you
know
yeah,
that.
nobody even caught that.
Nah, I never
And let's
seen that.
just
I
be
ain't never paid
honest.
attention to that.
Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me look again. Because in this picture I'm looking at, it most definitely looked like he got it on his head.
Yeah,
But it
I
might just
missed
be
that.
his hair.
I thought that was his hair, Mahel.
No, I actually think
I,
you're right, man. I think you're actually right. I think one of his little braids hanging out from under the motherfucker. I mean, one up from under it, matter of fact.
I might be tripping.
They had him a side shot of him, right? With the mask on.
But
Hey
hold
man,
on,
Maybe.
NASCAR. So
Hey, what to do?
it also plays out. They was already setting up on the 10th. So somebody gave them a tip on the 10th.
Why you feel like that? No, they was already under investigation. You gotta keep in mind that house was already under investigation. That's what they said.
I
So that ain't.
think honestly, I know
Go
what you're
ahead, bro.
saying. I know exactly what you're saying. I honestly think that they was gearing up to go at 3 when the opportunity approached itself. So I
Let's
honestly
go.
believe that I believe that you're right.
You know?
And for you, man, because I'm pretty sure you've been in the judicial system before. Have you ever known anybody to get a plea deal after trial?
No,
No.
they usually give it to you beforehand.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's the point that I was making.
You got
Have you
you
ever?
got
Have
you
you ever?
got all the way you got how long? You got all the way up until the trial starts. Basically, when opening statements come, it's over with.
Yeah.
Anytime up
Okay.
until opening statements, you good. When they do them opening statements, it's over with. But go ahead.
So have you ever seen anybody get a plea deal during trial?
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't.
Yeah, Young Thug and them
Yeah,
You
did,
never
didn't
yeah,
seen?
they?
yeah, yeah. They do. I can't let that not go. I seen that. Yeah, they do. But listen though. Check this out though. That right there come with you gotta have a bomb dropper. You gotta have
He
something
got it.
that can put. You gotta have something that can put the president in jail in order for
I'm a,
at
I'm
the
a,
last minute like
and
that.
I want y'all to know this one thing. When I was showing y'all that Florida stuff, with that was on that thumbnail over there. That's gonna be, and I asked Keywan about it. That's gonna be his Hail Mary. That's gonna be the thing to get after he get this, whatever sentence he get, he's gonna try to use that as far as Bubba go. That's why Bubba is on that thumbnail because
Mm.
Florida is accused of taking out Bubba, by different people, not by the laws yet. But Keywan was around them dudes and around Florida enough to know, what was going on. So he's gonna help connect GRC to Bubba's unalive through Florida. Watch what I tell you.
Yep, and that's why they brought them guns in and admitted them, even though they ain't got nothing to do with 3Ks. It shows that Keywan had access to them firearms and that he had access to that house. So it only makes sense that the evidence that they gathered from the search warrant is admitted with the case. So the man, that's what I was saying,
So,
Maher.
so they could do.
If they link these cases together, man, oh my
So,
goodness.
so you basically saying what you saying, and I'm listening to you too. Basically, what you saying, they brought up, they brought extra evidence in from another case that's tied into what's going on now. So basically, it sounds like they got all 4 guns from 2 different cases.
Yeah, it sounds like to me they trying to link these cases together.
Yeah,
Like,
that's some
yeah,
work right
that's what
there,
I'm
Jack.
saying. That's
We
exactly, and that's what it looked like too.
so you
So
can't.
with the
We
Yeah,
yeah.
so with the feds getting on the stand and they using the feds evidence in this case, that gives the feds jurisdiction in this case.
To invade in the case and have they say so in it,
Exactly.
and that's
So they
why they
can
took
come.
the stand. Okay,
And that's why Bree was fighting hard to keep that evidence because the evidence came from the feds.
because
So now they
well
giving
this well put together. I'm telling you right now how
yeah.
they plan the execution right now. What they doing on the behalf of 3? He working, Jack, and he smooth and he slicing. I'm telling you that right now. They thought they had something. He got to pull his stuff out that little briefcase. Boy, say man,
What was they tone yesterday? They saying all of this. They ain't putting Keywan in the car.
bro,
Unmasked Keywan. And what did they do?
they unmasked the man, showed you what he did
Unmasked him.
before he put the mask on.
Exactly.
He showed you what he did before he put the mask on.
Eat your cake. Eat your cake.
So, see, I see you in here, 88. What happened about? Well, I thought it was some people from Houston. Okay, the quarterback, y'all. Let me put it back up here. Quarterback, but y'all come back in a minute when after the break. I mean, when they go on break again or something. But 88, I thought it was somebody from Houston.
88 two-faced it, man. 88 is two-faced it.
See some action happening in here.
They
Jen,
not
let's play
back
the
yet.
sound again from the noon hour.
They not back. I got somebody in the back talking about they back. They no, they not. Yeah, I know it's too late now. I already know they not. Yeah, yeah, they was trying to throw us off, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying she was necessarily, she was just telling us what was being told to her, by Dallas business. They've been trying to throw us off, 88. You better jump back on the winning team. It was somebody from Houston. I heard it was Lil Mac from Chicago. It was Key One the whole time. Just like I've been telling them. And I don't feel bad for telling them now. Because I knew it. I knew when I looked at that highway footage after I had been looking at them images, I knew. You know what I'm saying? I said, man, I can't get it out my mind, man. Every time I look at that, I see Key One. That's all I see. I see Key One. I told y'all the shooter didn't have no eyebrows, and Key One ain't have no eyebrows. I told you they was gonna be able to identify the Key One from that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's over with. It's over with for Key One, man. You know what I'm saying? Hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and sinker. It is over for Key One White, man. You know what I'm saying? He can hang it up. I knew it. They would have tested the bullets to other case and matched by now if they had it. Maybe so, 713. But I'm here to tell you, man, y'all don't never listen to me. But I pay attention, I be observant to what's going on. I ain't got no reason to be compromised. I don't know nobody. You know what I'm saying? I just be giving y'all my genuine feelings about how I feel about it and basically bringing it to y'all. But from being over there and asking the questions that I have asked and looking at this thumbnail that got Bubba and Florida on it, and from talking to Key One, I'm telling y'all, he said he gonna get a plea deal. The way he gonna get his deal has never been done. But basically, what he gonna do is, since GRC is taking him down, since they taking him down, they got hands in taking him down. He gonna take them down, and he gonna tell them about Bubba. You watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. Watch it come to pass, just like everything else. But anyway, y'all telling me it's back. Let me look over here and check. Okay, it's back. Let me get it back up here. Hold on, y'all. It's not back, man. Well, they still talking. All right.
To watch on all of our streaming sites, YouTube, TikTok.
Let's get you on mute, man. You know what I'm saying? Until they start saying some actual words in there. Yeah, but okay. So let me turn the sound up. He's still all smiles. Boy, it's over with, dog. But I think he already knew that. He wanted doing this for a specific reason. He wanted all to play out. In my opinion, he wants it all to play out so that when he does what he does, can't nobody be mad at him. He said, some people gonna love me for what I'm finna do, and some people gonna hate me for what I'm finna do. But he's letting it all play out in court just so you can see the GRC people take the stand and tell on him. So when he reverse it back on them and do what he gonna do, He feels justified. Hold on, y'all. They telling me I'm behind this stuff.
So
All right, let's go.
So in 755, a still shot of two individuals outside that house and around 12-ish,
12:10ish,
12:10ish,
give or
on the
take.
10th.
Correct.
They got Trap Boy up there.
State's Exhibit 757. What time is that around?
DVR time says 17:33, so minus the 58 minutes to hour that we've been discussing, 4:33-ish p.m.
On the 10th?
On the 10th, correct.
State's Exhibit 767. What time is that and what day?
DVR time displayed at 18:09, 20 seconds on November 10th.
State's Exhibit 769. What do we have there?
It states November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 13:48.
So approximately what time?
12:48. If we're, again, we have the 58-minute to 59-minute offset, so approximately an hour.
State's Exhibit 780.
November 11th, 2020, DVR time 14:10. So again, roughly 1 hour ahead. So 1:10 p.m.
And that was approximately, or that was when the fire is going.
Correct.
In the grill. I know it's kind of hard to see way out there in the video, but. $781.
November 11th, 2020, DVR time is 18:09, 31 seconds. So 17:09 approximately.
Okay. $791.
November 22nd, 2020, DVR time is 22:28, 54 seconds. So approximately 9:28, 9:30 p.m.
$793.
November 23rd, 2020, looks like 01:20:53 DVR time, so approximately 12:20 a.m.
Just before 1 a.m. on the 23rd.
Correct.
Now, can you explain when you do an extraction? We'll start with the DVR. Can you explain the actual process of detective bring? I know we kind of got through a lot of stuff very quickly and we didn't go into all the processes that are involved in it. But hypothetically, I'm a detective, I have a search warrant, I have the DVR, I bring it to you, here's a search warrant to search what's maintained in it. Can you walk this jury through an extraction of a DVR?
So in our world, I probably refer it to as imaging as DVR. Forensic images are more, kind of appropriate for hard drives and such, whereas extractions are more commonly linked with cell phones. So for a DVR, as I said earlier, it comes in it gets assigned to somebody. In this case, it was assigned to me. I take the DVR out, I do my physical inventory of it, and open it up, look at the inside, what type of hard drive does it have, size, model number, take photographs, all that kind of stuff. Prior to that or during, I'm also comparing it to the search warrant. With the search warrant, I'm going to look and make sure the one that it lists the DVR or however the search warrant explains, it gives me the ability to look to that DVR. So I've got to stay within the four corners, as it's referred to, of search warrant, make sure I don't go outside my boundaries. Is what's being asked of me covered in the warrant? If it is, then I proceed. And like I explained, I would take a piece of hardware that is going to write block and make sure I don't write to the DVR. I'm going to get a pristine forensic image. It's going to have the hash values we discussed as far as kind of digital fingerprint to make sure that I can go back to my forensic image, a day after, 10 days after, 10 years later. If I run it again, it'll show that I never altered the image. So the image was pristine the entire time in that case. In this exam, that was all accurate. But that's just a forensic image. If I gave you the forensic image, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it, as far as reading it. You would have to have a tool to process it. In this case, I use DVR Examiner. You take DVR Examiner, you connect it to your image, and let it process all the video and put it out by date, camera, kind of all that type of information that you would want to know. From there, again, it depends on the detective or the investigator. Do they want specific video? Do they want everything? What are they requesting? You have to make sure if you have the ability to get your offset, in this case we did, to figure out is your DVR time and date accurate. If it is, great. If not, how far is it off, so you kind of know what you're looking for. And then you're going to export all those, whatever's being requested of you. For DVR Examiner, when it exports the video, you have the option to have a hash value with each and every video. So again, I can export the video, present it to defense or to the district attorney's office or the AUSA's office. And if they look at it, they can go back and check a day, week, a year, and make sure they didn't accidentally alter the video somehow. Because I've got the MP5 message digest, is what that is, hash value from when it was originally extracted from the DVR. So you've got that. And then when you export all the video, you'll have all the video come out. You'll have a DVR Examiner report that will list all of your videos, clip information, dates and times, and then the hash value.
Okay. Just since you talked about like the date and time, the offset in this case at 58 minutes, is that uncommon to have a time off on a DVR specifically?
No, because if you think of DVR, if it's connected to a network, then you might have more accurate time that gets updated all the time. If you have a DVR that you set up on, January 1st of a specific year, and then it just sits there and never connects to a network, never gets adjusted, over time, kind of like an alarm clock or a regular clock, it's going to lose a second here, lose a second there. If it's not adjusted for daylight savings time, you may lose some time there as well. So it's not uncommon.
And the Earth rotates at 365 and a quarter days, I think.
Sure.
And that's why we leap year every fourth year.
Correct.
And then we also have daylight savings. So time gets thrown off if you never adjust it.
It does. And so that's why we try to identify something, can we identify something in there that gives us a reference to our offset? Sometimes if the DVR is password protected and we can't actually pull it up and see what the accurate settings on there. I've had instances where I've requested from the detectives, can you tell me the first time an officer arrives on scene? Because usually they arrive on scene, they notify dispatch. Okay, well now I've got, I see the first officer on scene. They told me the first officer arrived on scene at this time. Okay, now I've got a point of reference and I can see if my time and date is accurate or not.
And so there are ways to do it, but in this case, you didn't have to go to that length to determine the offset.
Correct. This one was not password protected, so I was readily able to see the date and time that it displayed.
Now, as far as an extraction of a cellular device, how is that the same and or different than doing a forensic image of a DVR?
So there's a couple differences. The procedure is still the same. You're still checking search warrant, still doing physical inventory of the phone. Is it on, off, whatever? Where the biggest differences come in is that when you obtain an extraction of a cell phone, it has to be on to do that. By and large, there's old ones, maybe not, but it has to be on. And so that's when you're getting that extraction, unlike a hard drive that's off, that extraction you get is a one-time hash value that you'll get for that. So if I obtain abstraction on a specific date, again, say January 1st, if you went back to that phone and wanted to extract it again, well, you're gonna have to power on the phone. It's gonna start changing things. So the next extraction you get, that will not change. However, when we obtain the extraction, whichever one we do, it's encapsulated and you can hash value that. So then again, my extraction, then it's similar. I can go back to my raw extraction. I can run that hash value 1 year, 5 year, 10 years later, and it should match, showing that nobody's altered that extraction in any way during processing or examination.
But every time if you were to do a new one, turn on phone, turn off a phone, there's new data, the phone cycles, there's all kinds of stuff that connects to the network potentially.
Potentially. Now, when we extract a phone, when it comes into the lab, we do whatever's necessary to remove or limit any network connectivity. We don't want to connect on the network. Physical SIM card you take out. You can put it in airplane mode, great. If it's something that's got to go straight to a machine, we try to get it straight to an extractor machine to do that. And then we use a couple different tools. Some of the well-known brands you may have heard are Gray Key, Magnet Gray Key, Cellbrite. Those are the two kind of largest extraction devices out there. And you'll take it, you connect it to an exam machine that's running one of those softwares, and you go through the process. Very simple. You follow the instructions on the screen. Do this, do that. Get your extraction, save it to a drive. It's going to give you a hash value, and you move on. And then again, if I gave you just the raw extraction, you wouldn't be able to plug it in and do anything with it without something to process it. Again, put it in something readable so that you know what you're looking at.
And is that what's been already admitted, that readable format?
Correct.
How, once you provide that either to district attorney's office, the U.S. attorney's office, a law enforcement agency, well, let me backtrack real quick. When you do an extraction of a cellular device, do you comb through and look for evidence as it relates to a case, or are you just pulling all of the data from the phone?
So two things come into play there. One is the search warrant, like I said, or whatever legal authority, it could be consent. And the other is the request from the investigator. So we put those two together to figure out what we're going to do. A lot of times these days, investigators are a little more familiar with some of the tools, and they'll say, can I just have what's referred to as a portable case? With Cellbrite, it's called a reader report, and it kind of puts everything to where they can go through it themselves. And so if maybe a narcotics investigation, I may not be up to date on all the lingo and narcotics investigation, all this stuff, but they're going to do that themselves. And so we give them this portable case, and they can go through it. They say, well, this, and they can make their own tags. This is important, this is important, this is important. And then they can create smaller reports from there that are more specific to their investigation. There are times, if you might think of maybe a child abuse case or something that's more specific, more understandable, they can say, no, we would like the examiner to go through and look for images or videos or evidence related to this specific offense. And then we go in and we do our own analysis and provide similar results, but we're the ones that comb through it and do the exam. Most forensic examiners would prefer that second one, where we have a little more control going through and being able to later testify and say, this is what you have. A lot these days is investigators wanting to do it themselves, and so they ask for a portable case.
In the example, you give child abuse, so whether it's crimes against children, a child pornography type case, where there are certain things that the investigator is looking for, that might be something where they lay that out to you.
Correct, and they would just be specific on what they're looking for. It wouldn't just be go find a bunch of images. They would need to we would work with them and say, what is it you're looking for? What do you need? Is there time frames? Is there, specific, if you're looking for messages, are you looking for messages from a specific phone or a contact, so that we can narrow it down so we don't turn around and just say, oh, here's everything. They can ask for that, and we will provide what they ask for and what the warrant allows for. We would prefer to do more of a forensic examination if given the choice.
And in this case, what were you asked to do?
So on this one, for the DVR, for example, originally the initial request came in to ask for video on November 11th, I believe. In further discussions with the detective, you have to allow for, again, the time offset, but midnight, could be videos starting the, you know, a couple hours before. So you're kind of looking at the 10th and 11th. Once he saw some of the video that was located that seemed responsive to his request, then he also requested all the video that was available. And so that's why in my report, I have two kind of exports. I have the selected one. Here's the specific video he asked for that he found relevant. And then here's the second amended part of the request where he says, well, I want everything so I can review everything within that DVR.
And assuming, in this case, the warrant allowed for everything to be extracted and examined, then you provide everything.
Correct. I mean, if the warrant had been specific to say only these dates, if he would have asked for everything, I would have had to say, well, no, your warrant only allows for these 2 or 3 days. You need to either go get another warrant or just understand that I'm not going to be able to provide that. And that's up to the investigator.
And so the warrants itself, again, you weren't asked to, outside of the first select videos, as it relates to the DVR only, it was just initially the select date and time area that he was looking at, and then you provided the entire copy based off of what the warrant allowed, correct?
And his request, yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the cell phone extractions that you did you do a forensic examination, or what was the request for, and what did you do?
Again, the request was just the portable cases so that he could go through it himself.
Now, you've talked about investigators, prosecutors who are familiar with the case can use that portable case and then make smaller copies.
Correct.
Of selected things. I think this jury's already heard about some selected text messages from one extraction already in this case. Is it fair to say that cell phones these days are getting quite large?
And that would be fair. That'd be accurate.
I think mine may even have more memory and space than this computer that's sitting in front of me.
More than likely, yes.
And so if we were to print, let's say that, I think Apple's about to have a new phone in September maybe, but if they have a new phone and you were to print out every page of an Apple, you know, a year from now, if I get that new Apple iPhone, I know this is a terrible hypothetical, bear with me, we'll get there. I get this new iPhone in September. A year from now, you do an extraction on it. Let's say I'm on it all day long. Potentially, how big could that, if you printed out every single page from that extraction, potentially how big could that be?
I mean, that would be thousands upon thousands, maybe million pages.
Hundreds of thousands.
Exactly. No, absolutely. Yeah, I had a case years ago and they did try to put it in a 3-ring binder, and that was 10 or 11 years ago. And it took a very large 3-ring binder, and that was much smaller phone. So no, it would be huge.
And so as it relates to, like, in this case, I haven't printed, or I haven't shown you every printed out page from the 4 phones that you've done or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, I didn't want to forget one thing. This morning, you grabbed me and you said, hey, just want to let you know, I found 2 typos this morning going through my report.
Correct.
And what were those 2 typos?
Probably copy paste issue where I identified the Night Owl DVR as a Night Owl Swan. So that Swan was probably just something hanging over. And then in imaging the DVR, I referred to the Toshiba hard drive in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, I referred to it as Hitachi.
It was not.
It's not, and you know, but I just noticed that. Correct.
Doesn't change the substance of your report or any of the examinations.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you weren't asked to do a forensic examination of the contents of all these phones. So an investigator or detective or agent who did go through the portables could testify potentially to the things that actually came from these phones. Is that fair?
Fair.
If they know.
If they're aware of every aspect of what they're testifying to.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes, you may. I'm just going to show you what's been marked as states 1140 and 1141 week. Take my notes off for myself. Would you please take a look at 1140 and 1141?
I mean, this is portions of a reader report, kind of like that smaller report we're talking about. It's not all the contents, but it's some.
And so each tab there in 1140, those were from, y'all assigned specific numbers, and that number would be not only on the disk that contains all of them, all of the extractions, correct? But it'd also be on the back of the phone.
It'd be on the back phone. It'd be within our report of examination. You shall see how I refer to it within our report. So here it talks about the re-reports for, and then it lists DL 114291 through DL 114294. And the DL is the beginning of the barcodes that we were using at that time.
So the phones that are in evidence would be marked on the back DL 11, so on and so forth. And these smaller reports are from in 1140 are from DL 114294. Is that correct?
One of them is, yes.
And then 1141, how about that one?
I would have to go back on my reports. I don't know which phone you gave me. From my examination notes would have the unique ID. It's an iPhone 7, so it's either. That's what's going to have the unique ID. There's a unique ID within the report that corresponds to my extraction. So on this first page, I would know that this is mine because it's going to correspond to my notes.
Would it help refresh your recollection by looking at your examination notes?
It would, because this is a very lengthy alphanumeric combination. I don't have that memorized. Okay, so this one is for DL 114291.
Okay. And that's marked as, what does the front of that marker say?
1141.
Okay, 1141. And how about the other one?
So this is DL 114294.
So the one 1140 ends in 94 and 1141 ends in 91.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer a State's Exhibit 1140 and 1141 for record purposes at this time, previously tendered to defense counsel.
Would you describe them after the record?
Yes, 1140 is some smaller generated reports from DL 11-42494, which is an iPhone, and 1141 is some smaller reports that have been generated from DL 11-4291, which is another iPhone. And both of those entire extractions have been previously admitted in State's Exhibit.
iPhone is referenced on the DL and then 4.
Can I ask Mr. Morris to describe the specifics of it? For the one
ending in 9 for which specific iPhone is that?
It is a white and silver Apple iPhone SE.
Okay. And the one ending in 9-1.
Black Apple iPhone, I believe it's a 7.
No objection for record purposes, Your Honor.
Okay. Stacy Exhibits 1140 and 1141 are admitted for record purposes.
I'll pass it with Sean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Morris, I think that you described two different types of extractions that maybe it's your company, maybe it's all companies like yours can do for law enforcement. Is that right? Where you are extracting and you're creating a report and analyzing, and then you said that there's something called a portable case.
The portable case, yes, could be used in either one, but we have kind of two different methods where I'm asked to do the bulk of the examination and provide results, or basically, can you just give us a copy of everything in the phone and we'll do the analysis ourselves?
Right.
Is that okay?
And so, and you're saying that that's something that law enforcement can potentially ask you for, is that right? The portable case?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that it's inside of the parameters of a search warrant generally, right?
Correct.
But ultimately, you can create a copy of something and then give it to law enforcement, and they can look at it, manipulate it, decide what things mean, put things together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct. I don't like the word manipulate, but yes, you're correct. They can go through it and identify what's relevant to them. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? And decide how things fit together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
And as far as you know, when they're doing that kind of thing, it's really just on them, right? In other words, you have oversight when you're creating a report, right?
Correct.
You have like peers that review it. Is that fair?
Well, we do peer review on 100% of ours.
Okay.
Going out the door.
Okay. But what I'm saying is when you are charged with doing a forensic analysis and then generating a report, when
Correct.
that's on you, not
Correct.
when you created a portable case, but when you're doing it,
Mm-hmm.
you create that, you're doing all of the checks, you are doing the analysis as per the request that's been made of you, correct?
In addition to the search warrant, yes, correct.
And yes, you're combining those two things to make sure you're inside of the appropriate parameters.
Correct.
And then you generate a report, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then that report is reviewed by another qualified forensic examiner
Correct.
to ensure that your work or the conclusions that you drew make sense.
Correct.
Okay. But when you do a portable case, you are having a peer review check that you, I guess, created the portable case correctly, right?
Correct. All of our steps, yes, ma'am.
All of your steps.
Mm-hmm.
But once it goes to, when the whole extraction, without your forensic analysis, goes to a police officer or law enforcement, that's outside of whatever you have going on. Right?
Correct.
And you don't know what protocol they have, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether or not they have a peer review process, right?
That's correct.
And whether or not they're putting things together and somebody else is checking that to say it makes sense, right?
Correct.
In the same way that you do.
Well, I'm doing more forensics. So that's why we do ours. As far as kind of reading the results, you're right. That is totally on them.
Okay, but forensics just means that you're pulling something that already existed, like almost in like a time capsule, right? Like you're not creating anything, it's not anything new, it's whatever existed at the time.
Correct.
That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
And you can do an analysis of that then goes through like a scientific method.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is that when you create a portable case and then hand it off in totality to somebody that doesn't have that scientific method, that doesn't have anything to, you no longer have any control over how that is dealt with, how any of that information is dealt with.
Correct, and that's why I said we prefer to do what you're describing. We prefer to do the forensic, and have a little more control over it, so we can have a better understanding of what we're putting out there.
Right. And furthermore, there is a reason that in your profession there are these steps, right?
Correct.
Because the steps were created or put into place because it protects against all kinds of different things within, digital evidence, right?
Correct.
And so really, for example, in your organization, you would never produce something or put something out that didn't go through your steps.
Correct.
And so you can't testify here today or ever about how, say, law enforcement, once you give them a portable case, how they are treating that forensic information or how they're interpreting it, or whether or not it is sort of generally accepted in your forensic community and things like that, right? Because they're not a part of your forensic certified community.
Sure. So if I'm answering correctly, I can testify that, for instance, a text message came from my extraction. We can go back and I can testify and say absolutely. Now, how it's relevant within the overall investigation, you're correct. I don't have that information for a situation like this.
But you can say that something came from your extraction, but you can't put it together with anything else you can simply say things, we extracted this, and that's all that you can say.
On this one, it was a very straightforward, we would like this information, and I say, here you go, here's your information. So yes, absolutely.
And
this was what I would refer to probably, and I think a lot of forensic people would agree, it is a more fairly basic level, clean cut search and find, if you will.
Right. But again, you don't have anything to do with once it leaves you.
Correct.
Once you create that portable case, it doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
So, and then as it relates specifically to the DVR in this case, you had indicated that there was a 58-minute time difference offset. Is that right?
Yeah, I think 58:42 roughly.
Okay, and in your report, you indicate that the instrument identified that. Is that right? Initially identified that there was this offset.
No, in my report, what I did with exam notes and everything else is once I had made my image of my hard drive, so it's pristine because I don't want to turn the hard drive or turn the DVR on yet. I want to get my.
I just want to stop you because maybe I'm not asking the right questions. So I just want to make sure that we're just getting the answers to the questions that I'm asking.
Absolutely.
So, you indicated there was a 58-minute and some seconds offset.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the DVR was not password protected.
Correct.
And you received that DVR on what day?
It was received February 4th, 2021.
February 4th, 2021.
Correct.
And you sort of knew, at least a little bit, that there was something that you were looking for that may or may not have occurred back in November of 2020, correct?
Not until I was assigned the case.
Not until you were assigned the case. When were you assigned the case?
That would have been October.
Of what year?
2021.
So you received it in February of 2021.
Correct.
It got assigned to you in October of 2021.
Yes.
Was it assigned to somebody else in between?
No.
Did anybody else work on it in between?
No.
And then you generated a report about your analysis in, I think it was November of 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when it comes in February of 21, it just sits in a storage locker or closet or whatever?
In the evidence room.
In the evidence room of your facility?
Correct.
Anybody, I'm assuming that's a locked, secure facility?
Yes, you're within an FBI secure area already, but then within there, again, it's also limited access into the evidence control facility.
Okay, and then is the device on or off?
Off.
And it kind of just sits there?
Correct.
You explained that turning it on, you realized that it wasn't password protected, correct?
Correct. After imaging the hard drive.
After
Not prior to.
After you imaged the hard drive, you determined that the device was not password protected.
Correct.
And that's the device that's not password protected, not whatever. I mean, you know that because you created an image of it. I mean, I don't get the connection that you're making between I made it the image and then I learned that it wasn't password protected.
Sure. So again, I don't want to turn the DVR on before I make my image. So you remove the hard drive from the DVR, disconnect it, you create your image, plug it back in. Now we turn it on because it's kind of like a phone. If it's off, nothing's changing. So the DVR is off.
Okay.
So then once I've made my image, now I reconnect the hard drive, turn it back on, and then that's where I determine it's not password protected and I can see the date and time displayed on the monitor.
Okay, and so the date and time that displayed on the monitor, once you turned it on, you had determined was 58 minutes and some seconds off.
Correct.
Okay, and and then you also determined that you could manually manipulate the date and time.
I didn't change the date or time. Maybe I misunderstand what you're asking.
Did it? I'm saying if it's not password protected, somebody could go in and manually change the date and time, or adjust it, or correct it, or whatever.
Yeah, if you plug the DVR back in and it's not password protected, somebody could go in there and change things.
Okay, and so you don't know whether or not before you received it, anything like that occurred.
Correct. Prior to its arrival and me inventorying it, I don't know the history of it.
Okay, so, but what you can tell us is it doesn't require a password to make those types of manipulations.
That's correct.
You, I believe, said that you worked on the cell phone. You did the forensic extraction of the cell phones using CART-approved hardware. Is that right?
Correct.
And what, and also software.
Correct.
Okay. What does that mean?
So CART within the FBI, I'm part of the CART team. It's an acronym, an older acronym, which stands for Computer Analysis Response Team. So I'm part of the CART team. All of our tools, before we use them, have to be approved prior to them touching evidence.
Okay. And so what's the process to test and validate the hardware and the software that you're using?
All testing and validation is done at the FBI headquarters. It was in Quantico, now in Redstone. And prior to them allowing us to use the tool, they have an entire unit up there that tests and validates the tool.
Okay, and so do you have sort of the logs related to the testing and the validation of the tool?
We do not know. That would all be stored with headquarters.
Okay, and when was the last time that the tool that you used was tested and validated?
So for these tools, this one, I would have to go back in 2021, but prior to any version, and as you may be aware, Gray Key or Cellbrite, they come out with a software update. So there may be multiple versions throughout the year. You have to do that because every time an app updates or a phone updates, an operating system updates, you have to start changing your software to address it. So there's multiple versions that get released throughout the year. None of those versions get released to our network where we can access them until they've been tested and validated. So as far as a date, every single one would have a different date. Does that answer your question?
I don't care about ones in 23 or 24 or 25 because that's not when this analysis took place.
Sure.
So the only ones that I care about are in 2021, right?
Sure.
And certainly some between October and November when you were working on this particular piece of equipment.
Correct.
So my question to you is, prior to whenever you started working on it, when was it last tested and validated?
I couldn't answer that question. I'm just not in test and validation department.
Okay. And so that's like totally separate from you.
Absolutely.
And it just, but you can appreciate that the logs of that and making sure that the instruments are accurate. It's not for somebody to just take your word for it. That it's important to have that information. Is that
correct?
Do you agree with me on that?
Absolutely. And that's why we have an entire unit dedicated to that.
That unit is not you.
Correct.
And then inside of your report, you have images. Do you recall embedding images into your report for the DVR?
Could say just make sure I'm following. So I create a report of examination, and then through the tool, a DVR examiner, it also creates a report. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding which one you're
It's
referencing.
the one that you have in your hand right there.
This does not have any, well, no, this one has images. Sorry, I misunderstand what you're asking. These images, yes.
So those have the date on them, correct?
Correct.
And they have a timestamp, is that right?
Correct.
And that timestamp, according to you, is 58 minutes and 42 seconds off.
Correct.
And then the date on the top of those pictures, those are just, what is that date? That date is related to what?
That's the date that I was working on this and extracting, I believe. Yeah, from the extraction report. I'd have to verify that, but I believe that's what it is.
Okay, so the dates that are just embedded above the image, you're saying those are the dates that maybe you were working on it?
Correct.
Okay, and those don't have any relationship to?
No, they're not within the image, no.
Okay. I'll pass it.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. You don't work for a company, correct?
Correct.
I know it's asked on the cross. The company you work for, you don't work for a company. Who do you work for?
The FBI.
That's the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Correct.
As far as the evidence that's been placed in, there's been this talk of manipulation and what people can do with a portable case. What you've provided and what's in evidence are the full extractions of the DVR and the cell phones that you extracted, correct?
Correct.
And did you verify that those were the extractions that you did?
So not only on mine did I verify them, but, and maybe I misunderstand the question, when I created the external hard drive for those retired examiners, when I created those, I didn't just copy paste the data onto the drive. I used a tool that, again, hash value verifies everything it takes from the original and putting it on the hard drive. It may not be what you're asking, but
that is what I'm asking.
Okay.
Right? And so I believe they'll hear from, the jury's going to hear from Jackie Northrop, who's now retired from the FBI.
That's correct.
And Thomas Tedder, who was the director of the NTR CFL prior to you, correct?
Correct.
And so they, of course, don't have access to FBI files since they're not FBI employees anymore.
Correct.
So, and I guess we kind of skipped over this, but when you do an extraction or make a forensic image, thank you, you provide typically, typically 3 copies, I believe.
Usually we try to give them multiple copies, one for law enforcement, one for kind of maybe just throw into evidence, then one for district attorney's office. There may be some, and we've had them where we also get requests from defense, and we may provide a copy of them as well.
And so the ones that are in evidence now, and you and I have had other trials together where I've come over to you at the FBI's office and I've like, here's a disc, and you're like, I'm not going to testify to that. Is that fair?
Correct. He's brought a disc that you or somebody has made, and to try to slim it down, and he brings it to me. No, that's not my disc. I didn't make that disc. I don't know what's on it. If I'm going to testify, I have to testify to my own disc or hard drives or whatever that may be.
And so in this case, what's in here are the full extractions that have not been manipulated. They are forensic copies. I don't even know if copies are the right word. Forensic.
They're full. They're full. Correct. They're copies. The only, just to be accurate, these are not the raw images or the raw extractions. Those are the derivatives.
And these are exact duplicates of the ones
yes
that you maintain over at your office.
Correct.
And you gave those to me. You've initialed them, Ms. Northrop, Mr. Tedder. They've all initialed theirs as well.
Correct. And even with those, when we get requests, whether it be from the defense or prosecution, it's not just make a copy and they come by and pick it up. There's, I don't know if I had them here. There's going to be a report and there's going to be examination notes for every one of those, even though it's just a copy. It's still going to have a technical report that goes with it that says, here's the tools I used, here's the validation I used, verification that everything was the exact same. And even those go through peer and admin review.
That's what it is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense? Any further questions?
May I have just one moment? And I just want to make sure that, I mean, and I don't want to belabor the point, but your job is to forensically extract information from digital devices.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it's accurate. Yes, I mean,
In other words, you don't have anything to do with determining what happened.
correct.
You don't have any responsibility in, knowing why something happened.
Correct.
And in fact, you don't have any information about, the parties, the people, the whatever involved on anything that's alleged on November 11th, 2020.
Correct. We're objective. Here's what you asked for in this case.
And therefore, you can't identify any of the people. I mean, you can say that this picture is the same picture that I extracted, but beyond that, you can't say this person's this person or that person is that person.
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness this time.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the state.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Juan Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Juan Hernandez. First name Juan, last name Hernandez.
And how are you currently employed?
I work for the Mount Pleasant Police Department.
Where is Mount Pleasant?
It's about a 2-hour drive east on Interstate 30.
And how long have you been with the Mount Pleasant Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Now, this jury has previously heard what it takes to become a certified police officer, training, field training. Is that kind of the same thing that you went through?
That's correct.
And what is your current position?
I'm a narcotic sergeant.
Were you working the night of November 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing that night?
I was working highway interdiction on Interstate 30.
You said highway.
Interdiction.
What's highway interdiction?
It's basically the enforcement off of highway, and we look for people that are transporting drugs, large amounts of U.S. currency, etc.
Is that common kind of out where you are?
It's very common off of Interstate 30, yes.
Do you recall stopping a vehicle that night?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was that?
Gray Challenger, Dodge Challenger.
You want to approach?
You may.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 627 through 767. Can you please review these photos and see if you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're building something real, people should be able to tell. That's why we built free identity services, not as a trial or a promotion, but as a better way to
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 630. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how are you, oh, go ahead.
It's an in-car video from a patrol car.
And that's your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
And you previously viewed this disc prior to today?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 631. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's a body cam footage.
And do you think that these photos and this video will help aid the jury in what investigation that you conducted that night?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, State moves to offer State's Exhibit 627 through 676, 630, and 631 for all purposes. And
Say that again. 627?
Yes, Your Honor, 627 through 676.
627 through 626.
676.
Okay. All right.
And 631 and 630 for all purposes.
We don't have an objection to the photographs, which are 627 through 676 is what we have as the photographs. These are audio and video recordings that we believe contain hearsay. And so we would object to any of the hearsay that's contained on either of these two discs. And then
630 and 631.
this is gonna be, well, this says 372, no, okay, but. Oh, okay, okay. 631 and 630.
Yes. Your objection is that to hearsay.
Our objection is that we believe that these two exhibits contain hearsay, and we would be objecting to any of the hearsay that's on here. If they want to redact it or play it without the hearsay, we don't have any objection.
I mean, specifically hearsay from who? These are, this officer's in-car video and body cam.
Correct.
There are other individuals in the vehicle who are saying things.
Yes, Your Honor, I do plan to skip over that portion of the individual that is not the defendant or this officer testifying speaking.
Okay. You have to redact it if it's going to be admitted into evidence.
And then also, can we approach briefly?
Yes. to your tables, please. Go back to your seats, please.
So for the record, Your Honor, the defense is objecting to the hearsay that's contained on those two states' statements.
Court will sustain your objection.
Officer Hernandez, can you please explain around, or I guess that night you were on patrol and you said you saw a vehicle speeding by?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember roughly around what time that was?
It was around 2:39 a.m., I believe.
And this was on November 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
And what did you do once you saw that vehicle speeding by?
Pulled into the highway and sped up to catch it and activated my lights and pulled it over.
Could you tell when you were trying to catch up to that car roughly how fast it was going?
The first time that I saw it, I couldn't. I just noticed it was traveling at a high rate of speed. And then once I got behind it, my front radar indicated he was going 110 miles an hour.
What is the speed limit at that stretch of the highway?
It's 75 miles an hour.
At that point, did you initiate a traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
Once the vehicle stopped, is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I approached the passenger side of the vehicle.
And were you able to observe anything?
I made contact with the driver and the passenger, and immediately I detected an odor of raw marijuana emitting from the inside of the vehicle.
Did that driver identify herself?
Yes.
What was the name that he gave?
Keywan White.
Do you see Mr. White in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's right there.
And if my co-counsel is sitting in seat 1 and I'm sitting in seat 2 and so forth, what seat is Mr. White sitting in?
Seat number 5.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will reflect that fact.
What did you do next once you smelled that odor of marijuana?
I did a quick scan using my flashlight from the outside of the vehicle, and I noticed there was contraband in plain view. In the mid console by the shifter, there was a bag of marijuana, and there was also a firearm on the floorboard right next to the front passenger's feet.
And you said that there was a front passenger in the car?
Yes.
And that was a female?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I merely asked Mr. White to step out of the vehicle and stand in front of my patrol car.
And then what?
He exited, and I asked my partner to go ahead and detain him for safety purposes based on the weapons we had observed and the marijuana.
And then what did you do?
I asked the passenger to step out as well, and she complied.
What steps did you take next in your investigation?
Went ahead and once he was detained and she was out of the vehicle, went ahead and conducted a search of the vehicle.
What were you able to find in that vehicle?
I located 3 firearms, AK-47 style rifle, a Taurus pistol, and a Glock pistol. Found over a pound of marijuana edibles, THC edibles, and about 16 ounces of raw marijuana and some U.S. currency.
Do you remember roughly how much U.S. currency?
It was 3 bundles and several loose bills as well. But it was over $9,000, under $10,000. I can't remember the exact number.
Who were you with that night?
I was with Corporal Guerrero.
And was Corporal Guerrero with Mr. White while you were searching the car?
Yes, he remained with Mr. White.
And what happened next?
Once we got through searching the vehicle, we collected all the items as evidence. I placed them in the front seat of my vehicle, and then Mr. White was transported to the police station for an interview.
Sorry, Your Honor, just a moment.
Yes. Are those state's exhibits? What exhibits are you got, like 630 and 631?
No, Your Honor, this, I'm going to show right now 627 through 629. And then I will show State's Exhibit 632 through 676.
Okay, state's exhibit 627 through 676 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay, Officer Guerrero, I'm showing you, oh, sorry, Officer Hernandez, I'm showing you this has been marked as State's Exhibit 627. What do we see here?
Looks like an aerial map, like a Google map from the area of Dallas. I can see Interstate 30, and then I can see Mount Pleasant on the right side.
And Mount Pleasant is, if you see where the cursor on my screen, it's to almost to the right side of the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're just here to show you the distance between Dallas to Mount Pleasant. Is that here?
That's her.
And State's Exhibit 628, is this a closer view of Mount Pleasant?
Yes, ma'am.
And 629, is this a closer view of where you would have first seen that silver car speeding by?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 632. Is this that silver car that you saw?
That's correct.
And you took these photos on the side of the highway that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
633, what do we see here?
It's the interior of the passenger side of the vehicle. As you can see, there's a backpack, multicolored backpack, sitting on the seat.
634, is that just a closer view?
Yes, ma'am.
635, what do we see here?
That's where I opened the backpack. As you can see, there is narcotics inside.
And did you ask the defendant about the items here?
Yes.
And did he claim ownership of anything that was in the car that you found?
Yes, he did.
What were the items that he claimed ownership to?
All of the narcotics that I found and 2 of the weapons.
This is for educational and documentary purposes. This is showing
That is
all of the
interior of my
evidence that
vehicle,
police found
front
in
passenger seat.
Keywan's white
That's where I placed the weapons
possession.
and the money.
637?
Yes, that's the seat. There's a cell phone and 2 bundles of cash.
Do you recall where you found this bundle of cash?
Those 2 bundles were in his front pockets, front pants pockets.
Case Exhibit 638?
That is the driver's side of the Challenger, sorry.
639?
That's a photograph of the front end of the Challenger.
Case Exhibit 640?
Yes, that's the passenger side of the Challenger.
Case Exhibit 641?
And that's the back displaying the license plate.
Case Exhibit 642?
And that's the driver's side.
Case Exhibit 643?
Yeah, that's the back seat, I believe.
Case Exhibit 644?
That's the floorboard.
645?
The floorboard right behind the passenger seat.
We see that there's a bag towards the upper left corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you able to read what that says? But there's a screen to your left, but that's a little easier to see.
Manhattan jewelry, I believe.
Case Exhibit 646?
Yeah, the back seat.
Case Exhibit 647?
Those are clothing items that were found in the vehicle that we photographed.
648?
That is the trunk of the vehicle right in front of the speaker box.
649?
That's a photograph of 2 of the weapons, the AK-47 and the Taurus.
And what color is that AK-47?
It's tan and black.
State's Exhibit 650.
That's a photograph of the Taurus pistol.
State's Exhibit 651.
That is a photograph of the serial number to the Taurus.
State's Exhibit 652.
That is what I'm holding in my hand is a high capacity AK-47 60 round magazine. And then you can see the AK-47 on the bottom lower corner, as well as the Taurus, one AK-47 round, U.S. currency, 2 high capacity magazines, a small bag of marijuana, and the front of another pistol.
State's Exhibit 653.
That's just a close up of the AK-47 rounds.
654.
Magazine, bag of marijuana on the right side, and U.S. currency on the left side.
State's Exhibit 655.
That's a photograph.
This is
of
for
the
educational
Glock
purposes only, guys. This is documenting what T1 had
that's a
inside
close-up
of
of
his
the
car.
serial number to the Glock that was found.
State's Exhibit 657.
That's one of the bags containing marijuana and loose U.S. currency.
State's Exhibit 658.
That's just U.S. currency.
659.
More U.S. currency.
State's Exhibit 660.
One of the close-up of one of the bags of marijuana that was found inside a bigger bag containing marijuana.
State's Exhibit 661.
That's a close-up of one of the larger bags of marijuana.
State's Exhibit 662.
This is where I opened the bag. As you can see, there are clear baggies and a $100 bill.
State's Exhibit 663.
That's just a close-up of the backpack that was found.
State's Exhibit 664.
More U.S. currency.
State's Exhibit 665.
More U.S. currency found in one of the bags within the backpack.
State's Exhibit 666.
A high-capacity magazine for a Glock pistol that was also found inside the backpack.
State's Exhibit 667.
You can see a rubber band on the right. Right next to it is.
Of that unspent cartridge?
Yes, ma'am. That's a closer view of the unspent cartridge. It's a 5.56, 223 round green tip.
Somebody put the
That is
disclaimer
actually
in
an
the chat.
armor-piercing bullet there.
You said what?
It's an armor-piercing round
Why do you want to make that distinction?
because it's identifiable by the green tip. That lets you know that it's an armor-piercing round.
State's Exhibit 669, is this a closer view of that?
Yes.
And this is where we see what the five.
Yes, it shows the caliber 5.56 by 45.
State's Exhibit 670.
That is a clear baggie containing marijuana. That's the baggie that was found in the mid console by the shifter.
671.
Bundles of U.S. currency and a, I guess, fake or dummy grenade, you can call it.
672.
Those are the THC edibles that were found in the bag.
673.
It shows the promethazine and the bundles of money, as well as other items that were found in the vehicle.
674.
This is a close-up of the bundles. Once we counted them and put them together.
This
and
is
then
all
the,
things that were
magazines,
found inside
the
of
3
T1's
weapons.
white car on the night he was arrested.
675.
That is a receipt.
This is for educational and documentary
containing items that were
purposes.
purchased at a pawn shop.
You see up top, it says Manhattan Jewelers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you read the name that's written on that receipt?
Yeah, it says Banzo Bling, Jerry in quotations.
And can you see what the description of those items would have been?
Item number 1 is a diamond ring valued at $1,750 or $1,750, and then a gold chain valued at $1,650.
And what date do you see on that invoice?
It's November 22nd, 2020.
This would have been the day before.
That's correct.
Stacy said it's 676.
It's just basically an overall photograph of what we found in the vehicle.
Yeah, that boy was tripping, man. Why you got all that in that car? Driving fast.
Published with the agreed upon times with council that we spoke about earlier.
That's fine. Places with 630 is admitted as redacted.
You write the words. What if you could hear them as a song? Go to suno.com, switch to custom mode, and paste in your lyrics. Then describe the sound. I'll go with soulful.
Oh my God. What is going on? Hold on, y'all. Something going on. Can't move my mouse. Going as fast as he going, he should have just kept going. Even when the policeman turned his lights on, they smoking all that stuff in the car. Ain't no way he was finna let y'all go. From the point you seen them lights, you knew he was finna pull you all the way over. You should have just took off. I'd have just kept going fast. I would have went faster. Oh well, and just catch you.
Just a minute.
Fast as he ran down that highway chasing Mo 3, you right. He probably would have got away. He should have just pulled into some bushes and took off running fast as he was.
Do we see that silver car that just sped by, going at a high rate of speed?
Yes, ma'am.
6:30, and we'll publish 6:31, which is your body cam video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At this point, you're still in your car. You haven't pulled him over just yet.
That's right.
You was moving. I got you, man. You got your license and insurance?
That's two coupe right there.
Just stand in front of my car right there. Yeah, just watch. Yeah, go and stand in front of my car. How you doing? I need you to step out of the room. Go and kill the car. Hey, G, go ahead and handcuff the form.
He was on him off the rip, said, go ahead and handcuff him for me.
Stand over here for me.
Say he looked like a criminal. He ain't got no eyebrows. Put him in handcuffs.
How many things you looking for? Besides that piece of money? 391 gloves.
Once again, we are covering a trial. This is for educational purposes and documentary purposes. This is logging, the police logging what Keywan White had inside of his vehicle when he was pulled over in Mount Pleasant, Texas, and basically taken to jail after fleeing Dallas after unaliving hip hop artist Mode 3, guys.
The deal was shown to be eligible prior to 2010, subject also holds an ID card and clear. Appreciate. 41 pretty bad last time I was there. Where is it? The first one's AK-47. Serial number Adam Charles 113 9283. Hurry.
This has most definitely been handled by police officers, and most definitely for documentary and research as well as education, guys. Everything that Keywan White had inside of his vehicle when he was pulled over in Mount Pleasant after unaliving Melvin Noble, guys. Trial footage, trial footage.
And then so the rest of that was just you searching the vehicle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the photos that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Showing you the lights turned in? Yes, you can turn the lights back up, Your Honor, thank you. Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1142 and 1143. Do you recognize this as being Keywan White, the individual that you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And these are just screenshots, one from the body cam video and then one from your in-car?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 1142 and 1143 for all purposes.
No objections to 1142 and 1143.
Thank you. This is it, it's 1142 and 1143 are admitted for all purposes.
The permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1143, this is the individual that you saw that day as Keelan White, is that correct?
That's correct.
You can see that he's wearing a brightly colored jacket.
Yes, ma'am.
right? And some chains around his neck, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
That's the And is it still Officer Hernandez?
It's Sergeant.
Sergeant Hernandez. How long have you been a certified police officer?
Since I started my career at Mount Pleasant.
Okay, and how long was that? How long has that been?
Since I got certified or when I got hired?
When you got certified?
When I got certified, it was 3 months before 17 years, so 16 years and 9 months.
2010, 2009?
2009.
Okay. And Mount Pleasant, and I know, and I think the prosecutor went over with you. What freeway is Mount Pleasant on?
Interstate 30.
Interstate 30, okay. And so that's heading east,
Well,
correct?
it runs east and west.
Okay, east and west, but it's east of Dallas.
Stepper, you can go. You can go back and see it later on the news if you want
Heading
to.
toward Arkansas, Louisiana.
You know these people play dirty over here, man.
Yeah, you'll hit Texarkana and Arkansas border.
Okay, and so how far are you from Texarkana?
About 45-minute drive.
45-minute drive.
Yes, ma'am.
You're nowhere near Mexico or anything, correct?
No.
All right. And if someone is trying to leave the state of Texas, they're not really doing a good job of leaving, right? They're still like just going to Texas or trying to leave the United States. They're going to be in the next state over, which is Arkansas, correct?
Yeah, if they're trying to leave the United States.
Yes. If they're trying to flee and leave the United States, they're going to be the next state they're going to get to going through Mount Pleasant is going to be Arkansas, correct?
Yeah, so they continue on Interstate 30, yes.
Okay. And as you said, you're a narcotics officer or a narcotics sergeant, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long have you been a narcotics sergeant?
Over 5 years.
Over 5 years. And do you typically work the freeway of Interstate 30?
Not at this moment. I used to.
Okay, so back in November 2020, did you typically work the freeway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's not uncommon for you to make several stops throughout the night, right?
Right.
All right, and you would agree with me that if someone is not trying to cause attention to themselves, they wouldn't speed 110 miles down the interstate freeway, right?
Not necessarily.
Would you agree with me, Sergeant Hernandez, if someone was trying not to cause attention to themselves, they wouldn't speed at 110 miles an hour, correct?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, so you think going down Interstate 30, you would agree with me that there's officers up and down the freeway, right?
Not particularly at that time.
Okay, how many officers do you, at that time in November 2020, did you have working in Mount Pleasant?
That night?
Yes, or not even that night, just at the police department.
Are you asking about a specific shift or the whole police department?
In the whole police department, how many people are in Mount Pleasant Police Department?
Over 20, less than 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many people live in Mount Pleasant?
Roughly 14,000 people.
And you said that at the time, you pretty much worked the freeway to make traffic stops for narcotics, right?
I work freeway and the city.
Okay. But it wasn't uncommon for you at the time to work the freeway, right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And you were doing that because people are transporting drugs back and forth on the freeway, correct?
Drugs and other things, yes.
And there's 101 reasons as an officer that you can pull someone over, especially if you think they're transporting drugs, right? The traffic code allows you to do that, right?
As long as it's a violation, yes.
Okay. So someone traveling at 110 miles per hour that has drugs thrown about their car and guns, that's pretty reckless, right?
It's a legal reason to stop them.
But you would agree with me, that's pretty reckless, right?
I would agree, yeah.
Okay. And we saw Mr. White's car pass you, and you were in a car with someone, right? You had
Yes.
someone working with you that day?
Yes.
And who was that person?
It's a Corporal Guerrero.
Okay, is he still with the Mount Pleasant Police Department?
Yes.
And what was your shift that night?
That night we were working graveyards.
So
night shift. This night shift.
What time does that start?
It's usually from 7 to 7. So 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And what time did you pull Mr. White over?
It was around 2:39 a.m.
2:39 a.m., December 23rd, right?
No. No.
I'm not December, November 23rd, 2020.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. And when you got behind him, we can see in the video, you didn't have your emergency lights on right away, right?
Right.
In fact, you passed several cars on the road or vehicles on the road, and even some 18-wheelers before you activated your emergency lights, right?
That's right.
All right. And so it was dark on the road, correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't a lot of light, right?
Right.
And how many ramps or exits do you think you passed trying to catch up with Mr. White?
I passed to get on the freeway.
Wherever you saw him to the point where you caught up with him, how many exits or entrances did you pass?
2.
2. Okay. And those are, can you describe whether they're an exit or an entrance?
One's an exit, one's an entrance.
Okay. And he could have taken that exit at any time or before you caught up with him, right?
No.
Okay. Could he have taken the, because he hadn't passed it yet?
I hadn't passed it yet.
Okay, but you passed it.
I passed it.
Okay. All right. Then just so I'm clear, how does that work out? How do you pass it trying to catch up?
Well, he passed the entrance.
Okay. He passed
Not the exit.
Okay. All right. And when you got behind him and you activated your emergency lights, he pulled immediately over, didn't he?
Yes.
And he didn't try to evade, right?
No.
In a vehicle. And evading in a vehicle is a 3rd-degree felony, right?
That's correct.
And that happens a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
But he pulled immediately over, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he got out, actually, before he even pulled over, sometimes what do people do when they have drugs and stuff in the car? Don't they throw it out the window sometimes?
Sometimes, yes.
They try to, what we call tamper with evidence, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And Mr. White didn't do any of that, did he?
No.
So not only did he pull immediately over, but he didn't try to throw any drugs or guns or anything out of the car, right?
Right.
All right. And when the car was stopped, Mr. White didn't even try to get out the car and run, did he?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
They might be going for insanity, but now that we're in Mount Pleasant, remember what they said about the Bells Company. I think the Bells Bondsmen are coming on Monday as well. This is going to tie into that. This is going to tie into Key-One getting out on bail and the people that came to come bail him out. I can almost guarantee it. Remember, they landed out in the way it occurred. So next is going to be the Bells Bondsman people, as well as his co-defendants. Would y'all agree? From what we've seen thus far, I can almost tell y'all the Bells Bondsman people are coming up Monday. Because they showing where he went to jail. the next step is to show where he burned it out.
So when the car was stopped, you walked up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a passenger in the car.
Yes.
Correct? And she also had a dog.
Yes.
Is that right? All right. And so you were able to, did you actually do the search of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were searching the car, did you see any luggage in the car?
No.
Okay. Did you see any, like, a lot of clothes or a full wardrobe in the car?
There were some clothes in the vehicle, yes.
Okay. Was it clothes where you thought somebody was moving? Like moving from one location to another, or were they just some weekend clothes?
It was just a small amount of clothes.
Okay. And were there men and female clothes? I mean, female and male clothes in the car as well?
From what I could tell, it was just male clothing.
And you don't know where Mr. White was going, do you?
Yes, he told me where he was going.
Where was he? Where did he say he was going?
I believe he said Forney, Arkansas.
Okay. And do you know who he was going to visit?
Grandfather, I believe.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not that's true, right?
I do not.
Okay. Now, when it comes to you being a sergeant of narcotics, there were a number of drugs in the car, right?
Yes.
You had some lean, you had some marijuana, and you had some edibles, right?
That's correct.
And some of that was packaged as if it was to be sold, right?
Yes, you can say that.
Okay. And were you able, based on your training experience, to put a street value on the edibles?
No.
Okay. How much would edibles, based on, because edibles are sold by the ounce, right?
It depends.
Okay. How much is 1 ounce of edibles? Do you know?
It depends on the concentration.
Okay. What about lean? The bottles of lean he had. Do you know how that is weighed or packaged to be sold as drugs?
I have no idea.
You don't know the value as a narcotics sergeant?
Not for lean. I don't focus on lean.
Okay. What about marijuana?
Yes, I mean, it's sold by the gram, ounce, pound.
Okay. And what is the street value for marijuana per gram?
Once again, it depends on the concentration of THC, so there's different values.
Okay. You would agree with me that Mr. White had a lot of drugs on him, right?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. And drug money is often in low denominations, right? The money denomination.
Not necessarily.
Okay, you would agree with me, sir, that Mr. White had dollars and $5 on him, correct?
Yes, different denomination bills.
I'm showing you okay. I'm looking at States Exhibit 63. I'm just going to zoom in. This is the money that was you found. And where did you find this? Was it in a seat like that?
These two bundles were in Mr. White's pants pockets.
Okay. And if I zoom in, can you tell the jury what they're looking at right here? What denominations are those?
This is a bundle of currency. Most of the ones that are visible are $5 bills.
Okay. And you said most of the ones that are visible. Was there
Yes.
anything else in
I can't read the ones that are not visible.
Okay. And it appears on the bottom, you can't really tell what that is, right? You know, there's like maybe a few $100 bills, but you don't know what the rest
Bree just wasting time at this point.
And it's not uncommon, based on your training experience, for drug dealers to have companies, right?
Correct.
And part of that is for their safety, right? Ironically, right?
For their safety?
For the drug dealer safety, right? They too get robbed, right?
I wouldn't say it's for their safety.
Okay. You don't believe drug dealers get robbed, sir?
I have no idea. I'm assuming they do. I don't know.
Aren't you a sergeant of
Yes.
narcotics? Okay. And do you not do a lot of drug busts?
Oh, I do a lot. Yes.
Okay. Do you not do a lot of interactions with drug dealers
Yes.
and drug addicts?
Yes.
And it's not uncommon for drug addicts to rob drug dealers?
It's not common.
Lady, are you now at the police station when you're in the State's Exhibit 652? Is this when you're laying out the guns and everything that you confiscated?
Yes, ma'am.
Out of the car? Okay, and so is this all the money that you confiscated out of the car at 652?
Yes.
And you took that money and you kind of compiled it together, correct?
Yes.
All right. And now I'm showing you 654. You agree with me in 654, and this is all laid out on the table that we just saw in 652. That a lot of that money is 10s and 5s, low denominations, right?
Yes. The ones you can see, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 657. A lot of that money is dollar bills, right?
There's 20s, 1s, 100s,
Okay.
even a $2 bill in there.
Okay, there's a $2 bill, there's a $5 bill, there's a 20, and there's a 100. But most of the denominations that we see are ones, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like when, I think you said that Mr. Wright had $9,700 on it, is that about right?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Okay, but a lot of that money was low denominations, right?
You said a lot of the money?
A lot of the money that we just saw in the pictures, the State's Exhibit, and that you collected and you compiled were low denominations of money, correct?
I notated that in my report, the exact denominations. I don't remember if it was mostly low numbers or mostly high numbers, but it's notated on my report.
Okay, but just looking at the pictures, right, we don't see tons of $100 bills, right?
Well, we can't see all the currency on the photographs.
Okay. But 665, that's just dollar bills, right?
Yes.
All right. And 664, this is money that you took and compiled, that's just a lot of dollar bills, right?
There's 100, there's some 20s, there's a 10, 5s.
There's one $100 bill, there's one $20 bill that we see, one $100 bill, and one 10. There's a 5.
Yes.
The rest are dollar bills, correct?
There's another 20 at the top too.
Okay. And these are all the edibles, right?
Yes, those were the packaged edibles.
Okay, and that's not a personal consumption, right? That would be beyond personal consumption.
Yes.
Okay, that would be where someone is trying to actually sell it, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And the state showed you State's Exhibit 67, a receipt from Manhattan Jewelers. You don't know anything about that receipt, do you? Do you know anything?
675.
675, I'm sorry. 675. You don't know anything about that receipt, do you?
Well, that receipt was found in the vehicle.
Okay, but you don't know anything about what's on the receipt, the contents of the receipt, do you?
Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about Manhattan Jewelers?
No.
Okay. You just know that this receipt was found in Mr. White's car that he was driving, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 676. And this is everything that you confiscated out of this car.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, officer.
Design the perfect voice for your brand with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and
When someone is pulled over and a gun is on the passenger side, who do you normally attribute that gun to as possessed?
Whoever has access to it.
Okay. And we saw that on the video, one of the guns was pulled from the side of the female recipient, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't be uncommon for her to have been charged, right?
Correct.
Since she had access, right?
Yes.
And as it relates to the $9,700, whenever you find drugs and guns together with money, what typically happens with that money as it relates to law enforcement?
It usually goes for asset forfeiture and it's seized.
Okay. Tell the jury, what is a forfeiture?
Basically, it's usually U.S. currency, or it could be weapons, vehicle, a residence, etc., that the state believes was bought or purchased with either drug money or illicit means, or it was used in a criminal act. There are several felonies that we could list.
And so Mr. White's $9,700 was taken that night, right?
Yes.
All right. And he has to go through a legal procedure to get that money back, doesn't he?
It's a civil process, yes.
Okay. And you don't know where that money came from, right?
Where the money came from?
Yeah, you don't know how he earned that money, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long he's had that money, correct?
Correct.
And you just know that he had it with him, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you confiscated the $9,700 is because Mr. White had drugs, right?
There's more reasons than that.
Okay.
It's totality of the circumstances.
Okay. And as it relates to the bullets that you found, the 5.56 by 45, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those are very common bullets, right?
Not the green tips.
Not the green tips. Okay. And let me re-ask. 5.56 by 45 is a common bullet, right? You're saying not the green tips.
The caliber is.
I'm sorry?
The caliber is very common.
The caliber is very common, right? Can I have a moment? Yes. And the promethazine that we see up there is 3 bottles, right?
Yes.
And you said that have you never had contact with promethazine, or you just don't know about it?
No, I have.
Okay. And 3 bottles is not for personal consumption, right?
It could be.
Someone could take 3 bottles?
Over a period of time, yes.
Okay. How was it period of time?
I'm not a doctor, I don't know.
Okay. But that's definitely for drug, it could be for drug sales.
It could be.
Okay. questions, Your Honor.
State.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So do want to be clear, how many firearms were recovered that night?
3 total.
How many firearms did he actually claim?
2.
Which one did he not claim?
He did not claim the Glock.
And you said he said that he was going to Arkansas,
Yes,
so he was leaving the state, is that correct?
that's correct.
And he was arrested for the items that were seized, is that right?
That's correct.
And he was arrested on November 23rd of 2020, is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that he bonded out the next day on November 24th of 2020?
I have no idea.
Defense counsel brought up the promethazine. What is promethazine?
That's basically cough syrup.
Is that uncommon or common during narcotics investigations?
It depends. It's not really something that's common or uncommon. It just depends on who takes it. It's very common amongst the younger generations.
And you said that that green point was unusual, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
It's basically an armor-piercing round. Like I said, it can be identifiable by the green tip on the actual bullet, and it's not a common round.
Do you know about what like the damage that it can do?
I mean, the name, it's armor piercing. It can pierce body armor, basically the level 3 body armor up to that.
In addition to the firearms, he did claim the drugs and the money that was his.
Yes.
That those items were his.
Yes.
I'll pass on this. Just a couple questions.
Sergeant Hernandez, you're not a ballistics expert or anything,
No.
are you? Okay. And you do know that the U.S. federal law has said that green tips are not legally classified as armor piercing, right?
No, I do not know that.
Okay. So when you're sitting here testifying to the jury about what green tips are, you could be wrong, right?
That's what I know him as.
Okay. But you're not a ballistics expert.
I'm not.
And you could be wrong.
Like I said, that's what I know him as, based on my training.
And what training is that?
I mean, firearms instructor, SWAT team leader for several years, 15 years. I mean, we shoot firearms every other week.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
May I
No.
have something to release?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would y'all like a short break? Yes, all right, let's do that. Let's come back at 3:50.
All right.
Whoever you looking at back there, Key1, this is gonna be your last couple of times to see him. It's over with. You still smiling, guilty as hell. I don't know who next. I'm just saying could be the Bells Company. Because they basically, they was giving us the rundown of the events in order. So if he went to jail, he had to bond out. So that's what makes me think that it could be the bondsman next. So I can't just say it is because I don't know, but I'm just assuming maybe. I done been wrong about 2 or 3 times today, you know. So this don't make it no different. Yeah, man. Hold on. I know. Hold on. Yeah, that questioning Bree was just doing at the end was pointless. I don't even know why she took that man down through there like that. At this point, they should just wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like this too. Like I just told y'all. I remember them saying y'all want justice, right? Y'all gonna get y'all justice. So as soon as Key1 made that little scene that day where he's saying it's over with, man. Oh man, they got you. Oh man, it's over with. It's just over with. All I can do is ask my lawyer to fight for me. I just want her to fight for me. Key1, you coming home? Oh man, it's over with. So he already knew, about the stuff that was, against him. He just didn't tell everybody. Just like I feel like he knew, that his time was limited, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why he been on YouTube. That's why he been doing what he was doing. You leaving your camera on? All right. All right, what's up? You came first. Fact. What's up? Talk to me.
What
I'm
I
gonna
tell
be
you
quick.
the other day.
Go ahead, Fact.
What I tell you the other day, man. Like this been over since they picked him up. Like
Right.
I told this wasn't about having a witness up there to identify him because they've already identified him. like it's
Right.
over with. And now you heard they got a federal. They said they got a federal witness who testified Monday.
Yeah, they got a person that's in federal custody coming to testify Monday.
Right. So I really feel like the state trying to really get him to break. So yeah, I don't know.
He can flip on yellow. They need, if he haven't flipped on yellow already, they're trying to get him to flip on yellow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. But all right, so hold on. Go ahead, get up.
Now, first, I just got to thank your network, Mahaya, because I'm from New Jersey. I'm watching this damn thing, and I know all the players. And I'm just tuned in like this shit happened in my backyard. So I just got to thank you because coming to hang out with you, how I know all of this. And
I already say it one more time, Ghetto. Tell them how you know about it.
Coming to hang out with you is how I know any about this Mo 3 shit. Yo, salute to the Dallas business, brother.
Yeah, and I'm not from Dallas, but yeah, go ahead.
You know facetiousness in that. But
Real
so where's Mayor? Because I just don't understand why Mayor yesterday thought these people would come to trial without some evidence. Man, these are professionals, man. They make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, man. I just don't know what he was thinking. I just didn't know they was going to drop shit this early. And just so I'm clear,
Watch your language. Watch your language, Ghetto. Remember where
I'm
we at.
sorry. That's right.
Go
I
ahead.
just didn't think
Go
this
ahead.
stuff would come to fruition this quick. So let me get this right. Their own DVR is sending them to jail. Their own recordings, unlike the Dolph case, right? The same thing with the Dolph case. They went and found them in their apartment building. Remember that was the evidence that broke their back. It's the same situation.
FBG Duck, the Chicago situation, followed them all the way back to the apartments. You exactly right.
So I just the only reason this case didn't come sooner because they probably had that in 4 days. That they probably had his DVR right after the what you call it. The only reason it's been 6 years is because they're going after Yellow. It's the only reason we've been here for 6 years is so they could tie it all the way in. They had to trace that money. They had to do all of that. It's the only reason it's been 6 years. I'm on mute. Thank you for training me though.
Already. Slide. I know you got or GG, whichever.
Slide can go. He was there first.
Go ahead, Slide.
Ladies first. I'm a gentleman, baby.
I know that's right. I don't know. I kind of that's what I was saying, Ghetto. I was saying, can y'all hear me?
We hear you good until something just happened. But
hi, Gigi. I miss you. I hear you though. Well, she went out. Slide. You might as well jump in while she's waiting.
my screen went black. I don't understand what's going on. Slide, go ahead. It just ain't meant for me to say it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
go ahead. Say your piece, baby. I'm patient.
We
Yeah,
hear
me
you
too.
now,
But you can go.
Gigi.
You can go. That's okay. Go ahead. I'm just gonna go on mute real quick.
This whole case again goes back to when they brought those weapons in and them DVRs and those DVDs. When they admitted that, that's when all this other stuff came. And then with everything that's going on from the federal people coming to testify and stuff like that. One of the names that popped up that we was talking about was Darius Fields. So I'm interested, even though I ain't see his name on the witness list or anything, I'm just interested to know if he gonna come up in this case to testify against Keywan.
Hold on, wait. I didn't. We ain't seen his name in no paperwork. The only place that we got Darius Fields from was from Keywan when he tried to downplay and tell us that it wasn't Ducky P that he was talking to on that phone. It was well, when I told him that Detective Barnes, basically had an intercepted phone call between him and Ducky P talking about the unalive in the 03, he proceeded to say that it wasn't him that was talking, that it was Ducky P that was on that phone call with Darius Fields. So I doubt if it'll be Darius Fields because he'll be already on there.
No, I don't think he coming to testify Monday. I just wonder if he gonna come up sometime in this trial. But the way that everything panning out, I just see what they doing.
His name wasn't even nowhere on the 200 and some people of
I know that's
witnesses
what I
that
was
they had
saying.
occurred.
Yep, that's what I was saying.
And the crazy thing is, they really ain't even. They got way more information and way more evidence, not just on Keywan, but everybody. That's why his defense attorney didn't want some of those videos because it's gonna end everything because everybody that they got a picture of is in the evidence. So it's like you can't argue with proof. You can give opinions and speculate, but they got all the facts. It don't take 5 to 6 years to get to just try to bring a BS case. No, they got everything that they need for everybody to go down, bro. It's not rocket science.
And that's the reason why pleas weren't offered because they got evidence. So they don't have to offer no pleas for you to get this person up or whatever. Keywan was not offered one, and I don't think Yella is offered one either because he ain't taking nothing or ain't took nothing yet. So that just tells me that they got the evidence that they need against all of them, like you said.
That
but I did have a question.
video,
It's over with, dog.
unmasking him and putting him in that car killed everything.
Yeah.
Killed
Why he running
everything.
around talking about he innocent. But this is what I'm kind of stuck on. Keywan saying that he didn't do this to get any money, right? Well, no, he said he didn't get paid, is what he said. He didn't say he didn't do it for money. He just said he didn't get paid. Then, okay, well, you say you didn't have a problem with 3 either. So what was your reasoning for doing what you did to 3 if you didn't get paid and you don't have a problem with him? Because people don't just unalive people that they don't have a problem with.
You gonna
All right,
answer
so
that,
let me.
man?
No, I'm gonna answer for Gigi. So if you remember, I'll be going over
I
that.
know the answer, but I'm just saying, like, it just, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, we'll let somebody else go. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Slide. What you think?
Keywan said the prosecutor said that he gonna introduce recording saying that showing that Keywan said that he was only paid 20,000. And then Keywan also said on Lawton channel that in verbatim, hell no, I ain't get paid. If anything, I just do something because a nigga messed over one of my partners or something like that. So like,
I have a big
so
heart. My grandpa used to always tell me I need to stop worrying about other people and worry about myself. So that's what he would be. He said he was big on friends. So since his friends was getting hurt, that's his reasoning for doing what he did. But continue.
I think money was the biggest motivation of it all. You know what I
It
mean?
most certainly is. It sounded like to.
Because
It looked
they
like
could
to
have
me.
been did what they was doing or did what they did to 3 long time ago. Because, you know, how long was it that folks was getting dropped out of your so they could have been did it. I just think that it was for sure was for money, but it also was get back for I guess his homeboys we'll say.
We gotta,
All right, what's
we
I
gotta
don't see
admit,
nobody
we
in
gotta admit
GRC
that
getting dropped.
we gotta admit that this is
Dro got
that
dropped.
this is
Oh yeah, yeah,
this
yeah,
is this
yep,
is
yep,
Devin
yep.
and Kiwan fault,
this Devin and Keyone fault? Why you think so?
man. Devin, if you, I mean, Kiwan, you sit at the house all that time. You just sat on him until he came outside. Why you calling Jossie to
He
give
been
her
calling
a
me.
birdie hit at her ear, and then you should just kept following 3. And then you kill him on the freeway. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Right. They took down
But
the
he was
whole group.
desperate. He
Yeah,
was
he wanted
desperate
that
to do
money.
what he did on the
This
He
highway.
track,
wanted that
Yeah,
money.
my point
this the
exactly.
yellow,
So that's why I
Wanted
was
to fit
wondering. You
in.
can't tell me you didn't
this
get paid. Yes, you
this is
did. You was doing it for money, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This the yellow boy's fault because he hired some rookies to handle some business that he spent a lot of money for. That's true.
Yeah.
It's the
All he
yellow
had to do
boy's
well
was
fault.
fight. Would none of
not
this happen if
actually.
niggas just would have fought? Let's just keep it real. Would none of
Now, what
this
are you
shit would
doing?
have happened?
What are you doing? What are you driving 110 miles per hour with weed and guns in the car after you just murdered somebody last week?
Crazy.
Because they
Ready to
not
go to
real
And
jail.
then
criminals.
713, did you see him swerving all over the lanes? Like,
Man,
what are you doing? He couldn't even stay
He
in
was
one
ready to go to
lane.
jail.
Yeah, he
He was
was.
ready to go to jail.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he living that
See, and then
criminal life for real.
man, that dude was tripping, man. He was on that lean on that green and jamming shiesty going 110 down the highway, ready to go to jail.
yep. With the
I,
transmission right next to him.
Man, on the side of him.
Yeah, I must have missed all of this. Whose
Yeah,
testimony
that
was
thing
this?
looked just like him.
Was this before this stuff that y'all talk about? Is this gonna come up before or after I just watched them on DVR? Because once I watched them on DVR and Nah, and the you head just dropped missed the it. Hoop You Jordan just missed meme, it, I was ghetto. oh, that's the last thing. Okay, Yeah,
I'm
he got
3
it.
hours
nah, I
behind.
thought, hold on, wait. I thought Two Coop was a girl.
Right.
No,
And that,
Tuku is a girl, but I did hear that, man. I don't know.
that's who he
It
had in
seemed
the car. That's who they.
see,
I
That's
don't.
who he. When he got pulled over to Mount Pleasant, I can almost bet that he said Two Coop was with him.
Right. That's what he
Might be
said.
right.
But
Nah, not Miller in the
she
chat
said the
talking
same
about
thing though.
Keywan gonna flip by
She said the
Monday.
same thing. So maybe you should pull up a video of hers,
that's
Mahaya,
right.
and play it
Yep.
That
on
was a
silent or
tall.
I
whatever,
was finna
so
I
we
was
can
That's
see
finna
a
it that
say
tall woman
that.
time.
got that. That's a tall she got that car.
Man, that was a man. The face was big. It just, yeah, That was a
So
Yeah,
man.
let me
we
tell you.
y'all know that
Okay,
nigga wasn't ride
so
with no
hold on.
female in the car.
Wait for y'all go to going on the transmission spree. Listen, could it have been the same one that did the interview
It
with
was. That's
Buddy
exactly who it
over there? It
was.
was the
That's
diamond. Ain't that
yes.
what they call the diamond?
I don't know. I don't think so.
The
The girl
diamond.
from Houston. She's from Houston. Or he
It
is from
might
Yeah,
Houston.
have been.
y'all about to
But
say he from
that's
Houston.
exactly who that was. Yeah, that's what I said. That's that thing that was on Ratchet's channel.
Look at
That's
Trig.
her.
Trig said, man, that's a girl.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Didn't
Trig,
hey man,
you know that girl. You know that girl personally.
That's Dallas business.
no, I was
So
finna say,
is.
hey, you know what,
That's
man?
Oakland
No,
business.
that's Oak Cliff
Didn't it
business.
come out about
Don't put that on
Tuku?
Dallas. That's Oak Cliff business. Don't put that on Dallas. Hell no.
Yeah, that's Oakland business.
That's
Well,
Oak Cliff
Yeah.
business.
what we learned from the Dolph and the Mo3 trial is the police ain't playing with you bloggers and you internet theorists. They're gonna take their evidence like the 1950s and put it in the vault and bring it out when they're ready for it. Because Yeah. they
When
had
it's
stuff
time
that
for
we
it.
did
Yeah.
not know existed.
But we knew that
But
they
I
had
felt
something. We know you're not trying a case without having something that is damning against the defendant. So we knew that they had to
I
have a bunch of stuff.
mean, I gotta give it to her, girl. She working for free, but she working, man.
She's not even working for
She
free. The state
trying.
is paying
She's
her.
gonna
She,
be a
is
big
she?
time. She's gonna be a big time defense attorney. You hear me? She first of all, Carmelo Anthony. My only beef with Dallas business is how does Carmelo Anthony get the defense he got, and this guy's getting
That
the
wasn't
defense
in
he got.
Dallas.
Yeah,
That wasn't in Dallas. That was in Collin
still
County.
is. It's not It's still close. Dallas
Wasn't that in
though.
the
It's
Kenny?
close. It's close, right?
It ain't Dallas.
It's different counties.
It is a different
It's
county.
different
Is it
counties.
close? Is
It's
it
not
close?
Dallas County. It's
Is it
Collin County. It's
is
Not
it
not
Dallas,
Houston
Houston?
Texas.
County.
I'm asking a question.
I'm telling
Is it
you,
close?
it's not the
Why everybody
same.
talking at one
Why nobody
time, man?
answer the
Why
question?
everybody talking at one
Is
time?
that FUBU?
Is it close? Are they
It's
close to each
absolutely
other?
not.
Bro.
Mahia.
What's up?
Are they close to each other? Y'all want to answer that?
It's in
Hold on, man.
Texas. It's in Texas.
Mahia, didn't I tell you they gonna try that house and no phones to that man? Did I lie? When everybody told me, he don't know what
I've
he's
been
doing.
said that long.
Why everybody think?
I've been said we already knew that.
I told y'all
I've
this
been said that a long
after
time
the
ago.
fact. Y'all
But you
all
was
call
on.
Now, see,
geniuses after the fact. Man, okay, you bragging about what you seen on already on
Hey,
TV, man.
hey,
Come on.
Mayor, before I forget, before everybody go to screaming, hey, wasn't he already out on bond or parole from the previous charge?
Yep.
Yeah, for shooting his boyfriend.
Yeah, well, they was, yeah,
True.
see, they probably was already watching him.
Shoot.
I wonder if that 9,000 they found was the rest of the money he had of that 20,000. If it
I
was,
think that was the money that
he
Trap
blew
gave him because that was Trap money.
11,000 fast.
Well, you
No,
he went to Manhattan
he bought that
Jewelers.
core. He bought that core and that,
He
all
got the
that stuff that they
car.
got
He
up
was
front.
clothes. He
The
had
drugs.
drugs. He had pills. He had lean. So
That's
yeah,
why.
that's all that add up.
And the
That's
little
why he
itty
wanted. That's
bitty
why he
weed
wanted the rest of that
chain.
money. That's why he running with the rest of his money.
Right, right.
Nigga
I would
running
too.
up.
Shit.
They were
You
saying
ain't
he
get
ain't
time to really just spend it like that or enjoy it.
Yeah, he
Crazy.
Not even 2 weeks, Gigi.
That is crazy.
But he did it
But
to
I don't know
himself.
what made them think they could get away with that. We live in a world where when we walk out our house, we're on camera. You know what I'm saying? Our cars got readers in it where they can tell where we went to, and you know what I mean. Our cell phones is with us, so we pinging off of all different towers wherever
Gigi,
we go. There's no way.
he could have got away. Probably could have got away with it if they didn't do all that stupid stuff. If they didn't call Jossie, basically put a bug in her ear, and then if you man, who jumps out on the freeway and try to murder somebody? It's
My
back
Could
on
have
point
got away
man.
exactly.
with it if people
My point
wasn't tagging
exactly.
him. If people
Man,
wasn't tagging him on
the
Instagram.
judge back in the on the TV. My head.
Is
Oh, my
she?
head was doing something.
But all
Now,
I'm trying to say is everybody was like, oh, they ain't got nothing to do with that search warrant. That's why they broke down that search warrant and what they got out of it in them 4 phones. But they were like, no, they ain't got nothing to do with him. I knew it had something to do with him. They kept on saying them 4 phones gonna come up in the end. And that's what they proved today. Them 4 phones is connected to him. Just like he was connected to the house because they got him on camera. So it ain't nothing.
Yeah, he looking bad today. He ain't wearing nothing for nothing today. They didn't clean sweep him today. He done struck out all day today.
He gonna have a
Yeah, that's
long
why.
I
weekend to
wonder why
think
all them
about
folks
it.
that thought that he was gonna beat this. Where you
Yeah,
at now,
Those are
baby?
the people that play
all
both
right,
sides.
hold on. Got somebody hardly ever hit the panel up here. What's up, Miss D? Talk to me.
I'm on mute. I'm just trying to be here for Panic Patrol because we couldn't really understand because they all was over talking. I'm just on mute.
Oh, okay.
What was I supposed to say? Hey, Miss D, Mr. Nita. Dang, I was gonna say something. I can't even think.
Well, yellow goes to court on September 11th.
Yeah,
That's when his trial
they gonna
starts.
get him right up. They gonna get him right up out of there. So in
That's
other
his fault.
words, he next. So in other words, Yellow Beezy next. Then
Yeah, he next. He coming up next.
Yeah.
all right, we back in the courtroom, y'all.
All right.
All right, I'm gone.
All right, I bet.
All right, y'all.
Hold on, I'm finna bring it up, y'all. Give me half a second.
How to make phone calls?
Yes.
And do you have access to that system to retrieve the phone calls that they have made?
Used to. I do not. They have a new system now. I don't have access.
When did you have access, if you remember?
From 2016 to 2021.
And did someone reach out to you requesting jail calls from a person named Kewan White?
Yes.
All right, we getting the jail calls, guys.
I was in the Titus County Jail from November 23rd to November 24th of 2020.
Yes.
And were you able to access those calls?
Yes.
And can you explain to a jury what it takes to even get those calls, find those calls, and then put it where you can listen?
Sure. So you have to be granted access through the Titus County Jail, which I was in 2016. Once they give you a login and a password, you simply log into the Securus website, and then you can search by name or inmate PIN number or ID. You can also do a date range and find them that way.
Do you remember what you used to search for Kewan White's calls?
I use his name.
His name. And did you put those calls on a disc?
I did.
You want my approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 677. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this disc?
It's the one I provided to the district attorney's office. Okay.
And these are your initials?
It's my signature as well as my printed name.
And does this disc contain all the jail calls that Kewan White made while he was in the Titus County Jail?
Yes.
Now, did you listen to these calls?
I just listened to make sure that there was audio.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 678. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this?
This is basically a list of the contents that are on that CD.
This is a list of the contents that are on State's Exhibit 677
Yes, ma'am.
and State's Exhibit 680. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is a list of the calls as well as the numbers, dates, and times and length of the calls, as well as the inmate's PIN and name.
And we see the name is Kewan White.
That's correct.
And the list of the on State's Exhibit 680 correlates to the State's Exhibit 678 as well as 677.
Yes.
And when inmates are booked in, do you all log in their property?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
When they are booked in, they take their property, and then when they release, they're given their property back. Not everything in the jail is allowed to be had. They switch them out in uniforms. Titus County, they wear oranges and things of that nature.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 679. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a fax from the Titus County Jail of Kewan White's property that he had on him at the time he was booked in.
And is that dated?
Yes.
What date is that?
That's November 23rd, 2020.
And are you familiar with the property that you said you just testified that would be the property that he had when he was booked into the Titus County Jail?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the property that was seized by the Mount Pleasant Police Department?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1144. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the seizure report from Sergeant Hernandez.
And this is for the money that was collected from that stop?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 677, 678, 679, and 680, as well as State's Exhibit 1144 for all purposes.
Your Honor, the defense is simply going to object. There are a number of calls on here that are totally unrelated to any allegation pending before this jury. So we would just be objecting to the voluminous nature of the calls. I know that there may be some specific calls that the state intends to play. And we generally wouldn't have an issue with those calls, but there are calls on here that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And so we would object to the relevance of those calls.
Your Honor, we will just put State's Exhibit 677 in for record purposes at this point, and all the rest of the documents in for all purposes.
Does the defense object to that?
I don't necessarily have an objection to that, Your Honor. I just would want to know.
Do you have an objection to that being admitted for record purposes on the 677 that you're objecting to? Jail calls, they're just jail calls.
I don't have an objection to it being admitted at this time for record purposes. I just want a point of clarification that I can do later. But I did want to get a point of clarification about, I guess, what calls are going to become relevant to the state. Neither do I.
Exhibit 677 is admitted for record purposes. Exhibit 678 and 679 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I just have one moment?
Yes.
Lala, we most definitely turning up. We turning up on my Twitch this weekend. Watch party. We having a watch party on my Twitch this weekend. We turning up.
Okay, Lieutenant Nichols, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits that has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 675 and State's Exhibit 676. These have already been admitted. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Okay, and then are these just tiny photos of the photos that you see in 675 and 676?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1144? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1144. Are these the number of bills and the denomination that was collected from Mr. Keenan White on the night or the early morning hours of November 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
We see that there are 28 $100 bills,
Yes.
63 $50 bills,
Yes.
43 $20 bills,
Yes.
102 $10 bills,
Yes.
354 $5 bills,
Yes.
66 $1 bills,
Yes.
and 2 $2 bills. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Sir.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Was 1144 admitted?
For all purposes?
Oh, you know what, Judge? I don't know that we weren't gonna have an objection to it, but I don't know that we addressed it, so we don't have an objection.
You didn't tender it, but you tendered it. It's already before the jury. And the defense has no objection, so it's that 1144 is admitted for all purposes?
As well as 678, 679, and 680 for all purposes?
Yes, those were admitted. 677 through 679.
And I will pass it.
Hold on 1 second. 677 was admitted for record purposes only.
677 for record purposes. Yes, Your Honor.
But 678, 679, 680, and 1144, Your Honor, would be for all.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, when you sat down, you're sergeant or lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, yes, sir. And you have some experience, or are you currently assigned to narcotics?
Over narcotics, not assigned necessarily to that division. No.
Okay, when you say over narcotics, what does that mean?
So you have the criminal investigation division, and they are under my command. So you have narcotics as well as the detectives that we have.
Okay. So do you get to that position because you've worked your way up through the ranks?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any part of your career where you worked narcotics?
Only street level, nothing as far as being assigned to the narcotics division.
Okay. You've come into contact with narcotics and drug sales?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have some, you said you've been a police officer for 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so through those 20 years, have you had an occasion or have you had many occasions to come into contact with people that either sell drugs or use drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Have you come into contact with people that sell drugs?
Yes.
And when you're selling drugs, is it often that you may have what looks like large amounts of money, but they're small denomination bills?
Occasionally.
Okay. And so, to be fair, maybe do people that sell drugs kind of do that to make themselves look like they have more money than maybe they actually do?
Yes.
And in the state's exhibit number 1144, right here, we have some money that was seized. Is that right?
Yes.
And that money was seized from a traffic stop that involved Kewan White. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was lots of things that were taken, right? But I think you have to do a special form if there's like money that your department intends on seizing. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, because this is money that if you were to be granted, then it goes to maybe city services or department services and things like that.
Correct.
But you can't necessarily do that with like actual narcotics that you may take.
Correct.
Right. So you could just only take those and dispose of those, but the money can do something else.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this instance, we have hundreds, 50s, 20s, 10s, 5s, and 1s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are two $2 bills. But out of all of those different denominations, this is going to seem like a silly question, what is the one that has the most? I do this with my daughter a lot. Which one has the most? Which denomination has the most bills?
As far as the most bills, you got the $5 bills.
$5 bills. And then what comes next?
Next would be the $10 bills.
And then this one is a little bit close, but the next one
would be the $1 bills.
$1 bills, okay. And there was also drug, and so those are really common low-level drugs, drug dealer denominations. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a lot of bills, right? If there's 354 $5 bills, that's not that much money. Is that fair?
It's a lot of fives. Yes.
It's a lot of $5 bills, but how much money is it?
350. So you're looking at probably $1,600.
Yeah, you're very close. I wouldn't have been able to do that in my head. $1,700. Yeah. But anyways, but the point is that if you have 354 bills, that looks like a ton of money, right?
That's a stack of money.
But at the end of the day, it's really just $1,700. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And then you also are aware that actual drugs were confiscated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there was some property that was confiscated that was like packaging. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where somebody might take a large amount of drugs and put them into individual packages. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if they do that, what are they generally intending to do based on your training and experience?
If they have packaging material, they usually sell it.
Okay. So obviously all that had to be taken and the person that had all of that stuff had to be put into custody. Is that right?
Yes.
And then ultimately all people have the right to bond out at some point if they want to, if they can afford it.
Yes.
Okay. It's nothing unusual about somebody bonding out.
Nope.
Do you know anywhere, like for Mr. White, you indicated that he bonded out of your jail?
He bonded out of Titus County Jail.
Okay, is that where
That's not this, no ma'am, I work for the Mount Pleasant Police Department.
Okay, do you guys just house your people at the Titus County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're aware at some point he bonded out of the Titus County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where he went?
No.
Are you aware that he came back to Dallas?
No.
Based on your training and experience, are you aware of the value of, like, say, edible marijuana or edible THC? I guess is what it would be called.
No, ma'am.
How about leaf marijuana?
It varies based on potency and so on. They're great.
Can it be a lot?
Could be.
Okay. What about, have you heard of I think young people might call it lean, but I think it's called promethazine.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of that?
Yes, ma'am.
In your training experience, is that a drug that's abused by people?
Yes.
And it's like kind of like it has a street value. Is that right?
Correct.
People can sell it to make money.
Yes.
Okay. It's not just like, oh, I have a cough and I went to my doctor and I have 17 bottles of promethazine, right? I mean, that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then are you familiar with your training experience, kind of what the street value of a lean or a promethazine might be?
No, ma'am.
Can it be a lot?
I imagine. I have no idea.
Okay. Sorry, last thing, I promise. Go ahead. Is it uncommon for drug dealers to carry firearms?
No, it's very common.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I heard you said that's very common?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there's a lot of reasons for why that might be, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of those reasons is because they're trying to defend their drugs, right?
Possibly, yes.
And make sure that nobody robs them, correct?
Correct.
And maybe nobody steals from them, correct?
Correct.
Because it's not super uncommon in your line of work to have drug dealers robbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or people steal from them, maybe because it looks like they have large sums of money.
Correct.
Okay. And so that kind of guns, drugs, drug dealers kind of all go together in your training experience.
Yes.
Oh, yes. And I-30, it's a trafficking corridor, isn't it?
Yes.
Lots of people run drugs, really from the west to the east. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, and, running them out of Texas into Arkansas and other places like that.
Correct.
It's a common route, so much so that you guys have, like, officers that
Yes,
are
ma'am.
like, that's what they do. They like sit on the highway because they can tell kind of people that might be doing something nefarious
Yes, ma'am.
with their drugs.
Mhm.
Okay, and so this is a part of kind of Mount Pleasant.
Yes.
What a great place. No, I don't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pass the witnesses.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Latest witness release.
No objection from the state.
Advance.
Nothing further from the defense.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
State call your next witness.
State calls Michael Hildebrand.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Hildebrand. It's MICHAEL-HILDEBRANDT.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Securus Technologies.
Can you please explain to the jury what Securus Technology is?
Securus Technologies is a correctional communications firm. They put phones and communication devices within the jail facilities for incarcerated individuals to contact their loved ones.
Now, is that just for county jail or?
No, we do DOCs, county jails, city jails, all types of jails.
And how can inmates access phone or make phone calls in the jail?
And there's multiple ways. They can either, their friend and family can have an account to where it only charges that, or they can use their debit and their commissary account and pay for it themselves.
How are inmates able to make phone calls and you know how to track it or how much it would cost?
Most of the time when they're incarcerated, they get an ID number and they use it. They set up a PIN number, and then therefore every time they use the phone, they could have voice recognition or they could have PIN recognition. Either way, it identifies that inmate as making the call to whoever, whatever number they choose to dial.
And is that number unique to that inmate?
Correct.
Does that number stay with them the entire time that they're?
The entire time of that incarceration, depending on the facility, they may change the number each time they're incarcerated. But for the majority of the ones that I know of, they keep it every time. If they're a frequent flyer, then they keep the same number every time.
And each time an inmate makes a call, is that call being recorded?
That is correct, unless it's an attorney.
And how is the system able to keep those recordings?
There's a there's a bank full of servers that maintains those records.
And how long does that server keep those records?
Depending on the contract with the individual county or DOC, as far as the actual recordings, but as far as historical record of a call, that'll stay a lifetime.
So say if someone was booked into a county jail 10 years ago,
It would still be in our system, yes, ma'am.
Now each time an inmate makes a phone call, is there a warning that's given?
Correct. There's an admonishment at the beginning stating that this call is being recorded.
And so that there's an admonishment saying that the call is being recorded, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that for just the inmate to hear, or the person that they're calling?
Friend and family and inmates should hear it.
Is there any system for identifying the person in jail who is making that phone call?
I got lost. Please repeat that.
It's okay, no worries. Were you able to locate a recording of a phone call that was made by the defendant while he was still in custody?
Yes, correct.
And were those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And were you able to modify them and be able to put them in an order that, let's say, a person like me would be able to see?
Correct, yes.
You want me to approach? You may. I'm showing what's being marked as State Exhibit 681. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
It is a list of 15 calls that were downloaded, and with the file name being the unique identifier, placed in the sequential order of which time they occurred.
And they also have the
Dialed phone number. Yeah.
The dial phone number, as well as the call start time and end time.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State Exhibit 681 for all purposes.
No objection. All right, State Exhibit 681 is admitted for all purposes.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
No questions.
Biggest witness in the least?
No objection from the State, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Thank you, sir. State party next witness.
State will call Thomas Fetter.
Afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank
Proceed, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury, and then spell your name for the court reporter? First
Yes.
and last name.
My name is Thomas Tedder. Last name is spelled Tedder. I am a senior information security analyst at First Citizens Bank. Prior to that, I was an FBI agent for 27 years. The last 5, I was the laboratory director for the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Lab. Prior to that, I worked in the Baton Rouge office out of the New Orleans division for 15 years, working in cyber crimes and doing digital forensics. Thomas, Thomas.
Now, this jury's already heard from Director Morris with NTR CFL, but can you just tell the jury a little bit of the background and training that you had as it related to forensic examinations in regarding digital media devices?
Yes. So I went through IASIS training, which is International Association of Investigative Specialists training, in 2006, and became a certified forensic computer examiner. In 2008, I went through the FBI's CART program, which is the certified CART program that every examiner goes through. Throughout the years, to keep our certifications, we do training every year to keep that training up. Since I retired in 2023, I'm no longer CART certified, but I am still certified through IASIS as a CFCE.
And back in November of 2020, what was the position that you held at that time?
I was the laboratory director for the RCFL.
And were you asked to do an examination as it related to certain cell phones in this case?
Well, as the director, I actually assigned it to myself, but yes,
Okay.
just to keep backlog down, I did the phones.
And at that time, how many different examiners did you have underneath your supervision?
Approximately 16 to 18, depending on TFOs that were coming in and out.
And TFOs, I think this maybe the second time this jury's heard that term be used, but I don't think we've discussed it. What is a TFO?
A task force officer. So the RCFL is composed not only of FBI employees, but also of local police officers, task force officers that are assigned to the laboratory. If they assign a task force officer or a police officer to the lab, we work cases not only for the FBI, but also for that jurisdiction. So Plano, Richardson, Dallas, we would also bring their cases in and work them through the RCFL as well.
Your Honor, I approve.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Permission to adopt freely.
Yes.
Now, retired agent Tedder, have you testified regarding forensic examinations with cell phones before?
Yes, I have.
You have many times.
Many times.
State and federal court?
State and federal court.
I'm going to show you some marked states exhibits 7, 14, 7, 16, 7, 18, and 720. Would you mind taking a look at those and let me know if you recognize them?
I think I can put these search warrants with phones. This is the rose gold phone. I know that goes with this. This is a copy of this one here.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's 11, 7.
Yep. Okay. I do recognize this.
Okay. States Exhibit 714, 16, sorry, 714, 716, 718, and 720. What are those?
714. These are the search warrants.
Okay. And are those the search warrants as it relates to
Each one of these phones.
Okay, each one of these phones being 713, 715, 717, and 719.
Correct.
That have previously been put into evidence. Your Honor, we'd offer these cell phones. I believe they were record previously. We're going to offer the phones now for all purposes with retired Special Agent Tedder on the stand.
So you're offering 715, 716, 718, and 720 for record purposes?
Correct. The search warrants for record purposes only, and the cell phones for all purposes.
And those search warrants are in relation to the cell phones?
Correct.
But these are, you're saying for record
Correct.
purposes? Okay. Okay, so so we would just object and re-urge our motion as relates to this is these are items that were collected from an address on Britain, which is unrelated to our clients. We would re-urge the relevance of those, and we would, I guess, also object to the physical phones coming in. I'm assuming that the court's not going to allow jurors to turn them on and look at them and do things like that. So we would object to the relevance of the physical phones coming in.
What's the state's response?
Record's fine.
Court will administrate 714, 716, 718, 720 for record purposes. And cell phones 713, 715, 717, and 719 for record purposes.
Now, States Exhibits 721, 723, and 724. Do you recognize those as exhibits as they relate to those 4 cell phones?
I do. These are reports that I created from the extractions of the phones.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, 721, this extraction, it's got your initials on it, correct?
That's correct.
And this is, I'm going to say, a duplicate of the exact readable extraction that you've.
This is a report created from the extraction.
Okay. And
the extraction is the raw extraction. The report is what is generated from the extraction.
And that makes it readable for us.
Makes it human readable. Correct.
Thank you. And 721, which phone does that correspond to?
That's going to be the Apple iPhone 6,
okay.
1633. So I got to figure out. It's going to be 34. It's going to be the rose gold one here. This phone.
And that is, for the record, that is States Exhibit 713. States Exhibit 722. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is 722?
It's also another report created from the extraction from one of the phones.
And
my initials are on it.
Okay. And which phone does that correspond to?
That can 135. This phone here.
And for the record, that's State's Exhibit 715. State's Exhibit 723. A red iPhone.
This is this phone here. So it was an Apple iPhone 7 Plus, model number 1784.
Okay. And then for the record, again, that's a black iPhone 7, State's Exhibit number 719. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 724?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 7?
It's also a report created from extraction from the phone. It has my initials on it.
And is that correspond with State's Exhibit 717?
It does.
And that's an Apple iPhone
11, model number 2A2111.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721 through 724 for all purposes. Were these reports made at or near the time of the extraction done in this case?
Yes, and let me clarify on that though. The first extraction was not done until July. The other three were done in January. The extraction done on the the rose gold phone had to be brute force, and it took about 6 months to get the pin for that brute force. So that wasn't done until 7/9 of.
And that was in 721. And we'll talk
That-
about brute force here in a second.
Sure.
May I take a witness briefly on board hire?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what's contained on these discs. You extracted cell phone, you extracted information from various cell phones.
Correct.
And in that, and from that extraction, you generated a report.
That is correct.
So contained on these discs are what specifically?
Are the report.
Just the report.
Just the report.
Not the extraction.
Correct.
Okay. We don't have an objection to 724, 723, 722, or 721 with the caveat that, if he's making legal conclusions or legal findings included in these reports, we would object to that as outside of scope of his expertise.
What sort of legal conclusions?
I'm saying if they include them, that's what our objection is.
Thank you. The objection is noted. Otherwise, you have no objections to these being included, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State's Exhibits 721, 722, 723, and 724 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you.
Now, State, would you summarize again what each report, which cell phone relates to which report relates to which cell phone before you take the witness? I know 721 was regarding State's Exhibit 713, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, what's 722?
It is related to 715, which was the Apple iPhone 11.
Is that the red phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 723 relates to State's Exhibit 719, and it is an iPhone 7 Plus. It's a black iPhone. State's Exhibit 724 relates to State's Exhibit 717, which is an iPhone 11 A211.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Retired Special Agent Tedder, you didn't make any legal conclusions or findings in your reports, correct?
Correct.
And you familiarize yourself and reviewed 725 through 728. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, these are reports of the extractions for each of the 4 phones.
And those were made at or near the time that the extraction was done?
Correct.
State would offer States Exhibits 725 through 728 for all purposes, and I will describe them for the record after. Go ahead and describe it. States Exhibit 725 is regarding an iPhone 6S. Device name is Dollar Dude. States Exhibit 726 is an iPhone 11. Device name Trap, T-R-A-P, no space, B-O-I, Trap Boy. States Exhibit 727 is regarding an iPhone 7 Plus. Device name Dollar Dudes. 728 is another iPhone, an iPhone 11. Again, device name Dollar Dudes.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to make sure I'm keeping up. Are these the reports that are on the discs that are just in paper form?
No.
These are just the progress reports.
These are the progress report of the physical extraction from the phone, showing that the physical extraction was completed.
Of the phones that we were just talking about?
Correct.
Is there any way that I can just ask you to tell me what the colors, because that's kind of how I have them notated.
All right, so 725 goes with States Exhibit 713, which is a rose gold iPhone. That's 725. I'll give you your examination notes.
This goes to the iPhone 7 Plus. Correct.
$727 corresponds to States Exhibit 719, which is a black iPhone 7 Plus.
Correct.
States Exhibit 726 goes with a red iPhone, which is States Exhibit 715. States Exhibit 728 goes with States Exhibit 717, which is a black iPhone 11.
What's the difference between States Exhibit 721 through 724, and then from 725 through 728? Both are reports, correct?
The 721 through 724 are the reports from the extraction, are the actual readable reports that come from the extraction, correct?
Correct.
That contains all of the data that you were
Human readable data that you can look at.
the actual extracted material in a report format.
That'd be
Readable-
correct.
Okay. 725, 726, 727, and 728 are the progress reports just showing the extraction and the progress and then them being extracted.
Okay, thank you. I just needed clarification on all, which phones went with what. So I have that now, so we don't have an objection.
6 exhibits 725, 726, 727, and 728 are admitted for open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. 729 and 730, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, these are my written reports of examination for both of the examinations that were completed.
And when you say completed, that's what that progress report is. It shows the extraction taking place and then it's completed.
Then I take that extraction and run it through the software to create a report in a human readable format.
Which are in these disks.
Correct.
And this report of examination documents everything that you've done, correct?
Yes, it documents the steps I take to complete the examination.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibits 729 and 730 for all purposes.
No objections, sir. These exhibits 729 and 730 are admitted for open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
Now, the exhibit, retired special agent Tedder that you have in front of you is State's Exhibit 721. You talked about, you brought up brute force, and now with Director Morris, we did not talk about anything like brute force being done regarding his extraction. But can you just tell this jury a little bit about what that means and like why brute force needs to be used and what the purpose is of it?
Yes. So in this particular instance, there's 3 states of a phone. It's in an off state. Once it's turned on, it's in a state that you would call BFU, before first unlock. When you take a phone out the first time, you can't use your Face ID, you can't open it up. You actually have to use your PIN code to open that phone up. Once that's done, it's in what they call an after first unlock state. So you can get an extraction from that phone a lot of times without having to do anything. In this particular instance, this phone, DL113134, was in a state of BFU, which means we could not get an extraction from that phone. We have forensic software that we use that we can hook the phone up to and start a brute force attack on that phone. That can take anywhere from 2 weeks to, at this time, it was like 39 years, depending on the complexity of 4-digit or 6-digit PIN code. After about 6 months, the PIN code was found, and once that was found, that phone, then a full extraction was done of that phone, and that report was created. That's why there's a 8251 lab case number, and then 8251 sub 3, which is the next sub that came up to do this phone.
And talk about the years again, like how long it can take sometimes to unlock or use brute force to get into a phone. Can you just talk about that a little bit more in depth?
It has gotten better over the years, and since I've left the lab, I'm not sure where it's at, but when we first started doing these brute force extractions, the proprietary software that we had purchased for the Bureau, for a 4-digit PIN code, we could get into it in a day. Once it went to a 6-digit PIN code, it went from anywhere from 2 weeks to 39.6 years. It has come down somewhat, so the manufacturer, Apple in this case, did not work very well with the Bureau, and every time we had a way to get in, they would fix that. They would plug that hole, and the proprietary software manufacturer would have to find a way around that. Once he did that, the software would be updated, it'd be tested at Quantico. Once it went through testing and validation at Quantico, then it would be shipped down to every RCFL. So there were 17 RCFLs at the time.
And the more complicated phone passwords become, whether it be like instead of just a PIN, a number, but like say you start getting into alphanumeric and characters.
Once you get into that, once you get over 8 characters in an alphanumeric, it becomes impossible sometimes to actually crack the alphanumeric PIN on, or password at that point. It's not a PIN code. To do that, a lot of times we will take personal things of the owner of the phone and try to create passwords on that to try and get into the phones. But on Apple's, it's strictly a numeric PIN code, 6-digit PIN code right now, or was at the time of this extraction.
Now, prior to your testimony, did you have a chance to look at two binders of just a smaller sampling, just some smaller generated reports from what you had put within these full reports?
I did.
And States Exhibit 1145, is that from States Exhibit 721?
Is, and I can tell that by the source of the data, which is DL113134.
And that source info that's found on, for example, we're looking at page 14 under tab number 3, I think, that shows the file path or source info for the file path of where it came from.
Of this particular text chain, that's correct.
And then 1146. Did that come from, or did those come from States Exhibit 723?
Again, this came from DL113136.
Ms. Jury heard earlier testimony from Director Morris about the way investigators or prosecutors, other law enforcement officers can use what's in these discs to make small reports that are more digestible for a jury or a judge. Is that fair?
That's correct.
State would offer States Exhibits 1145 and 1146 for the purposes of this line previously tendered to the defense counsel.
Right, but
Yes.
we don't have an objection to those two.
Okay. This is 1145 and 1146 are admitted for record purposes.
Thank you. I'll pass it to Sean.
Defense?
Just to confirm, I think I heard the prosecutor refer to you as retired special agent.
Retired supervisor special agent, yes.
Retired supervisor special agent. Thank you for correcting me. You're not with this organization anymore under the FBI.
No, ma'am. When I turned 57, I had to retire.
Okay. And can you just say the acronym a little bit slower? I feel like I've heard you say what sounds like NFL or?
NTRCFL, North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing you correctly.
We often just say NTRCFL, but it's North Texas NTRCFL.
Okay. And again, your only job is to receive the request and likely a search warrant for a digital device. Is that right?
That's correct.
Receive those. Is that right?
That's correct.
And once you receive that and maybe some possible parameters, either from the law enforcement agency or based on the search warrant, you then begin your laboratory's process that then begins an extraction of a digital device. Is that correct?
Correct, depending on what is requested.
Depending on what's requested. And there's kind of a process by which you would do an extraction, analyze that extraction, and pop out a report. That's one way that information, say, gets to a prosecutor, for example. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then there is another process, and maybe they're parallel processes, but another process where you basically just like create a carbon copy of the entire extraction and then give that whole thing without an analysis over to a potential law enforcement type of officer, or maybe even a prosecutor's office, so that they can go through it themselves.
That's correct, depending on the request.
Depending on the request. And inside of your process within the organization, you guys have checks, balances, peer reviews, various steps in the process, right, to ensure that, like, when you're creating your analysis from an extraction, that analysis is then checked by another qualified and competent analyst that says, yep, all the boxes are checked. Is that right?
Yes, it goes through two problems. We have a technical review, and then we have an administrative review.
And that exists inside of your organization.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if you were, and ultimately, if a report is produced, it has absolutely gone through that two-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But when you're creating this other just extraction, carbon copy, turn over to, say, law enforcement, for them to be able to peruse through it or look at it themselves or create whatever it is that they want to create from it, that happens outside of your organization.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if you make a carbon copy of an extraction, you put it in the readable form. I don't want to skip that part. You put it in a readable form because you have to have a way to look at whatever's been extracted, right?
Correct.
But there are requests nowadays in particular where law enforcement is saying, hey, we don't need for you to do an analysis of this. We just want the whole thing and we'll take it from there.
And that happens quite often.
And that happens quite
But
often.
it still goes through our tech review, making sure that we've got our hashes are correct, and we've done that, and then the admin review to make sure that we've followed all the proper procedures.
Okay.
So that's done every time on every examination, whether or not it's a full examination and we make an opinion of that evidence, or we just make a copy for the detective or the agent to go through.
Okay.
But those two processes happen on every examination.
Okay. And then on the examination where it's the carbon copy, it's gone through all your checks and balances.
Correct.
But ultimately it gets to another agency that's not you, right?
Correct.
And they perform whatever kind of analysis they perform, correct?
Once it leaves the lab, yes, we don't track it.
And you don't know whether or not they have an additional internal process to make sure checks and balances and peer review and all of that is done. That's outside of you and it doesn't have anything to do with you.
We track the evidence when it comes in the door, and we stop tracking the evidence once it's returned to the agency. Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Release.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. State, call your next witness.
Chairman, may we approach?
Yes.
We finna mess around and be left till Monday. With what they got going on. It look like we won't get. I don't think we get no messages. It's almost 5 o'clock. They got 5 minutes. Read Lord, how mercy asking all these questions ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's making my head hurt. They're gonna say we're gonna wait till Monday. They're gonna leave us hanging. Watch. They're gonna all say they ready to go. It's gonna be Monday before we get anything else. They're gonna leave us here. And stand up and say, okay, all parties have agreed. We'll be back 8:30 Monday morning. Y'all be ready.
We're going to break the weekend.
We going to break.
I'm sure y'all are looking forward to it. So y'all
It's 5 o'clock.
get some rest. Remember, you're still under my instructions. Don't talk about this case, don't discuss. You haven't received all the evidence, okay? So it's not time to deliberate. So free your mind, enjoy the weekend, and come back on Monday morning at 8:30, all refreshed, okay?
I told y'all.
See y'all on Monday.
Oh man. Oh, well, that's the end of that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, look at Keith. He's still, boy, it's over for you. He got the biggest smile in the world. He must see somebody he know. Got one of them. He got a new He got one of his transmissions in there. For a '79 Chevy. In there, he keep on looking for that transmission to go put in that truck. I bet you that's what it is. Forget Key One. We found out today, that he is most definitely the person that took out Mo 3, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, while he's sitting in there waiting, and staring, looking for that brand new transmission they promised him, to put in that '79 Chevy. I mean, yeah, that '79 Chevy truck he got at the crib, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing about him. I went over there the other day, and he was pretty much preaching to me, y'all. He was telling me, we shouldn't judge, all that type of stuff right there. And when we adults, we put away our childish toys and all of that. And then I told him, right is right and wrong is wrong. All that biblical stuff don't mean nothing. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And drop a 1 in the chat if you feeling like right now, Key One was most definitely wrong for what he did to Mo 3. You know what I'm saying? I most definitely drop a 1 in the chat if you feel like, and this is your own personal thing. You don't have to if you don't want to. You know what I'm saying? But drop a 1 in the chat if you feel like, what Key One did to Mo 3. You know what I'm saying? He was most definitely wrong for that. Key One, everybody in attendance, dog. You know what I'm saying? If you go back and watch this, we all, as a whole, are convinced that you took out Mo 3, dog. And if you didn't do the fatal blow, if it happened to be somebody else on that highway that did the fatal blow, since you always say you didn't do it, you ain't the one that unalived Mo 3, because I know how people like to flip it. If it comes out that he wasn't the only person, at the end of the day, dog, you just as guilty as the person who actually gave that fatal shot. If you didn't give it, you just as guilty as they are. Because if it wasn't for you running him down that highway, he might still be here. So that makes you an accomplice. That makes you just as guilty as whoever pulled the actual trigger, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Real talk. That's how I feel. You just as guilty as them. You just as guilty as whoever it was. Got paid for it. We seen the money. It just is what it is. I'm just saying. I mean, hell, come on now. It was definitely him. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I know it was him running down the street. I just said that. I said that, but I said that because of the two-person theory and him saying he would. See, you gotta understand. Sometimes you gotta listen to what people say and the way they say what they say. So with him saying that he didn't unalive Mo 3, that's and we looking at him running down that highway. So if it wasn't no other person, then he most definitely did it. If it was another person, he just as guilty as the person that pulled the trigger because he ran Mo 3 down the highway. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. It do. Oh my God. We know he guilty, IGT. We saying that. I'm just saying. It ain't no rebuttal, man. Here 8 hours in. Salute for the content. I already chat gang, man. You know I'm built for this. You know what I'm saying? All them long nights we put in, I'm built for this, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can do 8 hours like it ain't nothing. Here she go, bro. I ain't your bro either. You call me bro one more time, I'ma bro you out my chat. I just want you to know that. I'm a personally time you out. So what you saying? I'm saying when a person hit you with when he come back and be trying to hit us with that, well, I didn't do the unalive shot in some way or form or fashion. It turns out that it was somebody else as well on that highway with him that could have possibly did the unalive shot. He's still guilty. You almost made me start. Don't worry about it. Let's get you right off in there. I'm tired of putting up with you for the day. All this you doing. Hey, y'all ever notice she be the first? That's the first person to call me out for everything. If nobody else don't say nothing, I'll be the first one to call me out every time. Sick of it. She right off in there. Who sound foolish? You say I sound foolish? What? Yeah, you about to go right in there with her. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everybody that ain't got, if you a moderator in here with a wrench, you know what I'm saying? It's time to start clearing house. If they hollering about free somebody, you know what I'm saying? Let's get them off in time out with them. If they ain't got a wrench, and then I'll get the ones with the wrench. Yeah, we ain't having that today, and I ain't letting. I know, I'm sick of it. Absolutely not. Sick of it. No. All right. Oh, she said, okay, let's get you right off in there, Libra. Don't worry about it. My bad, y'all. My son came in here. He pestering me too. Talking about, they in there screaming, let them out of time out. I'm not letting nobody out of nothing. I'm sick of it. Absolutely not. So, you know what I'm saying? How we feeling about it today, y'all? You know what I'm saying? How we feeling about it? Well, I don't know. Maybe we should go somewhere else and do the talking because take me out of time out. I'm not taking you out of nothing. Get out of my room. But anyway, yeah, maybe we should go to one of the other channels to do the talking because we got 8 hours in over here. I gave you a lifetime. You go sit down, getting on my nerves. It's already a lot going on here. You ain't making it no better. You know, down there talking about some bruh. I ain't your bruh. Well, drop the link. I'm not dropped that. Why you think I ain't dropped it yet? We know what you trying to do. We is not doing that. I'm finna get off of here and go to a whole nother channel, man. You know, I'm just saying, man. I'm sick of it. I feel like I've been at work all day and then you know what I'm saying? Any fellas out there, you know, you go to work all day, then you come home and you have to deal with a whole bunch of nagging from a woman after you done put in all your time. That's how I feel right now. I'm not taking you out of nothing. Get away from my dope. Take me out of time out. I forgot how to get people out of timeout. Now I've been by myself. I'm in my own personal space. I've been man, this 3 day. I already did this for my dog. That's that get back. You know it. My hell, this is yeah, man. You in the big dog house. Man, I ain't worried about I built the dog house. I tore the dog house down, turned it into a condo. You know what I'm saying? Trap. Ain't worried about no dog house. I built the dog house. Like I said, I turned it down and turned it into a mansion. Yeah, man, I can't be governed. I'm just saying. But anyway, yeah, man, that's what we gonna do. You know, I would love to stay and kick it right here. You know, we got a lot popping over the weekend too. You know what I'm saying? But this is time for if you're not subscribed to my Twitch, this is the best time to subscribe because we're gonna have a watch party over there. You know, coming this weekend. It's gonna be bottle popping time. It's gonna be naked time. You know what I'm saying? We gonna act like Trap Boy and them. You know, after getting this beautiful bean footage, ain't no link. Oh, drop somebody had it earlier. They dropped it for y'all. Miss O did. Where Miss O go? Tell her to drop the Twitch link. I make him go get it real quick. I'm gonna go get it real fast. Hold on. Yeah, Sunkiss just dropped it as well. You know what I'm saying? Sun Kiss, click the link that and subscribe, follow me. You know what I'm saying? Because when I'm done here today, that's where we going. We'll be back here, like tomorrow or something, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a presentation, that I'm gonna want to display. But when it comes to all this talking that we finna do, y'all seen how outrageous it got yesterday. We ain't trying to do that today. We gonna go over here where it's safe at to talk how we want to talk. So y'all can be as vocal and cuss as much as y'all want to. You know what I'm saying? Because Jackie came up here on fire earlier. You hear me? Mahel, who was the guy? All right, hold on. What you asking me? Mahel, who was the guy? How much time did you give me? Who was driving Keyone back to the trap? That was Jerry, y'all. He had his hair down. I went back and looked at the footage. The person who dropped him off in that black Charger, that was Jerry Johnson. That was Jerry that dropped Keyone off. And when Key-One was inside the trap, another thing for y'all to take note of, when Key-One came outside on that porch and that big dude came and walked past him, that was GRC Florida. And when he walked past Key-One and the heavy set guy that walked past Key-One and Key-One went back in the house right behind him, that was Florida. Jerry helped Key-One burn up them clothes. Yeah, for real, Didi. I ain't 85K. Nuh-uh. I gave you a lifetime. I probably blocked you. Y'all take this time where y'all hear me talking, you know what I'm saying, to go ahead and go over there to Twitch, guys, because that's where we going. You know what I'm saying? Can't, can't nobody help you. I'm the sole person that's got control over that. Stop screaming. Stop screaming and hollering before they hear you. Yeah, but anyway, Sweetest Brown, take me out of time out. All right, guys, it's been fun. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. You know what I'm saying? Let me get us some exit music because we're gonna go to Twitch, you know what I'm saying? Right after this. Yeah, I just do that. We'll just play this song. No, we ain't gonna play that song. We gonna play this song. Let's get some music on, you know what I'm saying? Turn your music up as loud as it goes so you don't, get distracted by nothing I got going on in my background. It's nothing, I promise y'all. It's just, that's my stomach growling. I'm hungry. It's time to eat. Yeah, pull a Key-One. You know what I'm saying? No, that is not a lady yelling, let me in or let me out. That's just my stomach is saying, feed me. I'm hungry. Feed me. I'm hungry. Y'all hear it? Sweetest Brown, take me out of time. That's my stomach saying, how long we got till food get cooked? That's a good thing to do right there. Won't you go cook or something? How about that? I'm hungry. That's my saying. Y'all hear my stomach saying, how long we got till we eat? Go bless. Take me out of timeout. Yeah, okay, y'all. I'll catch y'all. We on Twitch. Click that link when the song stops.